Lightning Brain Press presents full audiobook of Dark Against the Sky, a climbing boy's story by Stephen Hauge. Listen and enjoy.
London, 1834. Prologue. He looked up and could see nothing, only blackness. The brick walls pressed in on him and the sooty air swelled into his nose and throat. Fighting his fear of falling, he raised his arms, braced his elbows against the walls and lifted his body. Press upwards, he told himself. Keep moving. He squeezed his knees against one side of the flue and his bare heels against the other to hold his body. Then he felt with his fingers for the caked soot. He would have to loosen it with the scraper edge of his brush before using the bristles to dislodge it and the looser soot. He scraped and brushed, then lifted his body. Again and again he repeated the process in total darkness. His legs and arms began to ache. Though he kept his head down, he had to blink away coal dust that had slipped into his eyes. A rough stone nicked his hand. No matter. Another deep breath, and he pushed on. He had to keep climbing, and if he did, he knew he would finally reach the blue sky. Chapter 2. London Streets. Peter and Tommy stopped when they reached Red Lion Square. It was many streets away, but distance went with the job. Tips were low where they lived, so a typical day's work covered many miles. Their feet had become hardened to the task. Already some light was showing, though the chimneys still stood tall and dark against the sky.
"What do you suppose Kelly meant?"
Tommy asked.
"I imagine he wants more money, so he'll work us harder. We can't go much harder,"
Tommy said.
"Harry certainly can't." "That's true,"
Peter replied.
"He'll be the one to watch. Well, I can't wait for the park this afternoon,"
Peter added.
"Especially them pools. Should be full now, with all the rain." "That's for sure. How about St. James today?" "Fine by me. I want to splash a few of them toffs, walking by us with their noses in the air. A good splash'll cool 'em down."
Peter's chuckle caused Tommy to smile.
"Save your legs for it,"
Tommy said.
"I'll try. Better begin,"
said Peter, hoisting his soot bag to his shoulder and touching his cap.
"Well, good climbing to you, Tommy."
And he was off.
"Come back safe yourself,"
Tommy called after him. That's what they always said when they parted, like a charm against accidents. Tommy had never had a brother, no one near his age to care about. Losing Peter would be devastating. Tommy watched until Peter's bag rounded the corner and he was gone. Tommy continued up the road, his shoes slipping on the slick cobbles. The buildings of London were less ghostly now. The gas lamps had been turned off. He could see the city preparing for a new day as streets awakened to market carts and bustling crowds. 2 women with baskets of apples and oranges on their heads and a clerk with his dinner wrapped in a handkerchief strode briskly by. Tommy passed a flock of housemaids in their white aprons, polishing door handles, and an old driver and coachman trying to recover the lost sparkle of their carriage with rags. Their horse rested silently in his harness, waiting for his working day to begin too. A row of apprentices were washing out shops, clearing sidewalks with brooms and stocking shelves. Soon the shops would be open, ready for business. His father had a shop like that. Tommy had been there many a morning watching customers come in and order new boots or have old ones fixed. His father was always glad for business and cheerfully welcomed any patrons. He would talk with them for a while, take their orders, and when they had gone, settled back into his chair. Tommy helped here and there as he could, but what he really enjoyed was simply being with his father, talking about this and that, and just watching him work, That was marvellous. Apart from a few chores at home, he had no hard work, and thus little prior sense that the world had to be dealt with and a life wrung from it every day. Living meant working. At the corner, Tommy saw the sparrows already at work, diligently sweeping the muddy and fouled street crossings, then trying to catch tips from women in long skirts and men with newly blacked shoes, thankful for their efforts. Saturday was their best day because workers had money in their pockets and could be generous. Sunday wasn't bad, being a day of charity, though not one of rest. But a Friday, like this one, was like most days, steady effort for slim pay. Tommy waved to Philip, the leader of the three boys, who smiled and touched his cap in return before he resumed sweeping. More coal wagons and brewers' drays rattled by now. Coffee stalls with their steaming tall tin cans were already plying a busy trade with early workers. Costermongers were setting up stalls to sell whatever fish or fresh fruit or vegetables they carried in their donkey-drawn barrows. Bakers were displaying their ample variety of steaming buns, sweet rolls and loaves of all sizes. Often Tommy had picked up his freshest and tastiest bite of food at this hour. But he needed a halfpenny or two to do that, and this morning he hadn't a farthing.
"Out of my way, you dirty boy!"
A passer-by snarled, slapping at his clothes to dislodge the coal dust that had sprayed on them when Tommy had accidentally bumped into him. Irked, Tommy was considering giving his soot bag a slap so the man could get a full dose, but before he could, the man strode indignantly away. Tommy paused and rested his soot bag. Spurned by regular folk, climbing boys did their grubby jobs as best they could. Their sooty colouring and smell came with the job. What alternative did they have? After all, it wasn't his choice to climb. Still annoyed, he lifted his bag and continued down the street. Luckily, his path this morning was as he wanted it. Soon he saw Mr. Meacham and Jenny at the crossroads with Leather Lane, one of the chief markets. Maybe Mr. Meacham, a costermonger who offered an unusual combination of fruit and bakery goods, would let Tommy have a halfpenny roll.
"Morning, governor,"
he said as he sidled over to Mr. Meacham's cart.
"Morning, Tommy."
Mr. Meacham replied, turning from arranging his wares and addressing Tommy with the full weight of his presence. His ample girth matched his cheerful countenance. He was a man who relished life and the daily challenge of his job.
"How's the climbing trade?"
"I'll swap you for a day, if you want to know."
No, not me."
Mr. Meacham roared with a laugh, his eyes dancing as he wiped his hands on his red patterned apron, then primped his silk neckerchief.
"This here's just fine. Works out of doors, weather's cheerful, and when I feel them twinges of hunger, something's always at hand. It's the pick of the litter, this business, and nobody can order me about."
His sweeping eye caught his daughter pausing in her work.
"Hey, Jenny, watch them buns. Don't pack 'em too tight."
Jenny, who helped her father set up and sell, had paused to regard Tommy. She could have shunned him too, but she had taken kindly to him a few months before and even slipped him a warm roll one blustery morning. With her blonde curls and pretty face and shy manner, she was the gentlest person he knew, someone he could talk to about life and dreams. Yet he saw her only occasionally because her father kept shifting stalls. "Keeping time with the seasons and my patrons," he called it, and this was nearing a full week in this market.
"Morning, Jenny,"
Tommy said as Mr. Meacham's attention was taken by a customer.
"Morning, Tommy."
She answered with a shy smile, smoothing her cotton print dress.
"Been well?"
She began to stroke the dozing donkey resting in his harness from pulling the barrow.
"No complaints?"
He said, absent-mindedly juggling 3 apples. He was always happier in her presence.
"Still gonna be a river pirate?"
"Before you get that clothing shop o' yourn in the country,"
he replied good-naturedly. Jenny laughed.
A shop would save us having to come to town all the time. People would come to us instead.
But don't you like the streets? I thought the Costas loved the roving life.
That's my father, not me. Besides, business is slow. Takes all of father's charm to get folks to buy. Shouldn't be that way. You know how good his fruit and buns are.
Tommy smiled.
But it means I get to study patterns more than usual.
She continued.
Ever notice them?
No.
Tommy replied, putting down the apples. He liked the way she was always looking beyond.
You've never seen them?
Her voice rose slightly.
That's what life is, really. Just like that river you're so fond of. See how the buns and apples roll with each other, across the ripples of the cloth. It's like a current, carrying them together.
Tommy smiled. She was so smart, so far beyond him. He could barely see what she was talking about, even when she explained it. He had been used to a placid life with his parents. It was Jenny who had encouraged him to think about his future more than his present. It was she who had made him realise how much he wanted to be a river pilot.
You have to believe in the current, Tommy. I do. It can carry you far.
He glanced into her soft eyes. They seemed so hopeful. Mr. Meacham had finished with his customer and looked back to intercept their glances. Intervention seemed the most appropriate course.
So, Tommy, my lad, do I hear the chimneys are calling you?
You got better hearing than me.
Tommy said, looking toward Mr. Meacham's raspberry tarts.
So, your cherries and raspberries are now in tarts?
He asked intently.
Sorry, my lad.
Mr. Meacham answered, focusing again on the silk kingsman at his throat.
Friends are friends, but that tart'll cost you tuppence.
If I had 2 pennies, I'd rub 'em and be warm. How about I pay everything in my pockets?
Mr. Meacham's rosy cheeks smiled broadly.
That's a clever lad, I do say, but the tart's still tuppence.
Want to flip for it?
If you've got a coin to flip, you've got a coin to pay.
Tommy gave up.
Maybe another morning. Mr. Meacham, best be on my way, as you say. Especially good morning to you, Jenny.
Cheerio, lad.
Mr. Meacham called, smoothing his corduroy suit as he turned his attention back to his array of fruit and bakery goods. Jenny raised her hand and waved. Tommy smiled back. She would be there that afternoon, and he could tell her about his parents then. What a sight it was for him each morning to see these street folks who filled the ways selling their wares directly from their wagons or hand trays. Once Peter and he had tried to make their living this way during the summer when unused chimneys were rarely cleaned and the boys had to scramble to eat. They had borrowed 3 shillings from a local alehouse, bought a small stock of chestnuts and walnuts, sold them throughout the day by wandering the streets, and then repaid the borrowed amount plus 6pence in the evening. The proceeds for all their efforts were 3pence and a few remaining nuts. Wet weather made this business risky and in winter tricky, especially for young uns like the flower and watercress girls, who were already on their corners in their bonnets, shawls and cotton print dresses. They were dressed better than Tommy, but he knew they wouldn't last as long. He was glad Jenny still had her father to look after her. Beggar children were likewise working the streets. Lame and blind ones would earn the most. Tommy moved on toward the area of the rich men's houses, especially the squares where owners had keys to the lovely shaded central lawns. He didn't need a map. He always remembered where his best tips had been. As he tramped down the smooth black road, he passed houses of blackened brick, enclosed in front by iron railings. Running his hand along the rails, he suddenly remembered the bars of the workhouse where Kelly had threatened to send him if he didn't earn more. He dropped his hand. Every block he stopped, set down his sack, cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled,
Sweep, oh sweep!
Or,
Sweep for the sutto!
he had found this way produced the most business. Harry tried bird calls, Tim beat his brush and shovel together. Nothing worked well. Since each chimney was cleaned only a few times a year, The boys constantly needed to find new customers. Each morning was a challenge, and the competition was already difficult. Other master sweeps lined up regular customers or advertised with handbills or trade cards. Kelly depended on each boy to find his own customers and to clean 3 to 4 chimneys every morning. This morning the October sun was streaming warmly. Yesterday's puddles had begun to dry. He avoided the main pools but stamped through the smaller ones. It was so much nicer than the frosty winter mornings when the ice nipped at his feet and the sooty track followed him along the icy streets. He looked again for the swifts he had seen arcing around the chimneys and darting through the crisp morning air. What freedom! He took several breaths. Before the factories began to belch their thick smoke, the air was almost clean. By late afternoon, a dense and dusky fog rolled in and swallowed everything. Some days he couldn't see the end of the street.
Sweep, oh sweep!
Every other street he yelled. Once his calling had awakened a woman's cat, and she had screeched at him. He would have preferred to save his voice, but there was no other way to get business. Hoarseness came with the job.
Sweep, oh
"Here, sweep! Here, boy!" a voice called. He stopped and swung toward the sound. Another "Here, boy!" focused his eyes on the house. A plump woman in a white apron stood near a doorway and motioned him toward her.
Yes, Mum?
"Sweep this chimney," she said, half question, half statement.
Yes, Mum.
Tommy answered mechanically. As her uniform and the fragrance of food led him through the servants' entrance, he realised she was a cook. Already his stomach was prompting his mind into action.
Baking this morning. Smells right nice.
"Muffins for my lady," the middle-aged woman responded as she bent back from inspecting the contents of the oven. She seemed cheered by the result. "Fresh and hot, she likes 'em." The kitchen, freshly scrubbed, glowed like the dawn, and sunrise was coming from the oven.
Oh, she eats 6 every morning?
Tommy asked in his polite voice. His eyes had become quick. "Well, she has 3 and the son has 1. Nice lad, same size as ye." "I usually eats the other 2, the woman chortled, confidentially. "But you're looking mighty hungry. Ain't you been fed this morning? Go on, have one of 'em." Tommy suddenly liked the red-faced woman with the fluttery hands.
Much obliged, Mum. You're mighty kind to a poor climbing boy like me.
The delicate apple muffin with a spot of strawberry jam was breathtakingly delicious. He rolled the pieces around on his tongue and savoured their flavour with his eyes closed. When they opened, they had lost their hungry look.
You sure know how to bake muffins, Mum. That was just grand.
"Why, thank'ee," she gushed with blushing cheeks. After his tongue had licked the last crumbs, he returned to business. Kelly wanted 3 chimneys swept that morning. Besides, to get a tip he had to work, and a tip could buy something special. "Oh, blimey," she said. "The chimney is up them stairs, down the hall and right. Oh, here, follow me." She moved toward the door. He shouldered his bag and followed her out of the warm kitchen. After climbing the stairs, they walked down a long hallway. When they passed a tall, gilt-edged mirror, Tommy paused. He seldom saw what he looked like anymore. He was well built for the trade, no fat on him, and he was agile enough to have clambered up most of the chimneys he had met. But everything about him, from his ragged clothes to his sooty skin, was grimed and dingy. All except his blue eyes. He was proud of them, and the brains he knew were behind them. But when he saw his dark appearance and realised again that the awkwardness of being in so grand a house suddenly came over him, he tried to pull himself upright like the guards he'd seen at the palace. A chuckle ahead of him told him the cook was watching. His smile broke wide for a moment, then he hurried to catch up to her. She led him into the living room. Sheets already covered the sofas and paintings, protecting them against the soot. The white shapes made the large room larger. He saw a covered piano. He knew the form now, tucked into a far corner. He gaped at the high ceiling, the tall, bright windows with their long curtains, the distant bookcases filled with row upon row of dark volumes. Finally he saw the marble fireplace, its mouth almost as tall as he was, with newspapers spread around it to protect against the falling soot. Here was a place to live, with servants to do his every bidding.
Won't be needing them papers, Mum,
Tommy said proudly.
I do a clean job.
Can't be too careful, the cook replied. Last time I had to help wash soot out of them rugs. It weren't no holiday, I can tell ye.
When was the last cleaning, Mum?
Just a few months back, but better to be safe. Don't want to lose this nice house to no chimney fire.
Right you are, Mum.
Tommy laid down his bag, untied the knot, and stretched the soot cloth across the mantel to keep the coal dust inside.
Expect me when you see me,
he called to the cook before disappearing behind the cloth with the other tools of his trade. He had heard another climbing boy say that a few months before and had made it his own. The cook had waited till he started so he wouldn't snitch anything, but faint footsteps now told him she was returning to the kitchen. It was time for work. Under the flue he took off his breeches and shoes, leaving his nightshirt on. His arms, legs and feet were now bare. He put his clothes outside the cloth, onto the hearth rug, then pulled his climbing cap over his face to shield his eyes, nostrils and mouth. With a quick prayer and the brush in his right hand, he began his ascent. Chapter 1. Another Workday. Crack, crack, barked the chair leg against the wall.
Up! Get up! Why are you slugs always so tired?
Kelly began to shake the 5 boys as 5 bells tolled outside. But they were still tired. His rough hands and scowling face drew only drowsy responses.
What's with you? I want you up!
He bellowed, slapping Tim with his cap.
Or do you want a hiding?
Tommy shifted on the coal sack. Even snuggled close beside Peter and Paul, he couldn't stay warm. Dawn was cold and windy, and the papered panes and his ragged wraps couldn't keep it out. Daybreak was always like this in late fall, and worse in winter when the shivery wind came straight at them. He was also sore from yesterday's work, and now more cold than light was pouring through the narrow cellar windows. There was nothing to see anyway. They were too grimed with coal dust, but it didn't matter. He was already back in his dream. The same one had returned again, and with particular power that night. It was a ribbon of images that brought back how much he missed his parents and the special times he had known with them. There he was, in his father's shop, watching him cobble boots and shoes, his large, skilled hands shaping the leather so effortlessly. Tommy helped with small jobs, filling the glue pot, helping to make tracings, polishing the finished boots. And when father needed thread or laces, he would give Tommy a few pennies to get them at the store nearby. How Tommy loved working with his father, his tall frame leaning forward and his brown eyes laughing when he told a story as he worked the lever at his stool. Every morning Tommy would accompany his father to the one-man shop and help as much as he could until it was time for him to return home for lunch. There he was, sitting near the hearth, waiting for Mother to bring in hot, raisiny muffins for tea. He could trust Mother for them. She was the glue of their family, making their meals, keeping their 2 rooms neat and nice, making clothes for him as well as for others to earn extra money. How he loved looking across at her, the room warm with family and the smell of muffins, and seeing her blue eyes smiling at him. There he was, running into father's beckoning arms as he came home from work, and being thrown high in the air and caught safely in those strong, calloused hands on the way down. His mother and father were always there for him, their only child. They would cluster around the table at dinner, listening to stories about father's work and mother's errands during the day until nightfall brought sleep. And there was his corner of the main room with his bed and the box where he kept his special things. His lucky blue and yellow marble, the rusty key, the 3 coppers. Every night he kept them near his pillow. A gust of wind almost blew off the last of his coverings and returned him to the cellar. It was so different from home, so cold and black. Yet he knew it now as well without looking. Tommy nestled again into his pillowed breeches, which held all of his belongings, trying to recover his warm memories of home, but they seemed fainter now, farther away, lost somewhere. How suddenly those happy days he took for granted had ended. One weekend, after strolling through the park and enjoying its grassy expanse and calm pools and blue sky, the family had decided to play hide and seek. Tommy had run into a thicket of trees, and while watching his father try to find him, he had felt a bag yanked over his face, his shout of surprise stifled, and a sharp blow to his head. When he had awakened, he was in a new place, with Kelly looking down at him. How long ago that was, he could hardly remember. He seemed to have been a climbing boy for years.
Up with ye!
Kelly's voice rang again. Kelly was usually this way, rarely a kind word or a friendly gesture as he glowered over them in his swarthy, beefy manner. A blunt head with sharp green eyes sat on a stout, stocky frame whose brawny black boots punished the ground. He knew the business. Like most master sweeps, he had been a climbing boy himself. He had climbed 5 years before he became too large for the chimneys, then had tried other types of work before ending as a master sweep. It was the only job he knew. Eyes began to open and heads began to rise. Another work day. Mechanically, though angered at losing the memories of his parents, Tommy rolled off the sack. Peter was still trying to catch some final sleep. Slim and strong he was, Tommy's best friend and the best climber in the group. They spent their afternoons and coppers together. Despite the grinding work, he was always cheerful, a trait Tommy admired, and he loved the last flickers of sleep. Tommy nudged him. Better be moving. At least it wasn't 4 o'clock like the winter.
Time, Peter.
Peter opened one brown eye, then the other, finished a large yawn and snuggled down again.
Now, come on, Peter.
Tommy said, a little exasperated. Slowly, Peter's eyes opened again, and he swung his feet to the floor.
Ain't you ever heard of the sleep of the blessed? Well, I was enjoying it till you. So when'd you get blessed? Me? Me, I've always been that way. Ain't you the blind one?
Laughing, he shoved Tommy off the sack.
Ooh, tough bloke.
Tommy said and jumped on Peter. He rolled on top, but Tommy soon gained the upper hand.
All right.
Peter said, chuckling.
We got work to do. That's why you roused me, wasn't it? How can I get up when you're in the way?
As he shook Tommy off and rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, he added,
Friday, ain't it? Sure is.
Tommy added, now smiling.
Almost through the week. And after work, we go to Mr. Keeley's. Sure he'll know where my parents are.
For months, Tommy hadn't known where he was and how to find his parents, so he had simply done his job cleaning the chimneys and often cried himself to sleep. How could he find them in such a large city, Where would he even start? Then, that week, he had cleaned the chimney of a cobbler and suddenly wondered if the cobblers would know where his father was. When Tommy learned that an old-time cobbler named Mr. Keeley might know, he felt sure he would soon be with his parents again. Then his dark time would be over. Paul, the oldest, was already up and crouching over the other sack.
Come on, Harry. Get up, Tim. Breakfast's on the way.
Paul could have looked out for himself, but he acted like an older brother instead. Too often, Tommy had seen the other side of the copper, bullies who took all for themselves and would just as soon step on a person as over him. Paul was different, quiet, inside himself most of the time, but kind. Tommy liked him and was glad he was the leader of their group.
Come on, Harry. Tim.
Paul called urgently.
All right, stop rushing me.
Tim snapped as he stood up.
It's too bloody cold.
Anger flickered in his grey eyes, which usually bore a cold, distant stamp, as though they were considering other plans. Although not strong, he was wiry and clever and tough enough to do a sufficient job every day. This morning, Tommy better understood Tim's anger. The difference was that he had parents to find and join again. Tim didn't.
I'd prefer to lie here and think about the day.
Harry offered, slipping his arms behind his head.
So many opportunities, and yet...
You want me to get you up?
Kelly barked as he advanced, cap in hand, to enforce his idea.
Nah, upon further thought, I'm on my way.
Harry said, rolling off the other side of the sack.
What's with you? Get up when I say so. You need to get out and work.
Kelly paused, and his voice grew quieter.
I've a mind to change the way we do things around here.
He paused again, to let his words sink in.
Been talking it over with my mates. There'll be changes soon.
With that ominous pronouncement, he left the room to get breakfast. Concern rippled around the room. The boys looked at each other and then began to dress quickly. It wasn't a long process. Like the others, Tommy pulled breeches over his nightshirt, but slowly, the cold still held in his fingers. He would have liked a frock coat, even a frayed one like Kelly's, but he didn't even have a good second shirt to his name. He'd have to wear his ragged one till it fell off.
You better take this extra shirt, Tim.
Paul was saying.
It'll help you. No, I'll make it. But you're thin as a cabbage leaf. I said I'll make it.
Tim snapped. He shivered in his thin jacket, but said nothing. He never asked for anything, just carried his anger inside like a whetstone. He pulled on his shoes instead. They were easy to slip into now. Hardened feet needed no stockings.
Nice pair of shoes you got there.
Harry offered.
Where'd you get them? Off a boy.
Tim said flatly.
What? He just give 'em to you?
Peter broke in.
Was he larking about or something? No.
Tim said.
He was lying in the street. Just laying there? Yeah. So why didn't you leave 'em? He wouldn't be using 'em again.
Tim concluded. Head down, he finished dressing. He checked his long, thin knife and set of keys and returned them under the soot sack. Never a wasted word or movement. He did his job every day, hungering for his day of release. Harry coughed harshly and bent over. His dark face and even his red-rimmed eyes looked a little grey this morning. He stopped wrapping his arms around his chest only when he pulled on his second shirt. Like all their clothing, it was dark as the coal.
What do you think Kelly'll do?
Tommy asked Paul. Paul was about to respond when Kelly returned with breakfast. They certainly were ready to eat. Any time was a good time for food, but only a hot meal kept out the cold and dark. Harry burst into voice.
Let me guess. No prompting me. I can follow the scent of my nose, thank you. It's ham and eggs and Devonshire cream.
Every morning Harry changed the menu, offering kippers one day and sausage tarts the next, but breakfast was always the same. Paul promptly divided the bread and butter and the large pot full of tea. No one quibbled over the portions. Paul was fair, sometimes cutting himself a smaller piece of the bread.
Only bread and tea it is.
Harry sighed.
That's short change for a sovereign group like us. Oh well, can't be helped.
He sighed audibly and leaned forward to get his share of the breakfast. Tommy found Harry's cheerfulness catching. Even though he was the weakest of them, he believed.
You mustn't grumble.
And he never did. Instead, he tried to live in another world where everything was sunny and cheerful. Unfortunately, the reality of their job found Harry constantly lacking, and he paid a physical penalty for his weakness almost every day. On the small stool, Tommy nibbled his slice of bread and sipped his tea so he could savour every mouthful. Together they would have to sustain him till noon. The steaming cup warmed his hands as the tea, sweetened by a touch of sugar, carried its heat down his throat and deep into his stomach. This was the high point of the dawn. The warmth reminded him of his mother's meals, how enjoyable they were. And not just bread and butter. He hadn't had to work then, so he could eat at his own pace. What a different, easy life that had been. Protected, provided for. Yet much as he feared the tall, dark chimneys, he had found in a way he liked working, developing an ability to do something, earning some coins, even if he kept few of them. But he wasn't going anywhere, just up more chimneys. That's why he was thankful for the other boys. It was their company and support that got him through every day. Tommy looked over at Peter. His face reflected the same contentment from breakfast, though his eyes were closed. Part of him was still asleep. The rest was preparing reluctantly for the day. With his coal colouring and climbing cap, he looked like Tommy, similar boys doing the same job. They had met several months before when Peter had appeared in the cellar one evening. He had taken quickly to Peter's cheerfulness, his ability to tell wildly adventurous stories, his companionship. They tried to work near each other and spent their afternoons walking the streets and parks of London, happy in their friendship. The boys ate quietly, savouring their bread and tea. Once Kelly had given more bread to the first one up and dressed as a reward. When they learned he had repaid himself by taking a halfpenny from the boys' earnings, they all refused the extra bread. The system wasn't tried again. Too soon the tray was bare. Though Tommy knew he should keep some bread for later, his stomach disagreed. He would have to pick up something that morning. More awake now, he began to assemble his tools. He was used to them, the brush, with its bristles and metal scraper, and the short shovel fit in his hands. He folded them inside his soot cloth and slipped them into his bag. It was light now. By lunch it would be bulging with dust and soot. The boys worked in silence. There wasn't much to talk about. The dank scent of coal pervaded everything, the air, their clothes, even their skin. Although the cellar was up from the river, small pools of sooty water lay in the dark corners. The grimy rooms smelled of the alleyways. A rat suddenly scurried across the floor. Tim swore and threw his brush at it.
Bloody animal. Ain't it got its own hole?
He snapped.
It's just looking for food.
Paul said.
Wouldn't you want more if you could find it? Sure would. My belly's starving. If you find any, save me a piece.
Harry broke in.
I could fancy a slice of mutton right about now.
Tim moved to chuck the tray at him. Harry dodged away.
Hi, Tommy. My brush and my shovel, if you please. Listen,
Paul said hurriedly as they prepared to line up.
I don't know what Kelly meant about changes, but let's get a strong morning from everyone. Tomorrow's Saturday, and we want to save some coppers for Sunday.
Heavy footsteps reminded Tommy to grab his cap. When Kelly entered, his fierce eyes darting about to see all was ready, the band of boys was standing in a ragged line, soot bags in a row at their feet. After a strained smile of goodwill, he barked his orders.
Good to see you're ready, lads. Today's like yesterday. Peter and Tommy go to High Holborn, past Red Line Square. The other three split up when you reach Upper Tottenham Court. Be back by 12 bells if I don't see you afore then, and I want a good morning of work. Now, off with you.
With that news, they filed out of the room and up the flight of stairs, separated and were off in their assigned groups. Tommy looked back as he left the courtyard. Slouched against the doorway in his crumpled top hat, Kelly was tiredly rubbing his eyes. Though his neckerchief and boots seemed new, his jacket was frayed and his pants stained. The bread and butter and tea probably hadn't filled his stomach either. None of them was doing well that morning, Tommy thought. Chapter 3. Climbing. The flue wasn't small, he soon found. That was a relief. Though the walls were relatively smooth, the flue's size made the work easier. It was a foot by more than a foot larger than some. He was glad he wouldn't have to slant it. The third flue yesterday had forced him to crawl up with his body twisted sideways, his right hand with the brush leading, the other by his side for support. When men narrowed the flues for greater draught, Paul had once told him, they certainly hadn't consulted the climbing boys. Fortunately, he could climb this one his usual way, the way Paul had taught him that first week a year ago now, when he climbed underneath and helped Tommy set himself. He entered the flue by pressing his elbows and arms against the brickwork until he had drawn up his knees. Then he braced himself by squeezing his knees against one side and his bare heels against the other, with his hands above him. After scraping and brushing, he would raise and set his elbows and arms, and then lift his legs to position his knees and heels again. In the first few weeks of climbing, his elbows, knees and feet had bled constantly. To toughen the skin, Kelly had rubbed it with brine. Harry's shoulders, elbows and ankles still showed ugly sores because Kelly had rushed him full-time into the chimney before his skin had hardened. Several layers of skin had peeled away and allowed soot in. Early on, they had also used padding, but his joints were stronger now, and anyway, the padding, like clothes, took up too much space. The pitch-black darkness which had terrified him in the early days of climbing was less frightening now, and he was lucky tight spaces didn't bother him. He couldn't imagine how he could climb if he feared the walls being so close. He reached higher with his elbows and raised his knees and heels again. He scraped and brushed and moved up a few feet. The short instrument was just right for the job, the brush for the loose soot, especially in the turns and corners, and the hard scraper edge for the crusted soot if the chimney had not been cleaned for a while. Soon he had his rhythm. Scrape, brush, climb. Scrape, brush, climb. Some folks thought it was easier to clean while climbing down the chimney, but no climbing boy Tommy knew did it that way. It was safer climbing up once the slippery soot was cleared away. He had to get to the roof anyway, and the return trip would be safer and quicker. His elbows, knees and feet were working well this morning and gave him a good grip. In the confined space, his shoulders and hips acted like extra brushes and helped to dislodge more of the soot. A rough stone scraped one leg. He felt for blood. only a trickle, and kept climbing. Calluses had long since toughened most of the skin on his legs to the hardness of his heels. Sprays of coal dust continually dropped on him and settled on his cowl and shirt. Early on he had learned to protect his eyes. Soot was valuable but dangerous, and it dirtied the cool air that rushed by him in long draughts down the flue. Despite his cap, it was impossible not to inhale some soot, and he feared he would block his own air in hot, tight chimneys. He reached the turn. The angle of the flue was tight and clogged with soot. Only after sweeping it clean could he continue. He put the brush through, then his head and shoulders sideways, and finally pulled his legs up. In such spots his shoulders sized the space like cat's whiskers. Sharp bends like this could be the death trap of a new climber. Though cracks of light were beginning to filter into the darkness, he moved as cautiously as before. Early in his life as a climbing boy, he had rushed for the light to escape the acrid soot and the dark confining walls. He had become stuck, and had needed an emergency hole made by a mason to escape. His body had taken a long time to recover from Kelly's furious beating. Other boys he knew hadn't been so lucky. One, with his soles pricked to hurry him along, became trapped in a dangerous horizontal passage in a mansion and suffocated in the soot. Simon Badger, lost in a maze of crooked flues, descended by the wrong one and burned to death. And Edward Griggs, who lived 4 streets away, had lost his right leg when it was crushed in a fall in a flue. Every month or so another climbing boy died or was maimed. There was a kinship among them, so they felt each loss keenly. Tommy had been lucky so far, but he knew his time would come. Tim said everyone's card was in the deck. Scrape, brush, climb. Scrape, brush, climb. By concentrating on the rhythm, he thought less about the darkness and the tall walls. The tunnel was ending. He was on the last part, almost straight up. Above him he could see the spot of sky that meant the job's end. He concentrated even more now. Elbows, knees, heels. Elbows, knees, heels. Until his head surfaced. He pulled himself up, yanked off his cap, and broke into a victorious shout that resounded in the clean air. His crowning was echoed from a chimney to his left, where another climbing boy was also rejoicing at the open air. The sky was close and blue. The buildings and parks of London swept away before them. The perils of the climb were lost in their joy at this sunlit splendour. A song Harry had taught him echoed in his head, as it always did when he conquered his first chimney of the day and sat in peace above the rooftops. Have you ever seen the city in the early morning light, when the dusky fog is distant and the sun is burning bright, when the wind sings in the treetops, for it's there that I would be, with the dawning sky and wonder on the rooftops feeling free. He liked his perch on top of the city. It almost made the climb worthwhile. All the little houses with littler people extended far, far away. He was up here, and everyone else was down there. That gave him great satisfaction. Though he turned in all directions, he couldn't see the Thames, so full of ships and cargoes where he could be a pilot, when his foot suddenly slipped. His body began to fall, but he caught himself. Carefully, he climbed back to his perch. He would have to be more alert. Loose clay, chimney pots were dangerous. Halloos from below broke through his reverie. It took him a moment to spot Kelly standing in the street waving his hat. Making his rounds, he must have heard Tommy's call. Now he was motioning for Tommy to hurry down. He knew any delay would be taken out of his backside, so he hastened to descend. But before he did, and making sure to move out of Kelly's view, he looked a last time at London, still sleeping peacefully, with the green parks colouring the countryside, like the squares on his mother's counterpane. He re-entered the chimney and began the even more careful descent. One false move would plunge him to the turn a good distance below. He held the brush in his left hand so his right could assist him. This took some pressure off his knees and elbows. Without strong knees he couldn't climb. He was descending now as quickly as he dared. Less dust fell on him this trip. Here was the turn, easily passed. He revelled in his dexterity. There was nothing that his skill and concentration couldn't overcome. Soon he saw the hearth and slowed his pace. For fear of scattering the ashes and soot, he inched his way down the last few feet until he finally lowered himself past the grate and onto the hearth. Slowly he took off and shook his cap, then wiped his face, shirt and body. After using the short, scooped shovel to collect and dump the ashes and soot into his bag, he retrieved his clothes and dressed. One chimney was done. While he was removing the cloth, he looked again at the newspaper-strewn floor. It had no soot. He had been true to his word. He was folding the cloth into his bag when he heard Kelly, who had come inside to retrieve him, muttering about Tommy's tardiness. He looked instead at the cook's right hand. The coins were always there. She gave him 9p for the job, about average, and then an extra copper for himself. He was speechless as Kelly thanked her for her employment. He wanted to thank her also for the muffin and the copper and her special kindness, but Kelly already was pushing him toward the door. They left. Outside, Kelly asked for the money. Tommy gave him the 9p as expected. Even though Kelly called them apprentices, they got no wages. He allowed them to keep a penny of any payment of a shilling and a penny halfpenny for any payment over a shilling 6p. But few chimneys paid that much, so they often got little for their labours. Kelly motioned for the extra copper.
But she gave it me. It weren't for the job.
Tommy pleaded, his hand clamped around the precious coin.
Tommy, you know the arrangement.
Kelly stated flatly.
Gimme that copper. Now.
As he cowered before the expected blow, a noise behind him checked his movement. The cook, about to close the door, stood glowering in the doorway. She took a menacing step toward Kelly. That's his money. He earned it by the sweat on his face and that blood on his shin. Barbaric work you make them poor boys do, and then you take money off 'em? Why, this boy ain't hardly grown. She took another step forward and shook a stern finger in Kelly's face. My lady paid ye the going rate for the chimbley. That extra copper's mine. It's for the boy. So leave it be, or ye won't return to this house. Though she had finished speaking, her cheeks continued to burn. For the third time that morning, Tommy warmed to this woman. He had never met a cook so kind to him. He looked at her standing there, so solid and red-cheeked, his defender, proof of the kindness in adults he wished he saw more often. He tried to show his appreciation by touching his cap to her. He was already thinking of the sweet cake the copper would buy. 3 weeks before he had eaten one, and even now that rich chocolate frosting.
I said, let's go.
Kelly's gruff voice broke into his thoughts.
Morning's young, and you've work to do.
I'm coming.
With a grateful smile and another touch of his cap to his benefactress, he turned from the house. They walked silently down the street, Kelly moving briskly while Tommy scrambled to keep pace, toting his soot bag soon to be heavier. He still had 2 chimneys to sweep before noon came and he ate again. Chapter 4. Noon Report. Kelly left him at the corner to see if the others were also busy. His hounding annoyed Tommy, even though Paul had explained the reason. On a typical morning, the 4 or 5 boys swept about 12 chimneys. Kelly always wanted more, but it never worked out that way. At 6 to 1 3 each, the cleaned chimneys produced about 7 to 8 shillings, and the soot was valuable too. An average chimney gave half a bushel basket to a full one. At 5 to 6 pence a basket, Kelly could make another 3 to 4 shillings selling the soot to farmers to fertilise their fields. Even then, Kelly wasn't above making the extra shilling in his sly way. When he loaded the soot in a wagon for deliveries, he would tread hard on the first layer. When it was time to empty the wagon, the bottom layer of what the farmer had bought would remain, and only the loose soot would tumble out. No wonder then they were hustled along from October to May Day, and especially during the winter season, when sitting-room fires were lit most of the day. Yet despite doing all the work, they got little of the money. Only halfpennies and pennies from Kelly on good days, and occasionally tips from the kind cooks or housemaids. And they were really busy, only 7 to 8 months a year. In summer months they had to find odd jobs in the streets every day to survive. Tommy trudged on. Every so often he stopped to rest his bag and call for work. His throat was dry and his arms ached. He felt the press of the people crowding the narrow streets. Buyers were flocking to the markets. Other folks were already returning with baskets laden with fruit and vegetables and meat. A group of minstrels were performing on the drum and pipes, while an old woman played nearby on her hurdy-gurdy. Across the way, street artists were drawing a small crowd. A dustman with his long cap flap and ringing bell walked by yelling, "Dust ho!" Shops hummed with life. Jostled again and again, Tommy clutched his bag tightly. An omnibus, suddenly rounding the corner, almost ran him down. The conductor shouted, "Give way!" Tommy jumped to one side, slipped and fell. None of the passengers seemed concerned when he went sprawling. As the driver encouraged the frantic pace of the 2 horses, the swaying bus continued its dangerous journey down the street. Brushing the splattered rubbish from his shirt and shins, Tommy picked himself up. He should stay away from this area in the early hours. It didn't have worthwhile houses anyway. He moved along to Theobald Road, where he had received good business a few weeks earlier. Maybe the kindly cooks and maids would remember him.
Boy!
Tommy looked toward the call and saw a sharp-faced woman by the side door of a modest but still fine house. He moved toward the servants' entrance quickly. Any place with servants could afford a good payment and perhaps a bit to eat.
Yes, Mum.
He said, affecting his politest voice.
I need the chimney cleaned, and quick. It's not too large, but we almost had a fire in it last night, and we can't have that.
No, Mum. I can help you, sure.
Good. Follow me.
Already Tommy was moving through the door, up the carpeted stairs and down a long hallway with large pictures on the walls to a splendid living room. No warm biscuit when you don't go through the kitchen, he thought. Ahead was the fireplace.
Get all the soot out of there, boy, and be back soon.
The stern, efficient woman was only a maid, but she wanted anyone below her to feel her displeasure. She turned on her heel and left. It's at least a 6, maybe a 9, Tommy thought, as he prepared for work behind the cloth and checked the flue. The size would be average, but he was concerned by her comment about the chimney fire. He hoped the soot had not collected too heavily. He climbed inside the chimney, balancing his weight to prepare his ascent. The first section posed no problem, neither did the next, yet he could understand the maid's concern. The chimney hadn't been swept for a while, so he had busy work on the walls with his brush. He estimated he was approaching the turn. Yes, here it was. He reached ahead and felt a large deposit of soot. This would be worth something too, but he'd better sweep it from above than down on top of him. He put the brush and one shoulder through. then pushed to lift his hips through. Something jammed. His hips were stuck. Tommy paused to control his racing heart. He would have taken a deep breath, but the air was heavy with soot, and his face was only inches from it on the flat part of the flue. No light came from above or below, and the maid, no doubt, was attending to her duties elsewhere in the house. He had to calm himself. He knew this situation. It had happened before, and he had mastered it. Yet his mind was filled with images of other climbing boys trapped in the flues. His heart was racing, and he could begin to feel sweat trickling down his face. That would attract only more soot. He stretched the fingers of his hand that was through the turn and felt for the brush. How casually he had tossed it through. Now he had to be calm and disciplined. His fingers crawled through the soot, left to right in a slow arc, then back to the left. On the third arc he found the brush, and his fingers gratefully curled around the handle. Carefully he swept the soot beneath his mouth a few feet away. Then he did take a few deep breaths and stopped again to think as the sweat continued to slide down his face. Maybe he could turn his body to slip through the turn after all. Part of his shoulders, the widest part of his body, were already through. He dropped the brush ahead of him again, and by pushing against the flue was able to twist his body sideways. He kept turning and slowly corkscrewed his way into a crouching position above the turn. Grabbing the brush, he swept all the soot under him down the flue. Bracing his heels and knees, he rested until he had calmed his panting. The upward sweep of the flue was straightforward, and though it now took more effort, he soon saw the blue sky. He pulled himself into the cool air, crowed, and rested a little longer than usual, calling out to the winging swifts. The downward trip was challenging only at the tight turn, but he expected it now and could handle it. With added care he again swept the lower part of the chimney clean, as much soot had fallen. Soon he was on the hearth, and could see the result of his efforts. It took many shovelfuls to collect all the soot into his bag. As he waited for the maid, he looked around the compact but elegant room. So many leather books and portraits on the walls, several deep yellow striped chairs and sofas, and a soft carpet underfoot. What would it be like to live in a house like this, and to have servants who obeyed your every call, and endless meals of many courses? Turtle soup, oysters, lamb cutlets, roast duckling, sides of beef, cheeses, and chocolate cream cakes, and a bed. A large, soft bed. Another lifetime, perhaps. Certainly not this one. Brisk footsteps alerted him the maid was approaching. He was ready to report when she entered the room.
Find much soot?
She asked sharply.
Just look here.
Tommy returned, tapping his sack.
All from this chimney.
Thought as much.
She said.
No chance of a chimney fire now?
No, Mum.
Tommy replied confidently.
It's clean now.
And what should I do if I have one?
She asked in a lowered voice.
Well, Mum, you could try a few ideas. Tricks of the trade, we call 'em. You could close the winders to reduce the draught, or you could sprinkle some salt on the fire to make it smaller.
Any others?
She asked.
Yes, Mum.
Tommy continued.
You could eat some water to send up the chimney, or you could even soak an old blanket in water to cover the fireplace. Them's all the ones I've learned.
That's a lot to remember, so it's a relief we'll not have a fire. Well, I suppose you'll want your fee.
And she extended her hand over his open palm. 5p fell into it. Tommy was puzzled. It wasn't a big chimney, but the soot had required extra effort, and he had prevented a future chimney fire. All of that was certainly worth more than 5p. and she hadn't given him anything extra for his hints.
Well, off with you, boy.
The maid said, turning to lead him out, but Tommy couldn't help noticing a glint still in her hand. So that was it. She was keeping part of the payment for herself. He was about to grab her hand and wrench it open. 5 pence for all his work? But he caught himself. Then he would get even less. He dropped his hand. Nothing more to do or say here. But she wouldn't see him again. He went down the hallway and out the door, which closed sharply behind him. To make up for this low payment, he needed a good chimney for his last one that morning, one that paid well and had a hefty amount of soot. He found it only a while later, after he had called countless streets, lugging his soot bag past house after house, his piping voice becoming more and more shrill. So much time wasted between jobs, he thought, and so tiring to lug the bag. Again, it was someone, a maid this time, in need of a quick cleaning of the master's chimney. This one took longer, as the flue was smaller and sootier. The rough walls also had jagged points that seemed to jab Tommy as he passed them, but they did help his feet gain better purchase in the climb. While he received only 7pence for his efforts, he did have the extra soot. That would count for something. It was near midday, so he hustled back to his lodgings. Kelly had a practice of noon report. The boys would line up, soot bags before them, right palms out and holding the day's earnings. Down the line Kelly would go, poking or hefting the bags and taking the money. Then he would go down the line again, giving each industrious boy a halfpenny or even a copper as spending money, depending on his morning's contribution. When Tommy arrived, the others were already there, sitting on their sacks and telling stories of the morning's activities. Paul and Peter had handled 4 chimneys each. Harry had become stuck in a chimney in Middleton Mews until he wrenched his shoulders free and had been able to continue. He looked low, like the level of soot in his bag. Tim was counting his coins several times to estimate what Kelly would return as his wages. He looked scuffed, as though he had slid hard down part of a chimney. Kelly's boots sounded in the corridor. The boys were in a line when he entered, came down the stairs, and stood in front of them.
Looks like a strong morning, lads,
he said with an effort at a smile. He proceeded down the line, checking the bags and gathering the money. He seemed impressed by Paul and Peter, satisfied with Tim and Tommy.
Trifle short, ain't we?
He said, looking at Tommy's coins, and visibly unimpressed by Harry's contribution.
If this is all you can do, we have no room for you,
he said sharply.
Tomorrow's your last chance, or you're back in the workhouse.
Back he came, down the line with the coins for each boy in accordance with his contribution. Pennies for Paul and Peter, halfpennies for Tim and Tommy, and nothing for Harry.
A solid morning, as I said. Set for Harry here. Change is coming, my boy,
he said, staring harshly at Harry.
Mark my warning.
Paul led the other boys to another room to dump their bags down the soot pipe. This led to a sub-basement which held the soot until Kelly carted it to his clients. Only he had the key to the soot room, so the boys couldn't get in to remedy a meagre day's gathering of soot. Anyway, it was smart to dump their bags now than at night. Then they would need a candle to light their way, and 2 good candles cost a halfpenny. They returned to find lunch awaiting them: bread, butter, tea, and a small portion of roasted potatoes. Lunch during the week was always the same, except for the one special item: sometimes potatoes, sometimes meat scraps. It wasn't much, but it helped fill the belly and gave the teeth something to gnaw on. Paul divided everything into equal portions. The boys set to with gusto. The potatoes were chewy and filling, the tea was hot, and the afternoon was theirs. Chapter 5. Finding a Name. Tim was soon off to be with friends. Harry moved worriedly towards his sack for a nap to recover his waning strength. He would certainly need it Saturday morning to keep his position. Paul had no regular routine, touring the streets, visiting favourite friends and shops, ambling through London as he did through life. Tommy urged Peter to finish so they could visit the cobblers.
We need to see if they know anything. I'm sure they will,
Peter said. Soon they were off towards Trinity Lane. Tommy smiled at the reassuring sight of his best friend. Peter and he shared everything. Their coppers for special treats, their dreams of tomorrows, all their free moments, especially the summer afternoons when they ran through the parks and splashed in the pools. Peter was always happiest in the sunshine, taking every day as it came. He was the leader of the two of them. Slightly smaller than Tommy, he was faster in the chimney, so he earned more. Still, they shared.
Do you think he'll really know?
Tommy asked, suddenly nervous.
Sure. You just had to find the right person. I know you'll find your father, Tommy. You're lucky. Got more soot than luck now. And ain't that just how on our complexions?
Peter added, and they both laughed. The two boys continued to thread their way through the darkening alleyways until they reached a small shop off Trinity Lane. A wooden sign with an image of a cobbler at his bench hung over the door. The dusty shop window was stacked high with shoes and boots of all sizes and shapes, still made a pair at any time in many such workshops across the city. Tommy could barely see two men inside, bent over their benches, working. He took a deep breath, thudded the knocker twice, and walked in with Peter. An ageing man dressed in comfortable clothes, a shoe still in his left hand and resting against his leather apron, came forward to meet them.
Ned,
He called to a colleague at the back of the shop.
two climbing boys are paying us a visit. Well, my lads, how are the chimneys? Satty,
Tommy answered matter-of-factly. His appearance mirrored his response. Coal dust covered every part of his and Peter's skin and lay embedded in their tattered shirts and leggings. Only their eyes showed them to be different.
we each did several this morning. Neat jobs too. Depend on it.
Added Peter, his brown eyes twinkling, and with a friendly elbow jabbed into Tommy's side. The cobbler smiled.
Glad to hear it.
The man stretched forward a hand calloused from working thousands of threads. The boy shook it. It was like the leather the cobbler worked.
So, what brings you here on a Friday afternoon? Are you Mr. Keeley?
Tommy asked.
Better be. I've been answering to that name for nigh on 50 years now.
And his chuckle brought some light into the dusky room, darker for the building above and overhanging it.
My name's Tommy. This here's Peter. Philip, one of the sparrows, said you could help me. With what?
Came the gentle reply. The ageing man seemed inclined to help.
You might know where me folks are.
Tommy answered softly.
I've been hoping to find 'em for a long while. Philip said you could help me. Looking for your folks, are you? Who was it you said sent you? Philip. Ah, yes. We know Philip, don't we, Ned?
Sure do.
Came a voice from the back.
So what's your father's name? Don't know,
Tommy said.
but he was a cobbler, just like you. I thought you might know each other. Well,
Mr. Keeley said with a chuckle.
we all go back a fair piece, don't we, Ned?
Sure do.
Came the voice again. Tommy could imagine the two of them, heads and bodies bent over their tables, working together, making countless pairs of shoes and boots over countless days. This little, dusky shop was the centre of their lives. The ageing cobbler sat down and wiped his brow.
So, tell me about your father. How would we know him?
Tommy's blue eyes startled. He had just expected the man to know. Tommy frantically searched his memory. A man with strong hands, dark hair, and a happy laugh when he was telling a story at bedtime. Someone who always seemed to be there when Tommy wanted him.
Let's see. Can ye describe him?
Tall, at least to me. Big hands.
That's a start. Can ye describe his work? By that I mean, each of us has a signature on a pair of shoes, like a special way of layering bricks or signing a painting. You can read it with your fingers when you know where to feel.
Sorry, I don't know much about cobbling.
Did he ever talk about his work? About a special stitch he liked to tie?
Mr. Keeley asked.
I used to watch him work. Once in a while, he'd talk about a special stitch.
Like what?
A deli stitch, or something like that.
Tommy said, hoping the term would mean something to the two men.
That's just the name of it. Now we're getting somewheres.
The other cobbler, Ned Dawkins, had put down his stretching pliers and limped forward from his low wooden bench covered with cowhide soles, tools and glue pot. His grey head inclined to one side and the thumb of his right hand hooked in the pocket of his faded plaid waistcoat. He seemed interested in the conversation and now entered it.
Lad, where'd your father go?
Don't know. One day, we were in the park together, near a lake. Then I woke up, and I was in a new place, dark and sooty. Never seen me father or mother since.
How long ago was that?
Last fall, about a year ago now.
But you're not that old.
Ned said, sizing up Tommy.
You couldn't be more than 10 or so.
Maybe. Don't know exactly.
Well, lad, let's find your father then. Sit on the counter here. Hey, Peter, is it? You sit there. That's right. Now, close your eyes, Tommy. Think back on your home. Can you see anything? Anything with a name on it? Think of the kitchen. Any china, cups, anything.
Though Tommy's eyes were closed, his lids fluttered.
Can't see nothing special.
Can you see the cupboards or sideboard?
Came the calm, guiding voice.
Yes, the sideboard. It's against the far wall.
Can you see inside?
No.
Okay. Can you see the dinner table?
The soothing voice inquired.
Yes, over by the window.
Picture it at Sunday dinner time, when all your best dishes are out. Can you?
Yes, I see a plate. A special plate. My mum's folks gave us. It's the one we always put the joint of beef on when we had friends over. I can smell that beef now.
Good lad. Describe the plate to me.
Blue and yellow. Flowers of some kind. With
With what?
letters at the top.
Smart lad. Now, try to read 'em.
Can't read.
Tommy said matter-of-factly. The cobbler took a breath.
Do you see the big letters at the beginning of the words?
Yes.
Tommy said.
What do the big letters look like? Describe 'em for me.
One's like a full circle, with a cut on the right side.
Ah, a C, I'll wager.
Said Mr. Keeley.
The other one's trickier. A straight line on the left and a curly loop at the top. and then down straight out.
Sure that's an R,
said Ned.
OK, Tommy. Leave your kitchen and your home and come back here.
Tommy slowly opened his eyes. Ned was drawing 2 letters on a piece of leather.
Tommy, do the 2 letters you saw look like these?
Yes, that's them.
Tommy replied eagerly.
The C was first, and then the R.
Yes.
Now, the woman's name'll come first, so your father's name, his first name, begins with an R. What names begin with R?
Ned looked at the group for help before beginning.
Reginald, Roger, Rupert.
Nice work, Ned.
Mr. Keeley broke in.
So, Tommy's father is a cobbler who does a dolly stitch, and whose first name begins with R. Ned, who was good at that stitch?
Ned rustled a hand through his grey hair.
Tom Morgan did it for years. Tied a tight shoe, he did. Swifty Heath was mighty good too. And there was a gent near River's Head. Small shop with a sign of a golden owl and a clever saying. What was it now? Real clever it was. Oh, yes. You wear 'em, we repair 'em.
Tommy went rigid.
Say that again.
He said, his voice sticking in his throat.
I said the sign this cobbler had was a cute one. So cute it stuck in my brain all these years.
Ned, the boy wants to know what the sign said.
Mr. Keeley said gently.
Oh, it said, you wear 'em, we repair 'em.
That's me father's shop.
Tommy said in a flurry of excitement.
Sure it is. I remember it 'cause he used to say how often customers remarked on that sign.
All eyes swung to Ned, but Mr. Keeley's voice reached him first.
So, Ned, what was that cobbler's name?
Him with that shop. That was a nice gent, kind manner, strong hands, name of... It's coming.
He squeezed his eyelids as if to press his memory. The dusky afternoon seemed to hang suspended over the work tables, tools, piles of leather, and many sets of finished shoes and boots, as 3 sets of eager eyes watched a pair that was closed.
Give 'em time.
Mr. Keeley whispered.
If anyone in the trade knows the Brotherhood in London, it's old Ned. Never forgets anyone. Mind like a...
Ned's eyes snapped open, and he smiled.
Sure, as I'm standing here. That gent's name was Roger Simpson.
With a whoop, they all clapped each other on the back. The boys danced around the room. Tommy's face looked exultant. Finally, he knew his father's name, and, at the same time, his own. Tommy Simpson. He liked it, and it was the first step in leaving his climbing days behind.
Thomas Simpson. A distinguished name if I'd ever heard one.
Intoned Peter in a proper voice.
Quite distinguished, I'm sure.
Roger Simpson.
Mr. Keeley mused.
I know that name. Heard it not too long ago, but I can't quite place it.
Oh, Mr. Keeley, and you, Mr. Ned. How can I ever thank you?
Tommy interrupted.
You're just smashing. What a memory you've got, Mr. Ned.
We're all friends in the trade, Tommy. I remember now the great stories I heard about your father. Not only a good cobbler, but...
Ned's face had turned sad. They all looked toward him again.
Problem is, that shop's been closed for months now. Don't remember why, but it's empty.
Tommy looked stunned, then hurt. He reached back for the table, then rested against it. He had been so close. He had hoped to go over to the shop right then, recover the life he had had before. His blue eyes clouded. Mr. Keeley seemed to catch the change immediately.
That's nae problem, lad. He probably moved to a better spot.
Larger premises, as some call them.
Broke in Ned.
We'll track him down. You can trust the Brotherhood for that.
Continued Mr. Keeley.
We'll put the word out on the street. May take a little time, but word flies that way.
Tommy's spirits revived, and he again thanked the two cobblers, who smiled their acceptance, strangely radiant in the dusty half-light.
You've put me feet on a new path. I know they'll lead home, wherever it is.
Just give us time. Mark my word. We'll find them. Check back tomorrow, about this time, if you're free. Won't promise an answer, but we'll tell you what we've heard.
I'll be here. Thank you, sirs.
Tommy said, and Peter and he left the shop with parting waves. Tommy turned as they left to salute the shop and its wonderful cobblers. He was on the path to his parents, and he was going to be with them again. Tommy and Peter walked slowly down the street, Tommy smiling at his thoughts, Peter following in respectful silence. 2 streets later, Tommy stopped abruptly.
Peter, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be thinking only about myself. We can find your family too. Maybe, but I doubt it.
Peter started walking again, his strides less bouncy, his voice quieter.
Remember? Me mum died having me sister. Gentleness itself, Mum was. Then everything just fell apart. I had to work. One night I went home and no one was there. No one. Just empty rooms. And you've never seen them since? Nah, they must have left London, sudden like. Father was working the new trains and trying to get the family out, so they probably took off for other parts. Couldn't have stayed here once Mum died, he said. I'm sure he left word for me where they went, but I never got it.
Peter paused, as if reviewing the memories.
He was always working so hard for the family, 2 or 3 jobs at a time. I never really knew my father. And your sisters? Never heard from them since. Sure they went with him. Peter, it's just not right you don't have a family.
Tommy said angrily.
I can't imagine not finding my folks again and being with them. It's all I think about. If I thought I'd never see them again, It's just life, Tommy.
Peter said quietly.
Some have, some haven't. No reason for it, and no reason to get angry about it. Doesn't do you any good to get angry anyway. You have to just make your way, the best you can.
Tommy looked at him and marvelled. They were about the same age, yet Peter seemed so much older in so many ways. Why wasn't he like that? Why did little things irritate him? Why wasn't he as calm?
You're me family now,
Peter said with a smile.
I've never had a brother. Well, you're the best friend I've got, Peter. Where I go, you go. Even if I find me parents. Hey, maybe they'll take you in.
Peter's face brightened, his brown eyes wide with the idea.
Wouldn't that be swell? You and me, like real brothers. Oh, that'd be fine. Maybe even tomorrow.
They stopped, looked at each other and smiled broadly at the possibility. Peter's smile always gave Tommy such warmth.
I couldn't ask for anything better. We have to stay together, Peter. Right-o, mate. Depend on it.
Peter replied.
But now we ought to tell Philip the news. He put you on to Mr. Keeley. We owe him more than that.
Tommy said as they headed briskly towards Philip's busy thoroughfare on High Holborn. Chapter 6. The Queen's Pipe. They reached the place where the sparrows worked, a crossroads where rows of old brick buildings overhung cobblestone streets, often covered with mud or debris. They stopped to watch the three boys energetically sweeping the muddy street crossings, then trying for tips from the grateful passers-by. But smudged with dirt and in rags too small for them, the meagre threesome finally stopped their unsuccessful toil and leaned on their brooms, shivering in the gusty afternoon wind.
Philip!
Peter called. Philip came over, followed by Charlie and Patrick, grateful for the interruption. Philip had bristly blonde hair and a smile unaware of its bad teeth. He limped slightly on his right leg, the souvenir of a carriage that had banged into him a while back. The leg hadn't healed properly. Charlie and Patrick were younger, eager to please, but too young for the daily rigours of sweeping.
What's up?
Philip asked as the younger two crowded around.
Mr. Keeley and Ned know who my father is.
Tommy said.
They hope to find him tomorrow. And they figured out my name.
With a dramatic pause, he added,
It's Tommy Simpson.
Marvel flowed over the faces of the sparrows.
Quite a swank.
Philip finally said.
You'll be rolling in clover now. Just don't forget us when you're all proper again.
Tommy looked intently at Philip's close-set eyes. He knew Philip was joking, but also serious. Sweeping street crossings wasn't a future, just a way to survive if you lasted.
It was your suggestion,
Tommy said.
They're a wonderful pair of cobblers. They're putting the word out on the street.
Friends is friends,
Philip said.
I'm happy for you. But what can I do to thank you?
Philip gestured at Patrick and Charlie.
Can you get 'em something warm to wear? Jackets, maybe?
Patrick asked, his eager eyes widening, his hands rubbing together. He was always ready for a new idea or adventure.
Any hanging in your closet? I'm not particular.
Charlie added, his sallow eyes hardly glanced at Tommy. He was scrawny and bitter, heavy calluses clearly visible on his hands.
Jackets?
Tommy murmured.
Where can we scrounge cloth for jackets?
He asked Peter.
Cloth.
Peter mused.
That's what we need. Cloth. I know,
He exclaimed.
Oh, wait till you see this place. You'll be amazed.
He spun out the word slowly. It sang of possibilities.
Really?
Patrick gasped.
Meet us at Templeton's at 4 bells.
Right.
Philip said, and the sparrows scurried off to drop their brooms at their lodgings. A little later, they met outside Templeton's food shop. It was a place where the boys frequently gathered. They would often look into the wide windows at the thick slices and chops of meat laid out so lusciously. Oh, for one of those cuts to cook on their fire and chew slowly and enjoyably. They could make it last a long while. Reflected in the store window was the Thames. Tommy turned to gaze at the river, snaking its way through the heart of London, bringing cargoes of coal, tea, fabrics, and countless other goods to people there. It was the major means of transport, especially for the coal, upon which so many depended for light and warmth. It also brought the heavy fogs that gathered round the coal dust in the air and hung so impenetrably in late winter afternoons. That evening seemed to arrive early. Above and below the 6 bridges, sloops, schooners, steamers and colliers lay at anchor waiting to unload. Bargemen deftly zigzagged their weighty cargoes through the other boats and along the waterfront. In the dark distance loomed the huge West India docks. Their inner docks were thronged with 3-mast vessels and countless sails. Tommy never tired of looking at this busy river life. He dreamed so often of captaining one of these boats. As he looked, he remembered his home and bath time. Only a small tub, but just right for him. He'd sit in it for a long time, playing with his boats, pretending he was a river pilot, directing his craft through the maze of other ships, safely to dock. Even when Mother poured the shivery hot water over him, he protected his boat from capsizing.
A river pilot's always alert,
He'd say. She'd smile at him and say, "It's Tommy taming the Thames." Peter pulled on his shoulder.
Come on.
He led the band of boys to the end of the street, around some pilings and down a set of stairs. They stayed low and moved quickly, their bare feet hardly making a sound. Another set of stairs, and they came to an iron gate before the underground storehouses.
Too bad Tim's not along,
Tommy said quietly.
Philip,
Peter whispered.
can you open it? Patrick,
Philip in turn whispered.
got your keys?
Never go anywhere without them.
Patrick said. In a moment he had slipped a skeleton key into the lock and waggled it open.
Child play,
He announced grandly. The boys slid inside, and Philip closed the gate behind them. A good set of keys was always handy. It was like a long cave, this maze of underground rooms connected by endless dark passageways running clear out of sight. Tobacco, molasses, sugar, preserved fruits, spices, cotton, perfumes all blended their smells as the boys slipped stealthily along. Only torchlight flickered in the deepest vaults. Huge wine cellars had to be nearby, for men continually passed by rolling giant casks. And then, before them, was the Queen's pipe. 2 weeks before, when Tommy and Peter had come to gaze at the Thames, a workman had forced them to carry some cases of hams and cigars, so they had seen this furnace for the first time. Tommy had sat in awe as the roaring flames consumed the goods thrown into them.
A real shame.
One of the burly workmen had said.
All this waste, and so many starving.
why don't you save it?
Tommy had asked. He knew dockmen were paid only pennies an hour. Scuffles broke out in the waiting yard as men scrambled for a day's work at a few jobs. Seasonal work left coalmen without jobs in summer and Covent Garden porters without ones in winter. When trade or fill-in jobs were slow, their families starved.
Not mine to save or sell.
The workman answered.
You see, each of them goods has to pay duty to get into this country. I guess like we pay to get into the penny gaffs. Them boxes ain't worth that much for some reason, so no one claims 'em. They just sit till we burn 'em up.
He wiped his sweaty face.
I do this 6 days a week, most days of the year. Plenty goes up the old Queen's pipe, I can tell you.
Now here it was again, a plume of flame in a cavern so dark it swallowed all the torchlight. The boys hid behind square cases of wine and bales of hemp to plot their strategy.
The trick is to get out of here without 'em noticing anything's gone.
Tommy said.
They won't hear me.
Chirped Patrick.
I could steal up on a cat and catch her tail before she knows I'm there.
Why no, Patrick. You're a quick 'un.
Philip congratulated his younger comrade. Crates were lined up so the handlers near the pipe could toss them in quickly. Fortunately, the workmen who had done that work were well ahead of the handlers and had gone off elsewhere.
Always finding new uses for your skills,
Tommy said to Peter admiringly as he shinnied up to the trestle. When Peter returned, even in the flickering darkness, Tommy could see his eyes were wide.
I told you. You won't believe me. So what are we going to snitch?
Broke in Charlie, the youngest sparrow.
I brought a shiv along to pry anything open. This is my line of work.
And he flashed his knife.
Tobacco and some kind of fruit.
Peter continued.
And that row of crates is full of cloth.
Tommy clapped his hands.
You can get new jackets. And maybe we can make Harry a new vest. They'll help stop the cold.
Right.
whispered Philip as he considered their course of action.
This is what we'll do. Charlie and Tommy will crawl toward the front. Charlie, you slit open the sacks or pry open the crates. Then help Tommy grab the stuff. Pass it to Peter and me. We'll pile it up here. Patrick, you keep the lookout.
You bet.
Charlie said, rubbing his calloused hands together.
I love the idea of helping myself to the Queen's booty.
Tommy and Charlie crept quietly around the crates and forward down the row. The furnace was roaring. Oh, for some of that heat on a winter's night, as the brawny workmen heaved in the crates at staggered intervals. They watched for several minutes to get the workmen's timing. Luckily, the workmen kept facing forward, every so often wiping their faces with their ragged soaked sleeves. As the right man threw in a sack of tobacco, Charlie crept forward, quickly slit a hole in the side of the back bag, scooped out 2 handfuls of the rough brown leaves and dashed back to Peter, who had spread an empty sack on the ground. Tommy was right behind Charlie with another 2 handfuls. Each time the workman threw in another sack, the 2 boys repeated their procedure on a new bag. With enough tobacco, they switched their focus to the other workman, who was pitching smaller sacks of preserved fruit into the flames. The workman never saw Charlie's shadow slip forward, slice a bag open and calmly take several handfuls of the fruit. Tommy's shadow followed the example. In a rear crate were bolts of cloth, enough to have a seamstress make light jackets or vests. Tommy couldn't tell the colour or design, but that wouldn't matter after a few days on the job. Of course they'd have to give her half in payment, but there was enough. They pried the crate open, slipped out a bolt, closed the crate and carried the cloth back to the others.
You make a great shadow,
Philip said to Charlie and threw an arm around his shoulder. Charlie smiled broadly.
This is more my line of work.
Gathered now around their booty, they began organising it for carrying out. Tommy was glad he had brought the sparrows along. They would be most helpful getting the stuff back safely. There was no point in stealing something if someone stole it from them, and this was a royal prize. The group moved off down the passageway, Peter and Philip carrying the cloth and Tommy the tobacco and fruit. Patrick and Charlie were lookouts. Soon, though, they were lost. Every way looked the same, and none showed any natural light. What would Paul do, Tommy thought? Wait for a worker to show the way. They pressed against the passageway and waited. Men continued by, rolling casks and mumbling to each other in the darkness. From far off came the continual roar of the pipe. At last they heard some workmen talking about the ships head off to the right. Following at a safe distance, they shadowed the workmen's steps until a column of stairs materialised out of the darkness. The boys waited until the workmen were well up before tiptoeing after them and out into the dazzling light. Charlie leapt atop the wide stone balcony that separated the Thames from the roadway.
Kick-a-dee-oo!
He crowed, arms raised to celebrate his new stature. The other 4 boys turned to look at him. Charlie started to scamper about the balcony, dancing in an animated fashion, his arms moving wildly in his glee. He was so happy, successful in his underground adventure away from sweeping, a rare moment when life seemed to be going his way. Even the dying rays of the sun seemed to peek out from behind the clouds to see his merriment. The others started to laugh. He caught their laughter and became even more excited.
To the future!
He called, toasting the group, and then flailing his arms and legs in his merry dance. Patrick began to clamber onto the balcony to join him. Suddenly, the group saw Charlie paw for balance, wavering forward and back. Philip lunged toward him, but before Philip could reach him, Charlie toppled slowly backwards over the balcony and out of sight. In a moment, they were all at the balustrade and frantically looking over it, at the mighty Thames a mast length below, rolling silently past. There was no sign of Charlie. For minutes they scanned the river, but there was no sign of their friend. Philip drew back from the edge and savagely kicked a loose stone.
Couldn't swim anyway,
he said. There was a long pause.
Maybe it's better this way,
he added quietly. The 4 boys leaned silently against the balcony. No one moved, except to look again at the Thames, which continued to roll by. One moment Charlie was celebrating their success. The next he was gone from them. Tommy knew that's how it was in the Chimleys too. One moment on top of the roofs, the next maybe crumpled at the bottom of a flue. You had to be careful around life. Some days it seemed fine, but other days it jumped up and chomped you. You had to stay alert and careful, and you had to make your luck. Charlie wouldn't have to worry about all that anymore. At least he wouldn't be cold and hungry. Dazed, they left the river behind and trudged back toward the Sparrow's room. Patrick served as the sole lookout now, always a street ahead to make sure the way was clear of constables or prowlers. Tommy took the rear position, protecting them from surprise. Fortunately, the way back was clear. They passed on quickly without talking, zigzagging through dusty byways where infants were playing in dust heaps or wading to their mothers through standing sooty water. A rat catcher was already earning his pay. Another corner and they were at the Sparrow's digs in Stanhope Street. The room inside, small and dark, had a look of dingy comfort, with its chairs, 2 stools, small table, and several hangings on the walls. They hid the cloth under the lumpy mattress in the corner. Tomorrow, Philip would see the seamstress and find out what she could make. Slumping into the seats, they left the tobacco and fruit heaped on the table. They would divide it later. No one seemed to feel like talking.
Have some bread,
Philip said finally, pushing the bread pan toward his guests. Peter and Tommy took the smallest chunks. That was the kind approach. Patrick momentarily monitored their movements, then concentrated on his newfound treasures.
Well, this'll make up for this morning.
Philip sighed, sitting near their small table and resting his injured leg on it. He raked his hand through the stubble of his blonde hair that bristled like his broom.
A slow day on the crossing for sure. We was up early, but it's too dry. It's jolly when it rains, 'cause I love to draw in the mud. Maybe I was born to be a screever. I always write under it. Please to remember honest industry.
I told you, he was an artist.
Peter said, smiling to Tommy.
Missed his calling, he did.
But look at this one.
Philip said, nodding toward Patrick.
We don't want to beg, and I'd rather earn than steal. But how can you get an honest crust these days?
He smiled sadly.
When the money don't come in, you mustn't think of pudding, but of bread. And sympathy don't feed 'em. Sweeping's just another way of starving. Funny, I was considering making a hole for myself in the Thames just last week.
And the room went silent.
Well, that's been done now.
Philip continued, almost in spite of himself.
Charlie was a good kid, if too wild and angry. Hated the work but couldn't find nothing better. At least he pulled his own way.
The room remained quiet, except for the sound of quiet chewing.
Can you do anything but sweeping?
Tommy finally asked. At least Peter and he were assured of a job, Tommy thought. There were always chimneys that needed cleaning, like the ones he had done that morning. Otherwise, thick layers of soot could ignite into a roaring blaze with showers of burning soot tumbling down the chimney. The fire could weaken the flue, burn beams, or even burn down the house.
May have to. Brooms cost almost threepence and don't hardly last a week. And we don't have the good crossings anyway. Charlie was running errands 'cause his hands were getting sore, but Patrick, if he don't have the look of the Irish,
said Philip, brightening.
We were at the hall, see, and he notices these two gents coming out.
Cracked up they were,
sang out Patrick, leaping off his stool to demonstrate the drunken swagger of the gents.
And they want to buy our brooms off us for £1,
continued Philip.
Well, they try and act like crossing sweepers and kick up the biggest row, till finally they start swinging the brooms and knocking gents' hats off. We skipped and didn't look back.
Been good times then?
Peter asked.
Better. So maybe times are a-changing. You sure picked us up today, and this is a nice way to celebrate.
He raised the remainder of his crust as if in a toast.
To friends and family, wherever they are.
Wherever they are,
the others agreed in loud unison. There was a knock at the door. It opened and a pleasant elderly woman stuck her head in. She looked around and smiled. Just checking you're all right, she said as she tightened her tatted brown shawl against the draught. The bread, tobacco and fruit had disappeared.
We're fine, Mrs. Grady,
Philip replied broadly.
Just entertaining some friends from Castle Street.
Oh, climbing boys, are they? And she entered the room.
Yes, Mum,
Tommy answered. Well, tell 'em I'm sorry they have to work them chimneys, Philip. Just as I'm sorry you have to work them streets. I couldn't live but for the labour of ye children, the rent ye pays and all. At least it keeps me from the workhouse. She smiled sadly.
We're glad to help, Mum,
Philip said. But it makes me angry, she continued, waving her arms fiercely. You labour all day, but you can't live by it. Almost like breeding slaves. She paused. And I can't encourage you to school, even the one on Great Queen Street. Not circumstanced like I am.
That's all right, Mrs. Grady,
Philip said soothingly. It's them corn laws that's got me boxed in, she added angrily. Keeping prices high so them landowners can get rich. A real shame. I gotta spend so much on food I can't fix this place. Ye shouldn't live like this.
But you're mighty nice to us, Mrs. Grady.
Philip countered, walking her to the door.
And we're right grateful.
It ain't fair. I dunno all the ins and outs of it, but if poor folks had their right times, it'd be different. That they would. Times would certainly be different. With that pronouncement, the elderly landlady withdrew and retired down the hallway.
Nice woman, Mrs. Grady,
Philip said, returning to the group.
Bit tetched, but generous to us. Long as we pay the rent, she won't put us out or other folks in here. We're lucky. I know folks who fell behind on the rent and had to give up one of their 2 rooms. Another family moved right in. You should see 'em now, packed in like starved herring.
you're lucky,
Tommy said.
Got to take it when it comes.
Philip said.
Well, pleasure doing business with you, but it's time we were going.
Peter said, clapping Philip's shoulder with both hands.
Can you hold our share of the fruit and baccy here?
Tommy asked. Peter glanced at Tommy but followed his call.
We'll get it when we pick up the cloth tomorrow.
Sure,
Philip said.
it'll be here.
As they turned to go, Tommy could overhear Patrick already gabbling about the dry herring and winkles. Only a penny a pint. He was planning for supper after he swapped some of his tobacco. As though his future were assured, he insisted on shaking hands with Tommy and Peter before they set off. They left the Sparrows arranging the twilight sweeping. It was a prime time for nice folk to take a reflective stroll after tea or before the evening meal. Philip was making sure his brooms crossed their paths. Chapter 7. Reversals. Buoyed by their unexpected success at the Queen's Pipe, Tommy and Peter walked back toward their lodgings, knowing their way would take them through a nearby market. It was nearing dinner time and Tommy's stomach was beginning to growl.
Tommy, why didn't we at least bring the fruit? Ain't you hungry? Yes, Peter, but it'll last. We may need it more later. You know, weekends are the one time we can get something to eat, one way or t'other.
The early evening fall fog was beginning to shroud the streets, yet an excitement hovered in the air and increased as they came upon a marketplace bustling with activity. On weekend nights this area of London was alive, for money was abroad. Hundreds of stalls, each with its own smoky grease lamp or tallow drip, crowded the thronged sidewalks and streets and made the roadway look like a street on fire. Housewives with their shawls and market baskets mingled among the countless cries and goods spread before them. Though vendors were selling shoes and shirts and crockery, Tommy and Peter were partial to food. Cries of "stunning pears, 8 a penny," and "chestnuts, hot chestnuts, penny a score," drifted in the air. Tommy heard calls of "hot eels" and "soles, penny a pair." What choices they had! Walnuts were 16 a penny, grapes 2d a pound, oranges halfpenny each. "Fine russets, penny a lot," crowed the apple woman. They passed the shoe salesman with his crumpled top hat and long black coat, watching dolefully over his slow-selling wares. Behind his table of small volumes and notepaper, the street stationer looked dapper in his top hat, bow tie and checkered jacket. An oysterman called customers to pluck oysters from his tub. "Observe the quality," to be opened, seasoned and eaten on the spot. "Penny a lot." Ready for business, a blue-coated butcher was constantly sharpening his knife against the stone at his waist and passing his thumb over the blade to test its keenness. Shoeless girls offered violets in halfpenny and penny bunches. Tommy knew Jenny and Mr. Meacham wouldn't be here. He would see them tomorrow on the other side of the city. He had hoped to tell Jenny that afternoon about finding his father, but he hadn't found his father yet. Tomorrow he would be able to tell her the full news. Still, as he passed the numerous stalls, he hoped to see her smiling face. It gave him something to look forward to every day.
"So, what'll you choose?"
Peter asked, nudging him almost into a costermonger. Tommy and Peter loved the idea of choosing, even if they had no money to buy. Would it be walnuts or oysters tonight, or another favourite, a baked potato? The smells of roasting apples and chestnuts complicated their decision. As Tommy was about to propose the walnuts, down the street came a cluster of short men.
"That's a good plan, Bob,"
one said loudly.
"Them boys get too much anyhow. I say we take everything. What do them climbing boys need money for, anyhow? We feed 'em, we keep 'em, and that costs me plenty. Gah, I got only 3 now to clean chimneys. I need the money."
Tommy recognised Kelly and his fellow master sweeps. They usually drank in the Cap and Bells, across from the boys' lodgings, so he knew all 4 on sight. They had been climbing boys first and never left the trade. In many ways they couldn't. Stunted, lacking any other skills, and still smelling of soot despite their attempts at fancy dress. They simply continued the circle by getting their own boys and living off them. Tommy cautioned Peter and they stepped back into the darkness of a doorway.
"We're agreed then. Starting tomorrow, every copper comes to us. We give 'em 3d a week on Saturday. That's halfpenny a day, if they work hard. Plenty, I say."
"I'll go along,"
said the one in the checkered vest.
But not the weak ones. Gah, just ship 'em out. If they can't earn their way, out with 'em. Jack's got a point. We don't need to feed and house loafers. Don't work. Don't eat. Right.
Came a loud round of agreement.
What do you say we celebrate the plan at Malone's tomorrow? Say 3 bells. Count me in.
The final master sweeper added, slapping the speaker on the back.
Let's wash that suit down with a good brew.
The others laughed, and with slaps all around, they continued down the street and out of the marketplace. Tommy looked hard at Peter, the anger mounting in his eyes. They depended on the halfpennies and pennies they got for sweeping chimneys. Where would they get the money for treats and meals that Kelly didn't really feed them? Threepence was less than what they got now, and that didn't go far. They had to stop this plan somehow. With inquiring eyes they looked at each other. The master sweeps held all the cards, and worse, if anyone got sick or hurt in the chimneys, as Peter had a while back, he'd be thrown out on the streets. It would also mean the end for Harry. Already he wasn't carrying his share.
We better get back to the others and tell them the news,
Peter suggested.
We'll go hungry on threepence a week. Paul will know what to do.
Tommy said. They quickened their pace. Leaving the luxuries of the marketplace behind them, they had turned off the Strand toward their lodgings when a loud burst of noise on Catherine Street stopped them. From the billboard pictures, Tommy realised they were passing a theatre or music hall. He heard roars from the audience inside. Probably one of those melodramas or giant spectacles that produced wild merriment. He could only imagine the show. He had never seen one. He could hardly afford a ticket to the penny gaffs. And there was always a large man at the door. After applause louder than the rest, there was a pause. Then the doors opened and the audience began to filter out. A sudden movement caught Tommy's eyes. 3 shoeless boys about his age, much younger than the usual buskers, had begun tumbling in front of the theatre, executing flips and cartwheels. For all their exploits, however, they weren't drawing many glances or tips from the spectators who passed by. The boys seemed to notice that too, so they began double cartwheels and leaping somersaults. While the crowd observed the boys' antics more readily now, their hands rarely ventured into their pockets. Peter, smaller but more agile than Tommy, turned a nice cartwheel. Tommy tried to turn a handspring himself, then 2 somersaults like one of the boys. He managed the spring, but the somersault took him off course. He landed in the street. Roars of laughter followed his actions. Again he tried, but with comically worse results. Coins began to dance across the cobbles towards him. Sitting in the gutter, he started chuckling. Maybe he had found a new profession. One of the tumbling boys, short, compact, with a blunt face and black hair that matched his trousers, held up by string suspenders, came quickly up to Tommy.
What you doing budding in?
He demanded sharply.
Oh, sorry.
Was all Tommy could say, his blue eyes still smiling.
It's your show. I'm just a guest performer.
He added and laughed again.
And not a great one at that, though the folks loved ya.
Chortled Peter, coming up to the 2 of them.
How's business?
Tommy asked the boy as Peter and he wiped themselves off.
Slow,
he replied wearily.
You saw for yourself. Wrong crowd. Too bloody stingy. Maybe 1 in 10 gives you a chop anything. Quality's fallen off. Gone to the country for the weekend, I suppose. Always nice to see a bit of silver, but these folks just throw coppers and halfpennies, lest you tumble wrong.
And he smiled good-naturedly. Tommy smiled back.
Me name's Martin, but I'm called Bandy Legs,
the boy said, extending his hand. They shook it and introduced themselves.
Just last Saturday night. That's payday. At Covent Garden.
He continued proudly, pushing out his chest.
I made half a quid. No,
said Tommy in disbelief.
it's true.
The boy continued, flexing his suspenders.
Very fine night it was. We did head over heels, cutting wheels, and even turned over a few brooms for the toffs as they were leaving. We were very much applauded. They especially liked me doing me head over heels 10 times in a row. Makes you giddy, but it does bring in the silver. Impressive!
Applauded Peter.
I couldn't do one. They won't tip you going in, but they do coming out, and more if they got dolls in tow. When it's raining, you catch 'em a cab and open the door and hold it. Like this.
Peter said, mimicking the action.
But never put the hand out.
The boy continued.
Just bow the head and touch your cap. That's right. That gets you the biggest tip.
Tommy watched the other tumblers gathering the remaining coins.
We haven't had but a 2 penny worth of bones and meat since. In this job, you starve or eat good. That's how it is.
Bandylegs sighed, and Tommy saw he was leaner than he had appeared.
You live close to the theatres?
Asked Peter.
About 6 streets away. Near as possible. Good place to be. You see, the 3 of us go shares, so we need a few bob every day.
Continued Bandylegs.
Pound of bread costs 2 penny farthing, with a farthing more for drippings. Tea's halfpenny. So's sugar. Baccy and coffee's too dear. So's taters. Though, I'd love a half-baked tater now, I would. Ain't they living the end? So would I.
Confided Peter, rubbing his hands together in memory of the baked potato he had had several weeks before.
Lucky lodgings are only threepence a night, and we get to use a kettle.
He leaned forward confidentially.
I can get plenty of milk, chap, but I prefer me cup of tea. Besides, the landlady's inclined towards her half pint, so we don't have ours. That's nice,
Peter said.
Well, money comes and it goes a damn sight faster than it comes.
Bandylegs added with a short laugh.
Any extra coppers we have go for a round of new shirts from an old clothes shop round the corner to replace these rags. But we don't wear the new ones on the job, if you take my meaning. I'm paying off some new shoes now, and these coppers will sure help. I hope so,
Tommy said.
Seems like a good day then. Say, you haven't got your share. Spider, come here.
He called to a waistcoated boy nearby.
He's also a juggler, Tommy. He can make anything spin through the air and come back safe and sound. Spider, where's the takings?
The boy brought forward the collected coins.
Why are we sharing with them?
The boy asked Bandylegs sullenly. Tommy was on his feet, anger and puzzlement fighting in him. Pals shared. That's what they did. And he was the reason they had any coins at all. Why didn't this boy see that?
No,
Said the chief tumbler, stepping between them.
you share, you good turn, Spider. And we wouldn't have gotten this much without Tommy's efforts.
Tommy let his breath out and smiled.
He ought to get some of this.
The chief tumbler said, a slight hardness now edging his voice. As the leader of the troop, he was responsible for the other two.
Fine by me.
Tommy replied, glancing at the real acrobats as 4 farthing of the 12 halfpenny was counted into his hand. That wasn't an even split. But then his tumbling hadn't been even either. With their money in hand, the tumblers prepared to leave.
Another show's about to close right down the way,
Bandylegs said.
Why not come with us? You could be a real attraction.
Tommy looked at Peter.
No, I reckon not. One performance is enough for me. You'll do fine by yourselves. But it's been good to meet you. Never know when we'll need each other.
With smiles and waves, the troop left Tommy and Peter with their booty. They had rarely had this much money of their own at one time to spend as they pleased. It was far more than they'd made together in a good day of climbing. Tommy and Peter liked the sound of the coins clinking in their pockets.
It's odd.
Tommy remarked as they walked along.
One moment Charlie's over the edge and Philip's got no food. The next we run into them acrobats and wind up with money for a real meal. That's what I was telling ya,
Peter said.
You can't figure life out. It's not about fair or right. You just keep moving forward and make what luck you can.
Tommy looked at Peter and also thought of Jenny and her current. Somehow the two of them had figured out how life worked. Sometimes Tommy and Peter had enough for bread and drippings or their usual snack, a halfpenny worth of currant or baked plum pudding. Even then they had to badger the shop owner. Is it just up? To get a satisfying portion. Can't you give us a plummy a bit? Tonight they could afford to share a real meal, the 3-penny plate. Passing a high-class restaurant, they watched a precisely dressed man with clean fingers select cakes and slivers of cheese from silver plates. The small dog cuddled on his arm ate better than they did. Looking up, he noticed them peering in and motioned a waiter to shoo them away. The beef houses and chop houses were also above their means. Some diners there even left 2-penny tips. So Tommy and Peter went looking for a soup house, easy to find here. The Red Cock was already packed with workers when they walked in. It took a while to navigate past the jostling patrons and the full bar, covered with pots of beer and glasses of ale, to a corner table that was mostly empty. They sat down. When a waiter, trying to look dignified with a clean napkin over his left forearm, came by, they ordered and paid for a pot of beer, saveloy and potatoes, and asked for 2 spoons. He brought them their hissing pork sausage in a full pewter plate, rather than the blue and white basin for the 2-penny soup dish. Brusquely, as if turning away from their sooty smell, he offered them the bread pan. They each took a hunk. There was no need to rush. They wouldn't be having dessert. Here was a meal to be reckoned with. Peter, all smile and eager teeth, looked at Tommy and then dove in with his spoon. They didn't have to divide the food into portions, they would share. Somehow Tommy couldn't keep his mind on the meal. The sweep's plan to keep all their tips and give them at most 3 a week worried him. He again saw Charlie stumbling backward, his eyes widening with fear, frantically waving his arms to recover his balance. He was still irked at the waistcoated tumbler. The room was too full, and the raucous noise and a number of people began to press in on him. Odd in a way how it felt like a chimney, though this was so full while the other was so empty. He didn't find the sausage satisfying, and the potatoes didn't last long. Peter was too hungry. The air reeked of tobacco smoke, stale beer and sawdust. They finished their bread and left.
We better get something for the others,
Peter said. Tommy nodded. Retracing their steps to the marketplace, they paused only long enough to buy a sweet cake for Paul and some walnuts for the other boys. They had considered a piece of herring, but a coster nearby took offence. "Away from here, you grubby urchins! Don't bring your smell near my cabbages!" She shooed them down the street. Tommy was too preoccupied to complain. It was smart to leave anyway. They were penniless again. With the piercing cry still echoing behind them in the growing dusk, they left the gleaming fires of the marketplace. Tommy always enjoyed this walk back in the growing dusk, strolling leisurely through the maze of narrow streets and watching the gas lights dim into the distance. The streets were bustling yet peaceful, and tomorrow was Saturday, the start of their time off. Still, he couldn't decide whether he liked the twilight better than the dawn. Rising in the dark, with a growling stomach and the thought of more chimneys never lightened his heart, yet the crispness of the air and the closeness of the blue sky. On the other hand, in the early evening, after the hurly-burly of the day, and as the night began to wrap a giant shawl around the cooling city, he was grateful another day was nearly over, and he could be with his friends. Chapter 8. Around the Fire. Though Paul was still out when they walked into the cellar, Harry and Tim were there, sitting in front of a small fire. Tim was whittling on a rare chunk of wood in short, sharp strokes, but saving the shavings. They never had large fires, there was too little to burn. Broken off chunks from the fallen beams, random scraps from other crumbling houses, old lumps of coal and a little straw. At first they had slept on straw pallets, but they kept borrowing the straw to start fires. Finally, Kelly made them sleep on large soot sacks instead. The 2 sacks of coal dust and soot were covered by coarse burlap. Tommy slept on one with Peter and Paul. Tim and Harry shared the other one. 2 stools and a broken-back chair sat near the fireplace, whose mantel held their treasures. A teapot and 5 cracked cups they had scavenged from the neighbourhood dust heaps. A few old mats, warm to the feet in winter, covered holes in the floor. Since Kelly had gone out for his usual Friday night drinking and wouldn't roll back until late, the boys' bread and butter tea were waiting on the flat stone that served as their table. Lunch was their main meal because it was the working part of the day. Kelly saw no reason for extra food at night. 3 portions remained, though Harry's and Tim's hungry eyes suggested still hungry stomachs. With Paul not back yet, Tommy and Peter had to do something. Harry's eyes measured their every movement. They had few options. They could share the items they had brought back, or they could try to steal some potatoes and bread from Kelly's larder if it happened to be open. Yet even as he thought of this, Tommy realised they would merely be cutting into their future meals. Kelly bought food in weekly allotments. It was always made to go that distance. Reluctantly, and with a sorrowful nod from Peter, Tommy brought out the walnuts and divided them between Harry and Tim. Tommy watched the 2, especially Harry, devour the food. In moments, the special treat was gone.
You're real pals,
Harry said, wiping the back of his hand across his mouth.
I couldn't snitch anything, and no one gave me a halfpenny.
Tommy was glad to help out. He knew they would help him in a pinch. That's what friends were for. Harry slumped back on the chair and began wrapping his arms around himself, almost as a habit to keep warm. Tiredly, he tried to wipe the soot from his eyes, and his sooty hands only irritated them further. Small and so often weary, he tried to be cheerful and funny, but the daily toil was taking its toll. Already he was blear-eyed, the fine coal dust having lodged under his lids. Paul had warned them about scratching. Alec, their long-time friend, had died from sooty wart because of scratching. His hard-edged sores should have been treated, Paul had said, but Alec had feared any doctor cutting around his crotch. Dreading the knife, the only possible remedy, he had died in agonising pain. They missed him for months afterwards, always looking for him in their favourite places, and only recently truly realised he would never be there again.
I owe you one,
said Tim. He was the newcomer in their group. His tough, wiry shape had simply come out of the night, like Peter a few months back. Tommy knew Tim had been with his buddies tossing for coins and drinks at the Long Nail. It was his typical afternoon activity, but more for the society than any hope of success. He didn't have the knack for it. By supper he was usually penniless again, and every loss made the anger he kept inside sharper. Peter decided to launch into a dramatic version of their exploits at the pipe.
Under the cloak of darkness we crept forward, my sharp blade glinting in the flashing firelight, when...
But Harry was more interested in the fruit and the cloth. They could feel how much he looked forward to a new jacket. He wore only 2 thin shirts and continued to wrap his arms around his chest.
Seemed like a checked fabric to me,
Peter said, switching his tail to a new angle.
Course in that darkness, black as ink. You couldn't tell if I'd... It's a dark check,
Tommy broke in.
"'Twill go fine on me then,"
said Harry.
I'm partial to check, I am. Fits your sense of style.
Peter pitched in.
Just hold on 2 days and the seamstress will fashion you a right lovely garment. And if we swap some of the baccy, we can get another pair of shoes. You'll be quite the toff then,
Tommy said with a wink. Harry just smiled and sprawled back on the bed and drank in the idea with his eyes closed. As Peter finished his story, Tommy ate his supper, then stirred the small fire with their makeshift poker fashioned from a scrap of metal. They would need to scavenge more wood. There was nothing now but crumbles. At least hot water for tea was almost boiling on the hob. It was the only way, and a warming one, they could drink the water they had to carry from the trough 6 streets away. They all knew it came from the Thames, but only after the tenements and the slaughterhouses and the tanneries had discharged their waste into it. As the damp river fog seeped through the broken windows, the boys enjoyed their fire. Though dusk had long since fallen, the city was still awake. Hawkers persevered in crying out their wares. Minstrels singing and the boisterous noise from the public houses filtered into the warm stillness of the room. Tommy preferred to be with his friends near their small cosy fire, sipping the tea that now was steaming from their cups. The room was nothing special, but the air was warm and friendly, not lonesome. In the firelight they reviewed the day's events. It wasn't the same in the dark. Tommy liked to see who was talking. Some nights they told silly stories and jokes that set them all laughing so hard they could hardly stop. Another favourite was the series of elaborate stories that Peter launched into nightly of clambering past countless predicaments in his endless encounters in the chimney. Harry and Tommy winked at each other and tried not to laugh because Peter became so involved in recounting his exploits. He was in the middle of a new adventure when Paul slipped into the room.
There I was, in this dark, winding flue. No light in either direction. All of a sudden, this chimney pot hits me, bang on my noggin. Only these strong knees kept me from falling right there and then. Some bird must have kicked it over.
And Peter led the laughing.
Well, I naturally wasn't going to let that stop me. But what do you know? A snag was waiting round the bend to catch my shirt. I struggled to free myself, no use. What was I to do? There I was, as I say, no light up or down. Better buff it, I figured, and pick up my shirt on the way back. Can you see me wriggling out of that old shirt? Took the best part of several minutes, it did. First one side, then t'other. Well, no more than a few feet further on, I ran into trouble again.
Tommy was listening, but also watching Paul quietly take his bread and pour himself a cup of tea. The colour was faint now, the leaves were 3 days old. In silence he ate his meal and went off to a far corner. Occasionally at night he told them about his special times before he became a climbing boy, like the pony rides and evening dances he had seen at the pleasure gardens across the river. Now he began to polish his special pair of boots. They were almost all he owned that was different from the rest of them. The boots and an old shooting jacket he wore on weekends. Harry fancied the shooting jacket, and weekends in the country, surrounded by uniformed servants, elegant ladies and hunting hounds, everyone awaiting his beck and call. Tommy wanted to talk with Paul, but the long, tiring day and the warmth of the fire and Peter's timeless tale made his eyelids heavy. Tommy awoke with a start. He hadn't dozed long, for the fire wasn't much lower and Peter was winding up his story. Harry offered congratulations on his splendid efforts. What prize could they bestow on so valiant a lad? Perhaps they could make him an honorary member of the Knights of the Brush and companions of the morning's booty. Tommy reached into his pocket and found a few last walnuts.
Here's the right reward for a boy we're nuts about, 'cause here's 2.
Tommy said, waving the walnuts aloft to the other boys' supporting shouts. Peter accepted his bounty.
Well, tell him about Ned and Mr. Keeley and who you are,
he prompted before settling back on the stool to munch the walnuts slowly. Harry and Tim sat forward curious. Tommy paused. He didn't know how the other boys would take the news. No one else there had a last name, and many didn't know how they had become sweeps. He knew he had not been sold like Tim for 3 guineas because his parents were too poor to keep him. Tim carried that grudge like a knife in his heart. And Tommy wasn't like Harry, an orphan. Harry would have fetched an even higher price because he could fit in smaller chimneys. Hadn't he seen the handbill advertisements? Small boys for narrow flues. He might have become an apprentice if Kelly hadn't lured him away from the workhouse. Only afterwards had Harry remembered the warning of the parish nurse against wandering off. The sweeps'll get ye. Tommy was sure he'd been kidnapped. That was more reassuring and exciting, like all those adventurous tales his father had told him when he sat on Tommy's bed, for then his parents would still be looking for him.
Peter and I met 2 cobblers today who know my father. He's Roger Simpson, so I'm Tommy Simpson.
Harry broke in.
Wonderful. It must be great to have a father and a family. Sometimes,
Tim said.
Depends on the day. So when will you see him?
Paul asked, coming over to join the others.
Tomorrow, maybe. We're going back to the cobbler's to find where he is. His old shop's closed, so they're looking for his new one. 'Twill be a blessing when you find him,
Paul said.
Till then, we'll manage. Well, that's gotten tougher,
Tommy said, remembering the master sweep's plan.
Kelly was in the market with 3 of his cronies, talking about our wages. They'll give us less than we get now. Only 3 a week on Saturdays. And worse, if you don't climb well, you're out on the street. We can't have that,
Harry said weakly.
We certainly have to stop that. How?
Tim asked.
Figure out a way to stop 'em.
Harry continued.
How are you going to do that against a group of 'em?
Tim said.
They'd turn our backs good if we tried to fight 'em. I know,
Harry said, as if for all of them. Silence seemed to envelop them as they looked down a dark road that had grown darker. Even the rustling of rats in the corner seemed to have quietened. Tommy looked at Paul.
Can't fight all 4.
Paul finally said.
We'll have to stop Kelly first. How?
Asked Tim.
Dunno. Let me think it out. There'll be problems,
Harry said.
I can handle problems.
Tim muttered.
They're not taking my money. I wish I had a rich uncle. Or someone to help out.
Harry said.
Oh, he'd die and leave you 20 quid?
Tim said.
Wish he would. And what would you buy?
Asked Tommy.
The sky, if anyone's selling.
Harry answered cheerfully.
Ever really look at the moon?
He asked, gazing through the grimy panels that barely enabled them to see a slice of the sky.
And the stars? How far off do you suppose they are? A jolly lot higher than the gas lights,
Peter answered.
but too cold for me. I like the sun. It's on fire, you know. That's why it's so warm. Rubbish.
Tim snapped.
Only in your dreams.
He struck savagely at the chunk of wood he was whittling again.
Oh, that's what I'd buy. Dreams. That's why I like sleep so much.
Peter said, moving toward the sacks, another smile crossing his handsome face as he looked forward to another night of dreams, living well in a spacious, clean house filled with family, friends and food.
I'm fond of sleep, I am. Problem is, I never remember my dreams. Wish I could. Wish I knew how to write 'em down. I started to learn writing once,
said Harry.
I was a while at school, but cut away. You should have stayed.
Tim jeered again.
You won't last long climbing. You're too weak. even for Kelly to learn that. Your bones are too soft. I can keep climbing. It's just been a bad week. You got napped knees, and you know it. You're cold and coffee inside, and blear-eyed to boot. Another month and you won't be able to climb at all. Or you'll end up like Ralph, over on St. Albans. He fell down Sykes' chimney, and ain't walking yet. Besides, you keep rubbing them sores, and you'll die of sooty warts soon enough anyhow. I can't do anything else. I can speak well, but I'm not learned in a trade. Climbing's all I know.
Harry said, his voice small.
But I'm not going back to the workhouse. That's for paupers and old sick folks. Couldn't live in there. I'd miss the air. You ever walk the treadmill or pick oakum out a rope? Drives you crazy. And you can't talk either. It's not worth the food and the roof. You're lucky you didn't work in a match and brush factory.
Tim said harshly.
Some of them match boys end up with fussy jaw. I seen 'em. Kids not much older than we'll be soon. If they live, they'll never chew or speak easy again. You can work the streets, Harry,
Tommy suggested more kindly.
Hand out cards, run errands, or hold horses. Help the costers sell their herring or apples. You'd be good at that. Even better, Harry.
Peter called from his sack.
Just smile for folk and sell 'em soot. Some of 'em think soot whitens teeth.
Most of them laughed.
I always thought I'd be a lamplighter.
Harry said proudly.
Can't be a better job than that. Bringing light to folk in their dark surroundings. Nah, your legs won't last. You'll wind up scrunched in some doorway.
Tim's voice was flat. He seemed to see Harry's bleak future clear.
Or the parish will have to take you. Charity case and all. And they won't be too happy about that. But what do they expect? They call us vagrants, but we got to call the streets. How else we going to get business with Kelly doing nothing? They call us idle drunkards, 'cause we're fond of drink. How else we going to get the soot out of our throat without a pint of beer? You can't drink the water without boiling it.
He spat on the ground.
And them preachers who want us to have regular habits. How are we going to do that without regular jobs and money? You survive on cunning and getting by, but not in this job. Climbing's dead end. Nowhere to go. It's not true.
Tommy's voice was urgent.
We're better than those bone grubbers and sewer hunters. We can work hard. We can do something. For how long? And then what? Think again.
Tim snapped.
I think times are mending, and we may still get the luck.
Harry offered.
I'm going to take it as it comes. It ain't coming any better.
Tim's harsh voice was rising and his grey eyes had gone cold.
You're hoping for smiles and sixpence. Who's going to hire us? Black and stinking like we are. Give it up. That's why we're herded in here and they're out there. Dreams are for kids and gents. They ain't for us. Get that, Harry? Tomorrow's black like them chimneys and it ain't getting any better.
Tim turned and spat into the fire. A snap in the flames brought him to voice again.
Life's a starving. That's what it is. Well, I've had to shift for myself since my parents sold me. Sold me! Hard times in a large family, they said. I could spit. Father was no help. A loose, falling down drunk. Made me tough as nails, it did. Well, I'm going to make it. And when I get out of here, and I'm gonna, just to prove him wrong, I'm going to be a swellsman, a respectable thief. I can climb, I know the layout houses, and I can see in the dark. Swells do stunning, and I mean to have a little pleasure when the peas come in.
He stood up and put his cup on the mantel, showing a small pride that it was the least cracked one of the 5.
You watch me, and see if I don't.
He walked over to the sacks where Peter was already snoring quietly. Downcast, Harry followed him. Tommy had expected Tim to follow the rough, appealing glamour of the swell mob. He knew they used boys because the law punished them less when it caught them. Still, prison time was no party. You never came out the way you went in.
What's the point then?
Tommy heard himself say.
What do you mean?
A voice asked gently. Paul was still seated near the dwindling fire that flickered off his calm eyes and strong hands. He was the leader of the group. He had sinned the most and knew how to get by. Tommy had forgotten he was there.
What's the point?
Tommy urged.
Of this job? Of this life. Like Tim says, every day's the same. I smell them chimneys in my sleep. They're never any cleaner, and they never get any shorter.
His voice was bitter now.
You're right. I can't say you're not. And I've been doing this a year longer than you have. God, I'm a redhead, but you wouldn't know it.
Paul added softly.
But it's not such a bad life. We get fed, we have clothes and...
Fed? You call bread and butter being fed? And what do you mean, clothes?
Tommy pressed him sharply. He was thinking again of the meals he had had at home and the clothes his mother had made for him.
Well, maybe not the best, but we have a place to sleep, and Kelly ain't that bad. Remember, he's had tough life too. He came from Ireland with nothing, and still has nothing. He even tried moving out of London, but there wasn't enough chimneys in the country to make ends meet. So he came back, and in 5 years, ain't earned enough money to leave the trade. Only them dues I've seen pay the burial club will get him a decent send-off.
Don't take his side.
Tommy broke in.
He's not shown us a spot of kindness since I've been here. It's tough enough almost getting spat on in the streets. You'd think...
Listen.
Paul continued gently.
Tomorrow's Saturday, and then Sunday, a day off, with mutton and taters and a half pint of beer maybe. And soon we'll get them Christmas boxes. A few bob each for handkerchiefs or Sunday shoes. And not too long after that is the May Day festival. Remember, parading down the streets with people cheering us and marching through them iron gates onto the lawn afore that mansion in Portman Square? What a grand feast that was. Slices of roast beef and plum pudding and gingerbread. Ate like young lords we did. Even got a sixpence each. That Mrs. Montague gived it to us, 'cause her son was lost and then found as a sweep. Every climbing boy in London must have been there. 3 days we marched, decked out and beating time with our brushes and shovels. Remember the new clothes we got with the coin them folks threw at us?
His voice was soothing. Tommy listened but dropped his head. Nothing would really change. Paul had become too used to it. Couldn't he see that? He had lost track of what life could be. How could he pity Kelly? Tommy remembered the Master Sweep's plan.
How about the sweeps, Paul? They're going to take more of our money. You know we can't make it on less. We're already scrambling. And what's Harry going to do?
Paul stared at him for a long moment.
I knew it would come to this. The old ways die hard. I've seen it afore. They work you, and then they take away what little you got.
He fell silent, picking at his shirt, but Tommy could see a battle raging in Paul's eyes.
Tall, dark holes, day in and day out. And now this.
Tommy's voice was urgent.
It's like Tim says. This life. Hell.
His voice sank.
And you can say that...
You want to know what hell is?
Paul seemed to spit the words out. His eyes were suddenly ablaze. Tommy was thrown back by the sudden outburst.
All right, I'll tell you. You think Kelly's bad? The last man I worked for was just plain cruel. He had us cleaning chimneys from dawn till dinner, and steal till dark. We couldn't get supper lest we had stuff worth 2 bob to pawn. Then maybe supper and a measly one at that, if he was sober enough to remember. Often he'd beat us for no reason. We had no time off, no money, nothing. And on Saturday nights, he'd have his friends in for drinks. We'd lie in the back of that stinking room on them rank coal sacks, waiting, 'cause sometimes one of them would saunter back to knock us around. Just for fun. What could you do? Fight back? Then you'd be whipped so bad you couldn't walk. I seen a boy like that. Them sores don't close easy. And them scars never go away. How often can you take that?
Tommy had never known Paul to speak like this, but the bit was between his teeth now and the bitter memories were racing.
I hate this life. I've hated it afore Kelly, and I'll hate it till the day I die.
His voice paused and softened.
It's only 'cause of this bunch of you that I haven't run off from Kelly too. You're a good un, Tommy, and I like you more than you know. You've a good mind. You can see and understand things, and you look out for others. But you ain't got my days. And I want to help you, and the others. So you'll be able one day, maybe, to get out of this mess. And if you do, and I hope to God you will, don't forget.
Tommy sat speechless. All this time he had misunderstood. No wonder Paul had such a willing ear to listen. No wonder he had always tried to buck Tommy up. Tommy felt a surge of emotion and his eyes couldn't focus for they were filled with tears. He felt Paul's hand on his shoulder.
One more thing, Tommy. I won't always be here. One day, I'll move on. You'll have to be ready to take the reins when I go.
But I can't.
Tommy gasped. He wasn't ready to lead the group of boys. He had always depended on Paul and Peter.
Yes, you can. You're smarter than you think, and stronger too. I've seen how much the others like you and follow your lead. You'll do fine.
Tommy sat still, pondering this revelation. He would have to lead the group. How would he do that?
You'll do fine.
He heard Paul repeat.
But you've got to get rid of your bitterness and anger. Look what they've done to Tim. He'll just get you into trouble. I know climbing isn't your choice. It's not mine either. But it's what we do till the next step. The wheel will turn. For you, maybe that's finding your parents and going home with them. Maybe not. But you can't lead and be angry.
Tommy looked at Paul as he spoke and knew he was right. Tommy hadn't been this way before. It was like coal dust had gotten inside him and was constantly irritating him. He had to change, become more the person he had been, but now leading others. As Bandylegs had said,
You share your good turns.
he had to find and share his truer self. He heard a gentle,
Good night, Tommy. We'll think of something tomorrow to block the sweeps plan.
and then the rustle of the covering as Paul slipped below the wrap. Gradually, Tommy moved to the sacks himself. The room was quiet now, all the others were breathing softly. The fire was mere embers. He heard the night watchman's bell outside and men singing gaily in the streets. Audiences were leaving the late performances at the theatres for refreshments at the oyster bars and saloons, which would stay open for hours yet. Tired watermen would still be tending the horses and carriages into the wee hours of the morning. Tommy could feel the excitement, but also the melancholy of the hour, when dense fog smudged the streets like charcoal. He lay on the sack near Peter. He wished he could fall asleep that quickly. The revelry outside and the thoughts of Paul's earlier life disheartened him. It was at such moments, when he was saddest, that he thought of home. Gently he shifted on the sack, trying to bring back memories of his early years. Although he remembered only snatches of his other life, he did recall his own small bed, tucked in a corner of the main room. From there he could see the flames dancing among the coals on the hearth, smiling back at him in their warmth. Mother and father would be sleeping in the next room. Maybe he would find them soon. Mr. Keeley had assured him of that. Then he would go back. But there was no going back, he realised. He was different now. He could do more, and Paul expected him to lead. He had no bed of his own now, but no matter. He liked the warmth of his friends. How they had been thrown together he had never fully learned, but every night he was thankful they were together again. It was important to have someone to talk to, someone near. Soon it would be Sunday, a day off, as Paul had said. and they would eat better, as Paul had also said. He could give Paul the sweet cake Peter and he had bought for him, if only he would stay. But Paul had given him a warning and a challenge, and somehow Tommy knew he had to rise to them. Now he would have to think of what to do for the group. Maybe he could learn what Paul did by watching him more closely. Maybe he would also be lucky. After all, wasn't meeting a climbing boy by chance supposed to be good luck? He felt drowsy, so he snuggled closer to Peter. Both Paul and Peter would be there all night and in the morning. Tommy felt warmer and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 9. Another Morning. Dawn came, as it always did, and, as always, too soon. Again, the chair leg interrupted dreams by barking against the wall, followed by the boys' sluggish rising, donning of clothes and packing of gear. In the darkness, the boys moved by habit, preparing for the day. Even a brighter sky made little impact on their movements. The bread and butter quickly seemed a memory, though the hot tea still warmed cold hands and caused slow eyes to open. Yet all the boys knew that today was different. It was Saturday. Chimneys were not climbed on Sunday, so they had a day and a half away from work, a day and a half to themselves. They just had to get to noon with their chimneys done. Kelly re-entered the room and gave instructions for the morning's work.
And remember, each of you does 4 chimneys today. 5'd be nice, but at least 4. Tomorrow's Sunday, and we need them shillings for Sunday's victuals. Now, off with you!
Tommy and Peter were out the door briskly and on their way to Portland Place and Cavendish Square. This was usually a good location for chimneys, so they might be able to save the usual long stretch of walking and calling the streets between jobs. When they reached Portland Place, Peter turned right to find work.
Come back safe yourself.
Tommy called after him, then turned left and walked along the smooth stones, enjoying the stately brick houses and the peaceful neighbourhood. There was none of the frantic activity of the street sellers, struggling to get through the day to a peaceful rest, or the ragged street urchins begging for a crust or a spare coin. At least he had a profession, as Kelly kept telling them. They had a skill that brought in money. Well, it better do so this morning, Tommy thought.
Sweep, sweep, ho!
He called as he moved quickly down the street and onto the next one. Maybe it was too quiet here. No cook or maid with cheery cheek and kind offer came into view. In fact, no door opened at all. On he walked, carrying his bag, which seemed to be getting heavier, though it carried no soot yet. The sun was already moving up in the sky.
Sweep!
A voice called from a doorway halfway down the street. He moved as briskly as he could to a servant's entrance where a cook was waving him inside.
Lucky you're here.
She said with evident relief, resting her large sweating form against a table and fanning herself with a pink handkerchief.
I was despairing of finding one of you lads. The master wants his chimney swept by breakfast. But here, time's short, keep moving.
She roused herself and led him into the living room, less elegant than the houses yesterday, but still nice in its appointments. Tommy wanted to stretch out on one of the cosy sofas and rest from.
Now,
came the cook's sharp voice.
Just the main chimney. Here it is, on your way, my lad.
Tommy stripped for work, grabbed his brush and, with his short prayer, was on his way. Fortunately, it was a fair-sized chimney, as he had supposed when he had seen the house was older and broader than most. Bless those builders, he thought. He moved steadily forward, bracing his elbows, knees and feet, and working the brush smartly. In a short while he had made the turn, and not much later he could see the sky above him. He proceeded cautiously and was rewarded by a sudden explosion of sky as his head rose above the chimney. He pulled himself up and, glorying in his position, sang his song of triumph. The cook would never be able to see the sky so close, nor would the everyday workers hustling and bustling to their jobs below like so many beetles. With a satisfied smile, he began the careful descent. Ah, the extra room of these chimneys was a blessing, to be sure. They did not draw quite as well, so he had been more diligent cleaning. But he could move more easily. At the same time, he was glad it wasn't too large, then he would have real difficulty bracing his knees and feet. Soon he had reached the turn, negotiated it, and moments later was perched above the hearth. He let himself down gently, collected the soot into his bag, a nice haul, and prepared himself for payment. If only they were all like this one. As the cook did not appear, he returned to the kitchen to find her peering into the oven.
Ah, there you are,
she said.
I was just checking on this raisin pudding for the master's luncheon. Done, are you? Splendid work, is it? Better be, or you'll be back to do it again and no payment.
Her voice had a sharpness to it, as though the previous climbing boy had done his work poorly, yet Tommy could tell she wasn't angry with him. Still, all climbing boys must have looked the same to her.
There you are,
she said, paying him 8p.
And here's a little something for your labours.
She gave him a small buttered biscuit and a warm smile.
Now be on your way.
And she shooed him out the door. Nibbling the biscuit slowly as he strode along with his bag, Tommy considered the morning a sunny one. One chimney done, no problems, good pay and a warm biscuit besides. 3 more chimneys like this one would be enough for the noontime report. He did not find his next one until several quarterly bells had chimed. All that time he had wandered the streets, carrying his bag and calling for work. Maybe other boys had been there earlier that day or the days before, because no one needed his services. Only when he had moved on to the neighbouring areas did opportunities improve. Within a short time he had a request, handled it smartly and was well compensated. His soot sack and confidence expanded. Surely he would complete the morning on schedule now and be able to enjoy the upcoming day off, and with some nice coins in his pocket. Chapter 10. Mr. Smart's Machine. He was about to leave by the alley on his right when he heard a commotion a few streets ahead. Curious, he re-shouldered his soot bag and walked toward the crowd. Concealing the bag near a heap of garbage, he slipped through the mob. His size had some advantages. When he reached the front, he saw a man in a black top hat and fancy black clothes, holding a funny-looking contraption.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen who have just arrived. As I was telling your kind friends here, I hope to show you today a more humane way to clean chimneys. In my hand is the answer, the machine that won a gold medal from the Society of Arts. You may already have heard of Mr. Smart's chimney sweeper. I am Mr. George Smart, and this is that machine. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not trying to sell you this machine. You can see I only have one. Besides, you don't have to buy this type. You can use a ball and brush, or a wisp and wait as folks do in Scotland. You can even hire a goose with strong wings.
A roar of laughter rippled through the crowd.
I simply want to convince you, here and now, in this 4th year of our blessed King William, 1834, that this machine can do the job of a climbing boy. Use this instead and save the health, the future, and maybe even the life of one of these lads who are used, nay, abused, only in this country. 95 of every 100 chimneys can be swept by this machine. Anyone who knows chimneys will agree. So, if you'll watch closely.
The crowd continued to swell, clustering forward in its excitement. Though Tommy was impressed by the man's speech, he was still at a loss to explain what the machine was and how it worked. Paul might understand, but it looked so odd to Tommy. A series of wooden rods, each about 4 feet long, with sockets to join them and a rope strung through their lengths. Attached to the rod at one end was a special pole that held a bushy brush.
This machine is simple to operate.
Mr. Smart continued when the crowd had drawn closer.
My first pull on this rope activates this brush, as you can see. Look at these special 18-inch bristles. See how thick and flexible they are. I push this head up the flue and keep attaching these rods depending on the height of the chimney. The head dislodges all the dust and soot as it moves along. On the way down, the machine completes the sweeping. I then simply fold it up, gather the soot, and I'm finished. What more can I say to convince you, wise ladies and gentlemen? My method is faster, cleaner, and more humane than using small boys as living brushes. This machine is easy to operate, as I've shown you, and easy to carry. As you can see, it's cheaper in the long run too, because it doesn't eat or drink or need a place to sleep.
Another round of laughter.
I ain't got no quarrel with machines.
A voice called out.
It's just that all the chimneys can't be cleaned by 'em. How's that heap of sticks gonna fix problems in the flues or clear rubble from the new chimneys? What about cleaning out the dead slants? And how can it stop chimney fires?
Tie a wet cloth around this brush and you can extinguish any chimney fire faster and more safely than a boy can. Use soot doors to clear the flat flues, but what I'm really saying,
Mr. Smart continued in a soothing tone,
is that a boy isn't necessary to remove the soot. My machine can do that, and wherever it would have trouble, a boy would have worse. If it's not fit for a machine, it's not fit for a boy. And since my machine will do a better and quicker job, you'll get more soot and make more money. Doesn't it make sense all the way around?
Mr. Smart extended his arms to the crowd for their approval.
But, sir,
Came an elderly, educated voice.
you certainly are not suggesting, if I understand you correctly, that I undertake repairs on my house to install soot doors? Have you considered their bother and expense?
Do you care more for your property and inconvenience than the humanity of these lads?
Asked Mr. Smart in a colder voice. There was no reply.
I don't like your machine either.
An angry voice yelled.
If it works so good, any piker can do our jobs. That ain't fair. We was brought up in the business, and we served regular apprenticeships, duly and truly, and now your machine's gonna chuck all that. The green'uns ain't bred to the business like we was.
The speaker, a husky master sweep, had pushed his way forward through the crowd.
Your contraption sounds too bloody complicated, and it don't look too strong neither. What's more, it'll deprive the lads of their substance. Then I'll have to go back on the parish.
And here the master sweep drew himself up.
Hear, hear!
Hear, hear.
That's right.
Chimed in other voices. Tommy was still puzzled. All those odd-looking sticks and bristles. Maybe Mr. Smart could demonstrate how his machine worked. But he could understand why the sweep didn't like it. He couldn't work the boys then. It took a man to lift those sticks.
I'll bet you 3 bob a boy does a better job than your rickety sticks there,
declared the master sweep, waving the shillings aloft. Bravos from the crowd supported the wager. The sweep smiled in appreciation of the support. Mr. Smart's eyes glowered.
All right,
He said.
I'll clean a chimney with my machine and sweep the hearth. Then you send the boy up. If the soot he brings down doesn't cover the hearth, you lose. Agreed.
Retorted the master sweep to great cheers from the crowd. Still bewildered, Tommy looked again at the machine as at a strange animal. Mr. Smart's explanation hadn't solved any of his real questions. He still couldn't see how that brush and bunch of rods could do his job. But he understood the wager and looked around for a boy who would clean the flue after the machine. He didn't see one. The crowd had pressed closer to the chimney of the 2-story brick house they had been standing near. Mrs. Harple, who introduced herself as the owner, was smiling in an embarrassed manner. It seemed that she had never received this much attention before, and her chimney was going to be swept for free as well.
Ready?
Mr. Smart's voice called from inside. It seemed only minutes later that the brush was wagging above the chimney. It disappeared, and soon Mr. Smart came out with his machine and a heavy bag of soot.
Your turn,
he said to the sweep. The crowd buzzed at the speed of the machine, and he had certainly collected a heavy amount of soot. Maybe Mr. Smart was right.
Any bloke can do a quick job. Now you'll see a proper one,
the master sweep shouted as he looked for a climbing boy. Tommy realised his predicament just as a voice called out,
Here's a boy!
The master sweep turned and strode toward him.
Here's just the lad we need. Get your tools, lad, so we can show this gentleman the error of his ways.
The crowd roared at the challenge as Tommy retrieved his bag. As they walked toward the house, the sweep said in a whisper,
Find me enough soot, and I'll give you 6p. Understand? 6p. But do a poor job of it, and I'll lose my customers, and you'll lose your backside. Clear?
It wasn't really a question. Still, there was no point in arguing in front of the crowd. He would have to climb anyway, and 6p would be a marvellous tip. When they reached the fireplace, Tommy set up his cloth, undressed, picked up his brush and began to climb. The job would be quick now that Mr. Smart's machine had done most of the work, and what treats he could have for 6p. He climbed slowly, using the brush at every point, but it was of little use. There was almost no soot. He didn't even have to protect his eyes, yet the heat of the chimney sides kept him moving. The flue had already been used that morning. He climbed higher, discovering a clump of soot between 2 jagged chimney stones. He swept it out eagerly, but that was about all he found. Angered at his loss of the 6p and worse, the beating he would no doubt receive, he raced up the final stretch, but he didn't reach the top. In his irritation and haste, he had neglected to notice the chimney's taper. He was stuck. His shoulders couldn't move. He was more embarrassed than frightened. He had been stuck before and had escaped even yesterday morning, yet he remembered a story about a master sweep who had lit a straw fire under one of his boys, caught in a similar situation, to encourage him to free himself. By the time the boy had been pulled out, he had suffocated. With his shoulders pinned, Tommy felt helpless. He had switched the brush to his trailing left hand so he could climb faster, but it was now useless. His knees and feet barely maintained any grip. He tried to move down slowly, but could not, and realised only a sharp jerk could wrench him free. The same movement, of course, would pitch him down to the turn or onto the hearth a good distance below.
Hello, lad. Any trouble?
The man must have climbed to the roof and now was peering down through the chimney top. Tommy could barely turn his head to see.
Be right up,
he said, trying to move again, but it was useless.
Onward, stuck.
He finally whimpered, now frightened, for he was having difficulty breathing. The hot bricks pressed into his back, and the stifling air lay like a blanket across his face. Maybe extinguishing chimney fires was the most profitable part of the job, but he hadn't been prepared for this heat, and he didn't like it. He heard the man yell a message to the crowd below. Instantly came the sound of men bounding to his rescue, leaving behind the loud and dark oaths of the master sweep. Tommy heard the sounds of something being pressed up to the roof, and then someone began tearing out the chimney bricks with an iron bar. Tommy heard the man work in haste, and then he knew why. He felt faint. His head began to swim. A distant clattering told him his hand had dropped the brush. The hot walls were crowding in on him. He could scarcely breathe. He was losing the light. He was only faintly aware of the hands that pulled his limp body from the chimney. He felt himself passed with the utmost care down to the street.
Look at the suit this boy cleaned.
He dimly heard Mr. Smart exclaim.
Look at it. One handful. For that he risked his life. Imagine if you had to work your way up that chimney with the constant, dark fear of suffocation and death. Now, look at this boy. Look at his lacerated legs. Listen to his piteous groans. If you hadn't been here, your kind and gentle folk, he would not be living now. I ask you, is that right?
Roars of no resounded from the crowd. Nearby, Tommy heard the master sweep muttering about the unusual shape of the chimney, Tommy's poor method of sweeping, the specially selected house. He felt the eyes of the crowd on him as he caught his breath and his head cleared. His chest began to rise and fall naturally. His eyes opened. A great shout rose from many throats. They cheered him and Mr. Smart and his machine.
Pay this lad the wagered amount,
Mr. Smart told the master sweep.
I'll not take your blood money.
The sweep dropped the 3 shillings on Tommy's chest. Mr. Smart dropped his bag of soot next to him as well. Turning to the crowd, Mr. Smart implored.
Won't you try this machine now? It's no wonder this degraded man will not. He prefers to live off the labour of these pitiful boys. No other trade takes apprentices so young. No other trade buys children to do the work. Look again at this wretched lad, clothed and fed so miserably, his sooty body scarred and stunted, his very dawn of life overcast. With no guardian, he is helpless when least able to perform this miserable job. Look at his slender, tender frame. Think of him as your own child. Have you forgotten your own infancy, that joys so simple are to these boys denied? In silence he must suffer what any animal would not. Were your pets so abused, your outcry would rend this city. Abolish this barbarous practice and horrid trade. Right this glaring wrong. Banish climbing boys forever. Mercy and justice demand no less.
Mr. Smart paused to let his words sink into the minds of those whose upturned faces were spellbound by his eloquence.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you good day.
Hoisting his machine to his shoulder, Mr. Smart left with many slaps on his back. For his purposes, Tommy thought it had been an excellent demonstration. He picked up the coins and Mr. Smart's soot bag, struggled to his feet and wobbled inside to get his tools. He wrapped them in the cloth, put everything in his bag, dressed and left the house. Though his head still throbbed, he had gained 3 bob, a small fortune. Never had he held so much money. He squeezed the coins again in his hand. Now he had to protect them. Stay in the middle of the street, he remembered. Angry people usually hit back. It was no use. Around the corner the swarthy sweep, waiting, rained blows on his defenceless body and snatched the coins. Only the fortunate arrival of a passer-by stopped the thrashing and the sweep fled. Aching and still light-headed, Tommy picked himself up and lifted the bag again to his shoulder. He swayed, dropped the bag and fell on it. He had tried to clean a chimney where there was no soot. He had almost died. Then this beating, and he had earned nothing for all that. He stopped. Kelly would also beat him if he didn't sweep another chimney. He stumbled to his feet, shouldered his bag and staggered down the street. Chapter 11. Confrontations. His head throbbing, his shoulders and chest bruised, Tommy knew he couldn't climb 2 more chimneys that morning. The least problem would defeat him, or he would become careless. In either case, 1 slip would be enough. Yet Kelly would demand not only the money from him, but the coal dust as well. He had to devise a plan. The soot was less of a problem. He had done well so far, thanks to Mr. Smart, and he could borrow it from others and return the favour another day. The money was more difficult. He had nothing to pawn or fence, and he could hardly expect to find coins lying in the roadway. The 3 shillings from Mr. Smart would have been a godsend now, but he no longer had them, as his aching arms and back reminded him. Maybe he could join the crossing sweepers and try to pick up some tips. No, they were too tight. They guarded their ground. He would have to beg, rip his clothes further, assume a tearful face, and entreat passers-by for a copper or 2. He knew early never to pinch money or personal property. That's what his parents had taught him. Moreover, he wanted to earn his keep. Still, beggars earned a shilling or 2 every day if the constables didn't interfere. Maybe he would get lucky in the few hours before noon. When he came to a main road crossing, he hid his soot bag, cap and shoes. Ripping his shirt further to expose his battered skin, he huddled against a wall and prepared for business. He knew his appealing face, his new bruises and the stiff breeze would help his cause. As gentlemen neared him, he could tell them by their shiny top hats. Businessmen wore bowlers and workmen had only caps. He sidled out from the wall and chattered as if with the ague.
Please, Gov, a copper for a starving boy.
By the 3rd man he had perfected the routine, but in half an hour he received only 2 halfpennies. Time was growing short to get the necessary silver. If he failed, his plea would become a true one. He decided to improve his method. When a toff with a lady on his arm came around the corner, he appeared before them. They had to pause.
Please, Gov, just a copper. I'm a good boy, I am, but I ain't eaten since yesterday, and I'm so stiff and shivery with the cold. Please, Gov, just a copper.
He had gauged the situation perfectly. The gentleman would have walked by, but the lady, touched by Tommy's sad eyes and wobbly manner, stopped him.
Alfred, you can spare 1 copper. Look at the poor boy.
She appeared genuinely concerned about Tommy's health.
Don't you have 1 extra coin? Alfred, dear.
Tommy was luckier than he had hoped. The gentleman could find only a 6pence, but rather than appear stingy in front of his lady and part with her, he parted with the 6pence.
Oh, thank you, Your Honour, and thank you, Mum. Me mother needs this something awful. We're so many in our family, see, and none of us have eaten today, and...
The couple were already up the street. Smiling, Tommy bit the 6pence to make sure his eyes hadn't deceived him. It was a strong start. But other passers-by were not as generous if they gave anything at all. Beautiful ladies in specially tailored hats and colourful dresses that skimmed the sidewalks flounced by as though he were part of the sooty refuse in the street. Some gentlemen crossed the street to pass by on the other side. Others simply ignored his existence, and one man pushed Tommy brusquely out of the way. His pride was hurt, but his worry that his body would also suffer kept him at his post. Yet pickings were slim. Fewer toffs came his way, and he received only halfpennies or farthings from some of them. As he was preparing to change his routine again, 2 barefoot boys, like him in clothes and colouring, came trudging along the street. When they saw him, they came over and rested on their bags.
What do you know, Will? Must be a black day in the chimneys for the likes of old Tommy to be on the corner. A gentleman's son and all. Not for him all running up and down them flues. Why, a quid to a farthing, he.
All right, Shins.
Tommy broke in good-naturedly.
What brings you two here?
Same as ye, looking for business.
Will answered.
And it's uncommon thankful I am we run into ya. Do we ever need a rest? You know Whelan's house in Belgrade Square? Well, the bloody thing ain't been clean for near 2 months. The sat's all here now. But I almost got caught in it. Didn't know it was a dead flat. And those hot flus could be the death of ya. Remember Cromshaw's 2 weeks ago? Lucky Shins was there and bought me out. Always work a big ass in pairs, that's what I say. Especially with a partner like Shins. There's protection in pairs. You clean the flus faster, you get more sat and a nicer tip. And you don't mind wearing out your feet trampling these bloody streets.
Will finally paused for breath.
So, you rescued Will?
Tommy said with a glance of admiration at the first boy.
What a pal you are, Shins.
He was glad to see Will, always a great talker, but even more Derek. Everyone called him Shins because he could shinny up a chimney faster than any other boy. His legs bore the scars of his ability. For several months they had visited together on Sundays or met in the park. Tommy always looked forward to his company, a cheerful, capable boy with a mind that had big dreams and a heart that took care of friends. Tommy admired Shin's quiet leadership as much as his ability in the chimney. They had a kinship both enjoyed. Although Tommy enjoyed seeing the pair, he wasn't taking in any money, and his deadline was approaching. Shins sensed the problem without prompting.
Short today, Tom. We've extra soot. Sorry, no extra coins. I'll take the soot. Thanks.
Tommy said gladly and took what they shovelled with cupped hands into his bag.
See you later. Come by this afternoon.
Shins said with a smile.
Sure.
Tommy said.
Well, the chimneys won't wait.
Sighed Will, and Shins and he left. Now Tommy had to concentrate on earning some silver. When the church bells tolled noon, Tommy paused. He had raised 10p by begging, so he had 2 shillings 3p, counting the 2 chimneys. Not enough. He was well short of the 3 shillings Kelly expected on Saturdays, but what else could he have done? Lugging his bag, he started back to the room, but 2 streets away he was stopped by a small boy. He seemed barely 5, thin, dirty, with wide eyes dulled by want. One hand held his cap, the other stretched toward Tommy as the boy's broken voice pleaded. "Please help me, please." Tommy gave him a penny, in part because they had to help each other, but more because he didn't want to be haunted by the boy's eyes. Again he hastened through the alleyways. Even in a dense fog he knew them. He had to arrive before Kelly, or he would never be able to pick up some more coins from the other boys. With the good amount of soot he had, he might then be able to explain away his low earnings. When he burst into the room, the others were already there, sitting on their bags. He explained his problem. Peter immediately gave him 2p. Tim said he had just enough for himself. Both Harry and his bag looked low. Another bad day for him, and another beating coming. Yet he seemed to dread the workhouse more than he did Kelly. Paul strangely did nothing. Tommy was puzzled, especially since Paul had been so kind the night before. He sat on his bag, apparently wrestling with a problem. All heads turned together as Kelly's boots came across the courtyard. Suddenly Paul moved and put 6p in Tommy's hand. Before Tommy could respond, Kelly strode in. The 5 boys standing in a line were ready to report. Kelly walked down the line, asking each boy how many chimneys he had swept as he took the money from each palm and hefted each bag. He tapped Tommy's bulging bag and said with a satisfied smile. But he stopped before Harry's bag and didn't even bother to lift it. Harry bowed his head and began to mumble something by way of an excuse. A stinging slap from Kelly cut him short and dropped him to his knees.
What's with you? Can't do the work? We got a new policy now. Go somewheres else. I've wasted enough time on you. I can't afford to feed and house a loafer.
A vicious kick brought a yelp of pain.
And don't bother staying for lunch. That's for workers.
Kelly added scornfully. Harry limped toward the far corner of the room, dragging his injured leg. When Kelly came to Paul, he saw a filled sack, but counted only 3 shillings 2p. Paul offered no excuse. But he wasn't the same case as Harry. Though not much older, he was taller and stronger. Kelly's right fist rammed into Paul's stomach. Strong and solid as Paul was, he gasped and slumped to the floor.
Thought you'd skin me, did ya?
Snarled Kelly.
You're too old for that, Dodge.
Kelly added a deliberate kick to Paul's shins. Still gasping, Paul began to crawl toward a far sack.
The rest of you, don't get no smart ideas of skimming money for yourselves. My share comes first. Your friend here forgot that. Trying to hold out on me. Me and my pals have seen this coming. Well, we don't like it. And what's more, we ain't putting up with it.
Kelly raged. The veins in his neck stood out.
So, there's no spending money today for nobody. Blame it on your pals. And no more lazy boys like ye.
Pointing to Harry.
Simple idea from now on. You produce, you stay. You don't, you go. Get it?
He stood there glowering at the boys and daring a reply. He turned slowly toward Harry.
You're gone,
he said.
I don't want to see you tomorrow.
With a sneer, he stalked off. Tommy sank onto a stool. How could Kelly expect them to work if he bullied them like that? Harry could hardly take any more punishment, and Paul wasn't holding money back. He could have made up a story. Stingy owners, recent cleanings. Tommy was starting toward Paul when the sound of boots broke the silence and heralded Kelly's arrival with lunch. His face was calmer. The animal fury had left him.
I'm proud of you three boys,
he said, looking at Tommy, Peter and Tim.
Nice full bags of suit. Can't be too full, I always say. You worked hard, so you should be hungry. Good workers deserve food, not those lugs.
Though Tommy was still thinking of Paul and Harry, he was hungry, and the food looked better than usual. Kelly had given a little extra perhaps to bind the three of them to his way of thinking. The hot basin of sassafras tea they called saloop, the chunks of bread and the unexpected bits of broken meat all made Tommy hungrier. Rising from the sack, apparently hoping that Kelly had forgotten, Harry was moving quietly toward the food when he accidentally brushed against Kelly.
Watch where you're going, you slug!
Kelly snarled, slapping Harry with his hat and then blocking him from the food.
Sorry, sir,
Harry said meekly.
You're mighty sorry indeed.
Kelly snapped and raised his hat to slap Harry again.
You don't need to do that,
Paul said softly but firmly. Kelly wheeled on his heel and took a step toward Paul as Harry slipped into a chair by the tray.
Who's telling me what I need and don't need to do?
Kelly bellowed. His eyes and voice had gone hard and small.
He'll be better off if you don't hit him.
What I don't need is your advice, you gutter rat. Get me?
Reaching with his hat, Kelly tried to slap Paul too, but he was too quick and dodged the blow. Enraged, Kelly lunged forward and suddenly swung a backhand blow that caught Paul flush on the cheek and staggered him.
What's got into you, pea-brain? I'll make you wish you'd never been born.
Don't do it,
Paul said, his voice flat and final. He stood calmly, waiting for Kelly's charge. Off balance, Kelly lunged again and swept another backhand blow savagely into Paul's face. Kelly's eyes shone.
Give me advice, will ya?
He moved in for the finisher, but Paul rose tall ahead of him. With an open hand, Paul slapped Kelly's face side to side with several stinging blows. Then, locking his hands together and swinging from his heels, he smashed Kelly on the jaw as he stumbled forward. Kelly hit the side of a sack, tumbled onto the floor, and lay there motionless. Paul was breathing heavily, but the sharp anger began to subside from his eyes.
That's the first step in stopping their playing. Stand up to him. He had no right to keep picking on Harry.
you're a true pal,
Harry said, looking at Paul and then at the food. Tommy and Peter just stared. It was over so quickly. Kelly was beating Paul and then it was over. Tommy could hardly believe what he had just seen. Paul had risen like an avenging angel and knocked out a man larger than him. It was astonishing. Silence held the room. Tim finally broke it.
But what'll he do now? He ain't going to let you be.
His voice was genuinely concerned.
I can handle myself.
Yeah, but he'll get the other sweeps to rough you up real bad.
Tim interrupted, his sharp face drawn tight with the sad reality of the situation.
I've seen it done. Too many times. You can't handle all of them.
Paul sat down quietly on the sack, pondering. Clearly he hadn't thought about that before he had intervened, and his eyes began to show that he knew Tim was right.
Have you got a place to go?
Tommy asked.
I got friends a few miles upriver, and out of this trade.
Good.
Peter added.
Then Kelly won't be able to track you.
But I can't run like that. You're all so new to this. Who'll take the lead now?
The other boys looked at each other. Paul looked at Tommy.
Paul, you're the best friend we got. You've always looked out for us, even when you didn't have to.
Tommy said.
We hate to see you go, but it's for your own good. You have to see that.
Tommy could see Paul was still fighting the idea and was looking for support.
We can meet weekends,
Peter said.
But can you fend for yourselves? I don't want to leave you.
We'll manage.
Tommy heard himself say.
We'll do what you would have done.
Can you?
Paul asked him.
Have to.
Tommy said.
Lessons are over.
Still, Paul sat there looking at them and then around at the dank room, home in a way to the five of them and their plans. Finally he rose to his feet, put on his special boots and shooting jacket, and gathered his gear from his bag.
Better take these in case. But I hope I won't need 'em.
Once you wash up, Kelly won't recognise you.
Harry chipped in.
But here,
He added, reaching toward the tray.
take some of this. It's really yours. You'll need it.
Nah, you'll need it more, Harry. I'll pick something up on the way.
His voice remained gentle. Retrieving the special sweet cake, Tommy said,
At least take this. Peter and I got it for you yesterday. You better take it now.
Paul took the cake.
Mighty kind of you. Tommy, Peter, I'll remember this.
Then he was speaking to all of them.
I'll slip out of sight till time's cooled down. But I'll be back, and I'll send word through friends. Expect me sometime.
We'll be waiting.
Solemnly they all shook hands.
Take care. Mind your elbows and knees. And keep Sundays warm.
He said. With a last backward glance and a wave, he walked out, and they heard his feet on the stairs and in the courtyard until his footsteps faded away. It was several minutes before they realised he was gone. Echoes of his voice and footsteps lingered in the air. It was hard to believe someone they'd known for so long, and yet for so short a time, could suddenly walk out of their lives. He had taught them climbing and his tricks of the trade. He had always been there in his quiet way to preside over meals and to solve problems. He had given a grounding and an order to their lives, and now he was gone. None of them had any idea where. Probably he didn't either. More than likely he would slip out to the countryside to work in the fields, fixing roads or shocking grain, physical work but outdoors and sleeping under the hedges at night. He preferred life outdoors. Tommy sank onto a chair and mechanically began to eat. The tea went down well, the meat, though greasy, gave his teeth something to chew on. He wiped his cup with the bread. Yet even while his stomach was working, his thoughts were with Paul. He still winced at the power of Kelly's fist. Once Tommy had been hit like that. He thought he would never take another breath. The air had flooded out of him in a rush. He had recovered it only in short, agonising gasps. His chest had burned. He never wanted to be hit that way again.
Now where are we?
Harry asked. Tommy suddenly realised that Paul's departure left them in a worse position. They had fought back, but the price had been high on both sides. Kelly would have to explain his bruises to his fellow sweeps, but they had lost Paul and his leadership, and the masters were still going to take the boys' money as Kelly had done that day. The noise of Kelly's heavy breathing broke the silence. He was still on the floor.
Let's talk about that tonight,
Tommy said. The boys gobbled the rest of their lunch and left hastily, Tommy leading the way. No one wanted to be there when Kelly came to. Chapter 12. Strolling the Streets. For the rest of the day and weekend they could do as they pleased. Chimneys weren't cleaned afternoons, so houses could be warmed and prepared for the evenings. Thus their working hours, Kelly's hours, were over. It was time for larking and visiting friends. Harry was still hungry and sure he could get a crust from a friend a few streets away, so he left on that mission. Tim was soon on his way as well, to his local public house. Every farthing he made went into chuck and toss or other gambling games there. He enjoyed the comradeship of the games, if not the results, and every evening he scorned the world on his way to sleep. The meal had certainly revived Tommy and Peter. Maybe they could see Shins and Will, and possibly Jenny after they visited the cobblers.
Wish we didn't have to wait as long to see Ned and Mr. Keeley,
Tommy said.
They said late afternoon, didn't they? Probably takes that long to get the word out and back. And they've got their work to do. But can you imagine it?
And Tommy looked wistfully at Peter.
Seeing me father again. What do you say to a stroll in the park then?
Peter offered.
A pleasure,
Tommy said with a bow. Capless and barefoot now they ambled down Bow Street, chattering away about possible plans for the afternoon. St. James was the closest one, but Hyde Park was their favourite. The first time they had gone there, a good distance away, they had strolled through one of the fashionable West End areas of London, their feet enjoying the white flagstones and smooth paving installed for the exquisite carriages and their superior horses. It was so quiet without the clatter and clang of the carriage wheels and horses' hoofs on the cobblestones. Peter had once recalled his mother's pushing him in a pram along gentle roads like these. Tommy liked the spacious parks. Even now some grass was still showing, though the dark leafy beeches and old oaks had lost most of their shade. He could forget the belching chimneys among the rustling trees and rippling ponds. Many an afternoon they had spent lying on the grass, hearing the whispers and contemplating the sky. And in early summer afternoons, what a show was there! West End dandies in their dove-grey trousers, yellow waistcoats and smart ties, and carrying silver-headed canes, strutted along the curved walking paths or promenaded through the gardens, taking the air. Aristocratic ladies in flouncing skirts fringed with lace walked on the arms of proper escorts. Fresh young girls floated by in crisp riding habits on lithe, spirited horses. He was thrilled by the splendour of it all. Once they had been watched by a proper young girl in an immaculate light blue dress and white gloves. They had been throwing clods of dirt at each other while the girl's starchy uniformed governess explained in loud and solemn disapproval that such conduct was quite unbecoming a gentleman. Good families had their high rules of behaviour, Tommy knew, yet he could see temptation in the girl's bright eye. To clean themselves after clod fights, they withdrew to a quiet spot, undressed, waded into one of the lakes like the Serpentine and rubbed themselves with sand or soft stones. They couldn't walk out too far, for neither of them could swim. It was the only bath they got. Kelly seldom washed them, especially in winter, and then only on holidays. Their skin stayed hard that way, he explained, otherwise it became tender and the sores never healed. Anyway, his style of washing was more like scouring, so it seemed a punishment and they gladly went without. Now they were basically washed by the rain. Their way today lay between the parks at a gentle gait. Time was theirs.
Thinking of Jenny?
Peter asked.
You're the quick one. Yes, I was.
His voice paused.
She's so different from everyone else. Elegant in a way. Especially for me. A bit of fresh air, I'd say.
Peter offered. Tommy smiled, thinking of the day he had first met her and been swayed by her kind attention.
Gentleness. That's what she is. You don't see it much nowadays. That's true.
Peter responded.
I keep trying to interest her in the river.
Tommy added with a chuckle.
But maybe you'd want to ship out together. Cabin boys, perhaps.
Tommy said, again envisioning himself on the turbulent Thames, directing his way through the heavy river traffic.
Sorry, Tommy. I don't have your sea legs. But I'll build you a toy boat if you want. Go on. Nah, God's truth. Find me a chunk of wood and I'll carve you one. I'm almost as good as Tim. He can do anything with his knife. I'm quick too. Wish you could carve us something to eat now. Feel hungry myself. Let's take a walk and see what's about.
They walked through the milling streets until they passed a fruit stand filled with delicious-looking apples.
Sure would love an apple now,
Peter said. Hey, you grubby urchins, get away from my cart, the costermonger snapped. We don't want that smell of yourn round here.
Just looking, Mum,
Tommy said gently.
Quite nice apples you get.
Well, none of 'em is for ye unless you can pay for 'em.
Not today, Mum.
Then move along, you blocking business, and take your cinders with ye. Tommy stopped and glared at the woman.
No need to talk that way, Mum. We're on our way.
Climbing boys, she sniffed. You're just walking coal heaps. Rubbish like the rest. And she spat. When they rounded the corner, Tommy stopped abruptly. His eyes were raging.
No one calls me rubbish,
he snapped. He knew he had a coal smell. Even Mr. Meacham reminded him of that. But to be called rubbish, just because of the job he was forced to do?
No reason for it. None at all.
He turned to Peter.
What do you say we pick up some apples cheap right now?
Peter laughed.
I think she deserves it. How many? 3? We'll be hungry by nightfall. Then make it 4. Let's enjoy one now. Sure.
Tommy smiled.
But let's check 'em first.
He knew some fruit sellers rubbed the old apples to hide their age, or cooked the oranges so they looked larger, or topped up the cherries so the new ones would cover the older ones the buyer would really be given. They circled the block and walked past the stand, now seeing some business. They made sure the fruit was good and there were no problems, especially with their escape route. Tommy had to develop a plan. He had seen enough pickpockets work. The better ones could lift handkerchiefs and pocketbooks with ease. Snuff boxes and spectacles were a little more challenging. Even scarf pins and watches from vest pockets could be nicked by crossing one arm over the other to hide the inner one as it stole the merchandise. Immediately it would be passed to an accomplice, so the actual pickpocket could appear to be innocent and could point in the wrong direction if the victim tried to pursue the assumed culprit. The merchandise was quickly sold to pawnbrokers off Petticoat Lane. With this fruit stand he decided on a simpler ploy. First he checked for a constable. None in sight. He walked by the stand yet again and suddenly slipped off the curb. Crashing to the street, he uttered a loud moan. The costermonger turned her attention from her fruit and took a few steps in his direction. Tommy saw Peter wait until she had done so before slipping from behind his covering, creeping up to the cart and carefully lifting 4 of the apples. He dropped them inside his knotted shirt and began to retrace his steps. One escaped through a rip. He lunged and barely caught it in time. Tommy gave another whimper to keep the woman occupied. "Watch them curbs, lad," the woman said. "But move along now."
Yes, Mum.
He stood up stiffly and limped away. By then Peter was out of sight. They met 2 streets away and divided one of the apples hungrily. The other 3 were too bulky to carry the rest of the afternoon. Backtracking to their lodgings, they wrapped the apples in a cloth and buried them under a heap of refuse in the courtyard. They could rub the apples clean later. What a nice treat they would make around the fire that night. As they resumed their walk, an elegant carriage, black but for its brass fixtures, forced them from the street before coming to an abrupt halt across the road near a row of similar carriages. As the driver marched into the alehouse for a drink, a waterman came out to tend the 2 horses. Tommy stood still and watched them. He loved horses. Sometimes, when he felt low, he visited Camber, the bay mare who pulled Mr. Kershaw's cart. Kelly used it to carry the soot to his buyers. Camber always seemed to listen to everything Tommy said, especially when she was deep in her nose bag, and to comfort him when he pressed his wet face into her warm side. In thanks, he saved her the occasional halfpenny for a handful of oats and gave her warm rubs during the cold snaps in winter. While he was thinking of her, he saw a gentleman come down the street and hail a carriage. There was a flurry of activity among several drivers as they quickly mounted their boxes, but one reached the gentleman first. The others returned to their stand and subsided into their typical watchfulness. Because the carriage was pointed toward the parks, Peter and Tommy lifted themselves quietly aboard the back. This would shorten their walk considerably. Gathering momentum, the carriage rolled swiftly through the narrow streets and wider avenues. Unfortunately, they soon realised they were off course and headed toward the river. About the same time, the driver sensed the extra weight and flicked the whip in their direction. They dropped off at the next turn. Scrambling to their feet, they took stock of their situation. They were just short of the river. Tommy had a nose for the Thames, and soon they could see her slate-coloured waters churning before them. He had to stop for a moment. This was his church, so to speak. Not that other place he'd been to once, glistening in the sun, where ladies' dresses were clean and pressed, and gentlemen wore stiff collars and polished shoes. All that singing, and the long talk by the man in the black and white, and all that getting up and down again. It was enough to age you plenty, Tommy thought. He couldn't make any sense of it, so he never went back. The river was bristling with 1,000 masts, and Tommy drank in the sounds of the riverfront, the groans of the chains, the choruses of men as they heaved the ropes, the sweep of the barge's oars, and the rumbling of wagons and carts across the docks. He saw a group of small boys milling in the water. Mudlarks they were called, groping for bones or pieces of coal or iron nails they could sell. The quick little fellows made only pennies a day, starving till the next low tide brought them running from their nearby rooms to scavenge again. Costermongers' barrows still crowded the way, while vendors offered plum cakes and crumpets from laden trays, and sellers of dog collars and nutmeg graters walked by with their wares dangling around their necks and waists. Standing on the corner, Tommy and Peter saw a river of possibilities flow by. All this excitement was too much for Tommy's system, so he relieved himself behind a nearby wall. Then he felt hungry again. He knew Kelly's supper would be only bread and butter and tea. A snack now would make that go further. Peter looked hungry too, so they pooled their resources. Tommy's lonely copper. They started to walk toward the marketplace. Maybe they could pick up something. Fog was beginning to roll in off the dark water. Soon the city would be smothered in smoke as well. Still, voices rang out, calling, yelling, pleading, hoping, offering lavender and watercress and crockery and mutton. Chapter 13. Shins.
We're so hungry, Tommy. We forgot about Shins and Will,
Peter said.
Ah, of course. Wonder what they're up to.
Tommy said with a smile.
After we see 'em, we'll go to the cobbler's. At your service, Mr. Simpson. Acquaint me with your full calendar of events, and I'll be ever so obliging.
Peter said with a playful punch to Tommy's shoulder. He danced out of reach and down the street. As fast as Tommy could follow, he raced after Peter. Holborn Lane was not far off, but it lay at the heart of the Holborn Rookery, one of many that stretched over a large part of the London Tommy knew. As they neared the place, he recognised again the crumbling, one-storey tenements of brick and red-tiled roofs and taller houses of black rotting wood pressed together around courtyards heaped high with refuse and stinking of sooty water. Even to his seasoned nostrils, the stench in the dank, narrow alleyways was appalling. Having spent 4 months in a room nearby before Kelly shifted their quarters, Tommy knew the area and its people. Inside these damp cellars and the upper chambers that overhung Holborn Lane, families squeezed together in small rooms to live cheaply near their work. In the gloomiest rooms were the poorest workers, charwomen, rag dealers, shoe blacks and blind men who sold lucifer matches and bootlaces. 12 hours a day or more they worked in the low rooms with foul air until their lifeless eyes reflected exhaustion, their constant companion. Alec, their early friend, had taken ill here and never recovered. After that they always passed number 10 Warren Court in silence. When they reached number 17 Holborn Lane, they turned into the court, filled with sheets drying on lines and clumps of women squatting and talking. 3 youths smoking clay pipes lounged in the empty doorways. The doors had already gone for firewood. Climbing the rickety unbroken stairs, they came to their chum's small room. In the thick air, the lonely grease lamp barely lit the thin mattress of straw and the bundles of rags that served as beds. Here and there were 2 chairs and a kettle and some crockery. Everything else had gone to the pawnbroker and would never be recovered. Shins and Will lived here because their master sweep couldn't afford to move away. In fact, his owing money to the landlord was the only reason, Shins had said, they hadn't been thrown into the street already. Shins was lying on the pallet as Will gamely pressed a wet cloth to his leg.
What's wrong?
Tommy exclaimed, darting over from the door.
Shins, what's wrong?
His voice was frantic.
The flu at Willoughby's had a jag in it.
Shins answered. A dark line of red ran the length of his thigh and shin.
That's not the half of it.
Will broke in.
They asked Shins to do a special job, so he went up, even though the fireplace had been used. The housemaid forgot he was climbing and poured water on the hot grate to douse the embers, bloody idiot. Near scalded him with the steam, so he lost his grip and fell. Bashed his legs on the grate when he hit the bottom. Near tore some nails off.
Can you walk?
Asked Peter.
I can hobble.
Shins replied. Tommy just stood, unable to move or say anything, and watched his best friend after Peter lying there in pain. He had to do something.
Here, let me.
He knelt, took the cloth from Will, dipped it in the kettle and pressed it gently against the dark line. Shin's skin trembled at the touch.
Wasn't this your tea?
Tommy asked. Will nodded.
You need more water anyway. I'll get it. Where's the tap?
Closest one's down Holborn. 2 streets, then left.
Carrying the kettle, Tommy bolted down the stairs, crossed the courtyard and reached the street. The last time he was here, he had seen a man fighting a mongrel for potato peelings. Sloshing the last of the tea into an oozing cesspool, he angrily kicked the piles of rotten vegetables and fruit, knowing the racking sickness they caused, until death came kindly. Undertakers were busy here. The kettle rattled against his side as he forced his way past half-naked infants playing with oyster shells and broken china on a dust heap, their mother sifting the dust for something to sell. Half a street farther, 2 famished street boys with pale faces begged him for a crust of bread or a pennyworth of refuse meat, and he quickly retreated. At the corner, a frightened child, whining for comfort, clutched her sullen mother's apron as they sat on the curb outside her gin palace, waiting for her father to come out. Down Chancery Lane he reached the tap. As he bent to fill the kettle, shadows flitted across the houses. Beggars and thieves, often in packs, were patrolling the streets. And women looking for customers, the best paying job they could find. Hunger had overcome everything. Tommy knew that in the low lodging houses boys and girls slept 4 or 5 to a bed. Those too poor to have a bed slept rough. One night in a crate on the docks near the penny hangs for drunken sailors, and the next night under a wagon or the Adelphi arches. Back at the corner he heard the gin palace ring with noise. He saw the door opened roughly, and a woman with hollow cheeks and a ragged bonnet hurled headlong into the gutter. Her shrieking daughter tried to comfort her mother's blackened eye and bruised arm as they sank despairingly onto the cold curb. Tommy fled back to Peter and Shins and Will.
Thank God it's Saturday and rest, or I'd be out on the street tomorrow.
Shins was saying as Tommy entered.
You're right kind to fetch the water, Tom. I appreciate it.
Shins was the only one who called him Tom. It made him feel special and close.
This will be a tad cold,
Tommy offered.
But I'm not expecting it for tea.
Shins replied, and they all laughed. As Tommy applied the new compress, Shins shivered sharply, then lay back. Tommy could see the pain in Shins' eyes. The red lines seemed to throb. Tommy felt so powerless. Shins turned to Peter.
Right timely of you to turn up. I've been wondering, Peter, what my fortune is. Will you read it for me?
Reading tea leaves was something Peter had picked up by watching the old woman upstairs of Kelly. It brought them just enough money to buy scrags of the coarsest meat and the discarded outside of vegetables. The shape of the tea leaves supposedly told the future.
Doesn't seem the right time for fortunes, does it, Shins?
Peter suggested.
I need to know if I'm going to beat this.
Shins said calmly. Will brought over the unbroken cup, filled the bottom with tea leaves and handed it to Peter. He poured in 2 fingers of water and passed the cup to Shins.
Now,
Peter said.
swirl the leaves round one way, then the other. That's it. Mix 'em up. Wait till you feel yourself in 'em.
Shins paused for a moment.
Now pour 'em out quick on the corner of the bed.
Shins did so. As the tea drained away, the leaves left a pattern on the cloth. Peter studied it for a few moments.
Well, is my leg going to heal?
Shins asked. Peter continued to study the pattern.
I see a short life at this job, and here's a long line. So you must be... But you told me
Tommy broke in.
that... No!
Peter insisted sharply.
That was different. Everything'll be all right, but...
And his dark form hunched further to interpret the slim shapes in the shabby light.
But what?
Shins asked calmly.
But you won't be here long. You'll move somewheres else.
The country, I hope.
Shins sighed. That was where he had been raised, Tommy knew. His father had tried everything, tramping endlessly to find work. Finally, he had sent Shins and his brothers out to sell, anything to escape the workhouse and the prison.
Father did die afore he'd let Mother take as much as a loaf from the parish. I didn't mind being sent out. Others were selling in the streets. Better that than a house with no fire.
Shins had told him. Brian, the youngest one, had died young,
Looks better then.
said Will.
In a while.
Peter said. He remained focused on the shape of the tea leaves, as if reluctant to lift his head. Will had taken over the compresses again, and now covered Shin's leg with the damp cloth.
We better be getting on.
Tommy suggested wearily.
Shins needs to rest. Sure.
Peter replied.
Peachy of you to drop by.
Shin said cheerfully.
See you tomorrow for our walk. Sure.
Will shook their hands warmly.
Tomorrow.
Tommy said and pressed Shin's hand. Their eyes held. Tommy went down the stairs and meandered along the streets in silence, hardly noticing Peter's steering hand on his shoulder. He knew enough from hearing Peter tell fortunes to know what the leaves said. Again, these alleys and byways filled him with sadness, their constant stream of forlorn faces haunting his thoughts. The many areas had many names: St Giles, Seven Dials, Spitalfields, Houndsditch, Whitechapel. But he never knew where one stopped and another started. Like the other children, he couldn't read the signposts. Chapter 14. A Sooty Chimney. 4 bells reverberated from a nearby clock tower. Tommy, hardly noticing, continued on his sombre way until Peter stopped him. An impish smile began to play across Peter's face.
Malone's just round the corner. The master sweeps will be meeting to cheer their new plan. Let's see how we can help.
The beer shop off Fleet Street was soon in view, wedged between tall tenements. Its arched gas lamps with gilt burners, lit early to draw business, reflected across the street and permitted the 2 boys to peer inside the broad, welcoming plate glass windows. Tommy could see patrons already were packing the place, workmen of all sorts and white-collared gents. And there were Kelly and the other master sweeps. So this was how he passed his Saturday nights before he passed out on his bed upstairs of the cellar, Tommy thought. All of the boys' work, climbing those tall chimneys and lugging their soot bags, enabled Kelly to spend his time like this. The money they earned went to Kelly swapping stories and guzzling food and swilling beer. Tommy looked over at Peter, who had stopped as well. Tommy's eyes glinted in the darkening light.
This won't do,
he said, and his voice was hard.
I knew this was where some of our money went, but I'm not climbing for this. Not with Shins hurt the way he is, not with Harry being tossed out into the street, and not with their new plan to take more of our money.
They both looked in again at Kelly, seated at a wooden table in his frayed jacket and top hat, guffawing over a joke as he played cards with his colleagues.
Kelly didn't learn from Paul at lunch. We need to teach him something here, now,
Tommy said.
Any notions?
He asked. He knew how creative Peter could be.
Let me think. How to embarrass him without him knowing.
Tommy could almost see Peter putting on his thinking cap, as he called it, and considering a range of possibilities.
Something swift and dirty. Something full of retribution.
Tommy's eyes looked puzzled.
Now, there's a word you don't hear much. Me father taught it me, on my backside, when I took something once. Never forgot it. It's a word with weight behind it. It means punishment fully deserved. Yes, sir. What we need here is something full of retribution.
Peter said, continuing to consider his plan.
And I think I know something that'll do the trick.
His eyes were sparkling.
Oh, if this don't cause a commotion, just you wait and see. And the best part is, the sweeps won't suspect nothing, so they can't get back at us. Follow me.
Peter led Tommy back to their lodgings, where they grabbed Paul's full soot bag, which had lain there since he left. Then they returned to the beer shop. Peter scouted its surroundings until he found the stairs of the 4-storey building whose ground floor the shop occupied. The other floors would be living quarters. Together, Tommy and Peter climbed to the first floor, carefully stepping around the frequent gaps in the stairs. When they came to the shabby first door, Peter rested the soot bag and knocked. As the door opened, Peter lowered his eyes and said,
Please, sir, do you need a cleaning? I do good work, and I can give references.
Thank you, lad, but I just had the chimney cleaned.
A white-haired man answered. Other family members clustered behind him to see who had knocked.
Say, ain't you working late on a Saturday?
Never too late for this work.
Peter replied, proudly tapping his bag.
Maybe next time then. But I suggest you keep the dampener closed. It may rain tonight, and you wouldn't want wet sat all over. Well, good night, sir.
Thanks for the warning, lad. I'll follow it. Good luck to you,
said the man as he closed his door. Peter repeated a similar conversation at each of the 3 other doors on that floor and the 4 doors on the floor above. Tommy helped by chiming in with,
He's the best cleaner in these parts, he is.
and,
Looks like rain. Sure.
at the appropriate points. Peter's advice was universally appreciated by the occupants. At last they came to the final room. The conversation went as before until Peter asked,
Can you tell me, Mum, where's the door to the roof, so I'll know for next time?
Over there, the tired middle-aged woman said and pointed to a door hidden in the corner.
Much obliged, Mum. And remember that dampener. Good night.
Peter said as she closed the door. Peter's eyes twinkled as he led Tommy to the door and opened it. The boys slipped through and Tommy closed it behind them. They crept quietly up the stairs, through the roof door and onto the roof. The sounds from the darkening street seemed a distance away. They were on the rooftop of London.
Now, Tommy, my lad, watch closely. With all the dampeners in place, we should have, as you'd say, smooth sailing. 'Tis small retribution, but retribution nonetheless.
Peter walked across the roof to the chimney and lifted off the chimney pot. Hefting the almost full bag of soot, he slipped its opening into the chimney.
Tommy, help me up with this.
Together they poured the soot down the chimney.
Parting gift from Paul.
Tommy said.
Can't be too full.
Peter added with a solemn wink. Dropping the bag on the roof and motioning Tommy to follow him, he crossed to the next roof so they had a clear view of the street below. Moments later, a roar seemed to explode from the bar. Patrons flew through the doors, arms swinging wildly, slapping soot off their jackets, shirts and pants. Dark oaths filled the air.
I told you to keep that chimney clean.
Tommy and Peter heard the bartender in his white apron say harshly. He was talking to the master sweeps, who all now stood outside.
Look at this mess. Clean it up, or I'll throw you out for good.
The shop's light reflected off the astonished faces of the 3 master sweeps. They looked at each other in amazement and chagrin.
Well,
The bartender spoke again.
are you going to clean it up?
It's okay, Jimmy. Sometimes these chimneys get a wee bit cranky. Not to worry, we'll handle it.
Came the voice of one of the master sweeps.
Come on, men. Let's do as Jimmy says.
Tommy recognised the muffled voice of the master sweep in the checkered vest.
I left cleaning years ago.
Came a voice that Tommy and Peter knew only too well, a little tired and a little drunk.
I said, let's do as Jimmy says.
Came the first sweep's voice, sharper than before.
Right.
Came Kelly's voice again, smaller than before.
'Tis scary, that's what it is.
Muttered the second sweep.
First you get them bruises, Kelly. Then this chimney dumps its soot on us. None of this happened before. Something odd's brewing. Gah. Maybe our new plan ain't working out. Oh, you're going soft.
The stern voice of the first sweep said.
Let's just clean it up.
The 3 master sweeps walked inside, leaving the other customers who had begun another round of slapping their clothes.
Be done in a whisker.
The bartender said in a cheerful voice to those still standing outside.
What do you say to a round of drinks when we're cleaned up? On the house.
When the patrons treated that good news with huzzas, the bartender went inside. Tommy could feel Peter laughing beside him.
He had it coming.
Peter said when he had recovered his breath.
Guzzling our wages and all.
Tommy added. They stepped back to the first roof, grabbed the soot bag, went through the doors and down the stairs, and were soon back on the street. As they passed the beer shop a second time, below the globes of light they saw the master sweeps washing the walls, counters and floors. Tommy looked at Peter, who was smiling as contently as Tommy could remember.
That sap was well gathered and better used,
was all Peter said. Chapter 15. The Bottle in the Window. There was almost a skip in Peter's step, Tommy thought as they left the beer shop behind. It was so rare they got the upper hand on Kelly, and Peter's plan had worked magnificently. It had even frightened Checker Vest into doubting the Master Sweep's plan. Yet something was gnawing at Tommy. First Paul, now Shins. He so wanted to see Mr. Keeley and Ned as well as Jenny again, but he had to do something. He couldn't help Paul, but he could help Shins, and maybe change the message of the tea leaves. He stopped Peter.
We have to go back to Shins. I know we're supposed to see Mr. Keeley. God knows I want to. But something bad'll happen to Shins if we don't. You know that better than me. The leaves can be wrong, Tommy. And the light was bad. Maybe... Peter, we can't take the chance. Shins means too much to me. Almost as much as ye.
While he was talking, his legs were already accelerating through the maze of back alleys to Holborn Lane. They covered the distance quickly. They climbed the stairs, crossed the landing and entered their pal's room. It seemed even smaller now. The smoky grease lamp sat on a tabletop perched on a stump of wood. On one of the mattresses, Shins was twisting in pain while Will tried to comfort him. Tommy looked at Peter in shock. Peter suddenly seemed blurry.
It's good to see you two again,
Will said.
Now he's got the fever. He's been tossing almost since you left. I can only leave the room to get water. I've been afraid to leave him alone. He needs to know you're here,
Tommy heard himself saying as he looked over at the teapot.
Have you had anything to eat?
Peter asked.
Just bread and tea. He's had nothing.
Tommy looked down again as Shins cried out.
Will, I'm hot.
They all could see the kettle was nearly empty.
The wet presses worked for a while, but he's not getting any better,
Will said. As if in agreement, Shin's moaning broke aloud again.
Only one medicine can handle this. That bottle of the white stuff you had a while back, Peter, when you fell. Remember? Fixed you up, didn't it? Suppose so. Course I didn't expect that bird to dive at me like that. Tried to block it and lost my grip. But you got near a week off, didn't you? Should have had more.
Tommy broke in.
But Kelly forced him back up. Yeah, but I was itchy to work again,
Peter added.
Besides, you had to share everything with me. That's a long time when I wasn't bringing nothing in.
But didn't that white stuff do the job?
Will asked desperately.
I guess so. Dunno how. Didn't feel too good, but it closed me leg up.
It's got to work for Shins too. He needs it mighty bad.
Will paused.
You don't suppose you could...
Will looked at Tommy, then Peter, then back to Shins, and began fixing a new compress. The room seemed darker and Shin's face more haggard in the flickering glow of the guttering candle. Tommy looked at Peter and knew without speaking what he had to do. The chemist's shop was only 3 streets away, and it might have a bottle, maybe even in the front window. They didn't have the money to buy it. Even if they had a few coppers, it took a piece of silver for this stuff. Thieving wasn't Tommy's way of solving problems, never had been, but what other choice did he have? There was no point in raging at Shin's injury. Tommy had to be calm and clear to develop and carry out a plan to get the bottle. Shin's was worth it, even if he was caught. Will and Peter were looking at Tommy.
We'll see what we can do.
Tommy said.
Not to worry, Tom.
Shin's voice was cracking as he spoke.
I've come through worse.
We'll be back.
Tommy said.
With the medicine.
He signalled Peter and they left. 3 streets away they reached the store, a 3-storey brownstone with a gabled roof, its ground floor display windows full of ointments and medicines and soaps. It didn't take long to spot what they wanted, a small blue bottle filled with a white liquid, part of a set of ointments and powders on a thin glass shelf in the far corner of the front window. Tommy and Peter crossed the street and surveyed the shop from the shadows. What troubled Tommy most was the stout iron fence that kept the passers-by several feet from the windows. He would have to get through or over the fence, break the window, grab the bottle, and get back over the fence, all without being heard or seen by the constables.
Peter, get the sparrows and Bandylegs in his tumblers. We'll meet at the Long Whiskers.
Peter dashed off as Tommy looked for a rag to break the window. He passed clotheslines of drying clothes. They would be perfect, but the women watching them kept their eyes sharp, even as they leaned out their windows on arms folded like cats' paws and gabbled with neighbours. At last he saw a cloth in the gutter and picked it up. Then he walked toward the 2 streets that ran off into the gathering darkness. He had to trace the escape routes. A short while later, all the boys rendezvoused outside the pub, a block from the chemist shop. Philip and Patrick had brought their brooms. The 3 tumblers were ready as well.
Thanks for coming,
Tommy said to the group.
We need your help to get a special bottle of medicine for Shins. He fell in the chimney and is hurt bad.
We're here to help,
Philip said.
What's the plan?
Peter and you 2 will watch out for a constable. Spread out in a Y so you cover all 3 streets. Whistle if anyone's near, and try to delay him with your sweeping if you have to.
Patrick looked up at Philip with mischief in his eyes. They were part of a plan, and they could get back at the constables who hounded them so often.
Bandylegs, I'll need your group to hoist me over the iron fence. There's a double lock on the gate, so we can't get through. And the top is too spiky. How about running the toss?
Bandylegs answered.
That's fine to get in, but I need to get out too. I can pass the medicine through the fence to Peter, but I can't fit through.
The tumbler thought for a moment.
Spider will kneel through the fence. Take a run and jump off his knees. Here, I'll show you.
Bandylegs stepped back a few paces as Spider sat as if in a chair against the wall. With a tumbler's grace, Bandylegs ran a few steps and used Spider's knees to lift himself up into the air, did a flip and came down.
He'll put his knees inside so you can get out. That's marvellous. I'm lucky the fence ain't too high.
Tommy sighed.
Well, to your posts. Start when you hear my signal.
The 2 sparrows fanned out and began sweeping as Peter kept a keen watch on the 3rd street. The tumblers sauntered down the street aiming toward the shop. Tommy looped around the block and came toward the shop a different way. As he was about to signal, they heard a warning whistle. Moments later, a constable came around the corner, his bull-eyes lantern splitting the gloom, his truncheon at his belt. The tumblers continued to practice their tricks. Tommy and Peter slipped into doorways. On his late afternoon rounds, the constable was walking leisurely but alertly. A few workmen ambled by, wending their way homeward or to the pubs. The sky continued to darken. The constable, apparently satisfied, moved on. The tumblers walked toward the shop as Tommy and Peter moved into position. Tommy took the cloth from his waistband, soaked it in the gutter, and held it in his left hand. With a final glance about, he signalled the tumblers. They moved into position as he darted across the street. He jumped off Spider's knees, over the fence, and landed softly on the grass inside. Moving briskly to the window, he pressed the wet cloth against the pane with mounting force. He had seen a cracksman do this to break glass with hardly a sound. It broke inward quietly. He reached in for the bottle and knocked over a display, which crashed with a loud sound. Desperately, he saw that he had misgauged the distance. He couldn't reach the medicine. With his hand wrapped in the cloth, he broke the remainder of the glass near the bottom of the window and crawled inside. As he did so, a constable at the far corner blew his whistle and ran toward the shop. Tommy grabbed the bottle, crawled out and passed it through the fence to Bandylegs. The constable blew his whistle loudly again. Tommy knew other bobbies would soon be there. The tumblers had spread down the street, so Bandylegs tossed the bottle to Spider, who spun it far in the air, tumbling end over end to another boy, who caught it and handed it to Peter. The bottle had gone down the street faster than any of them could have run. As a second constable came into view, the tumblers fled down the street. The sparrow slipped away. Peter watched for a moment, then melted into the darkness. Tommy was still inside the fence. Chapter 16. Escapes. In a flash, he went back through the window and into the shop. Fortunately, his eyes were accustomed to seeing in chimneys, so they quickly adapted to the darkness. Nevertheless, the many counters, mirrors, and variety of bottles and glassy containers cast the waning light in odd patterns. He needed a few moments to gain his bearings, then scrambled toward the back of the shop, looking for the back door, hoping the fence did not go that far. He found the door, but it was shut, and he couldn't budge it. He could see a constable hoisting another one over the fence as a third came up to the gate. Tommy couldn't get back out. The constables were covering the front. The unbroken windows were shut. He looked around, desperately. He was small enough to hide under the desks or squeeze deep in a closet, but the bull's eyes would find him there. The constables were at the door now. He could hear them trying different keys in the lock. In moments they would be inside. Tommy looked around one last time. No place to hide. He would have to go up. With a wry smile, he looked for the fireplace. There it was, tucked in a corner so it wouldn't block business, yet provide warmth to the shop in winter. Tommy shifted the ornamental screen in front of the fireplace, slipped behind it, and moved the screen back into place. At the same moment, a constable opened the front door, entered and flashed his bullseye around the shop. As the constable, like Tommy before him, rushed to check the back door, Tommy noiselessly moved above the grate and began to climb. His knees and feet knew what to do almost by instinct. Without his brush, both hands could help him. Although he could feel loose soot on the bricks, he tried not to dislodge it so the constables would have no clue. Below, he heard their urgent, loud comments as they searched the shop.
But he was just here, I tell you. I saw him go back through the window. The back door's bolted. He can't just disappear.
Let's look again.
Tommy continued upward. Elbows, knees, heels. Elbows, knees, heels. The bull's eyes couldn't catch him once he passed the turn. Here it was. He had to feel with his hands because there was no light above or below. He was glad the flue wasn't clogged with soot. He moved through the turn and again upwards. He looked for a shaft of light, but the early evening was gloomy. A slight taper told him he was nearing the end. He hoped this flue wasn't like Miss Harple's. He couldn't afford to get stuck or go back down. Fortunately, the taper stopped. He slanted a few more feet and his hand reached over the chimney top. He pulled himself up and rested. Only then did he realise his hands were shaking. Numerous bullseyes still flashed about the shop and into the street, but it mattered little now. He was on top of the chimney and could slip away across the roofs. He hoped Peter had been able to deliver the medicine without being caught. Tommy clambered over the roofs next to the chemist shop. Most were of the same style, so he moved quickly. In minutes he was at the far end of the block and began to look for a way down to the street, a convenient drain pipe. He found one tucked in a corner between two walls of a dark courtyard. Reflections from the windows of a gin's shop across the street gave him enough light to position his feet. Carefully he lowered himself down the drain pipe until he stood on the earthen yard. Peering out of the courtyard, he saw no sign of constables. Slipping into a crowd of people, he walked off towards Shin's place. Everyone was there when he walked in. The tumblers and sparrows were quietly talking in a corner while Peter and Will hovered over Shin's. His leg was now covered with the white salve, and he no longer shivered. His calmer eyes were tired yet bright. At the sound of Tommy's arrival, Peter swiveled and called,
Tommy!
He ran to hug him, and the others raced over and slapped him on the back.
I thought you were a goner.
Philip said.
Trapped in there like that. Those bobbies were on us so fast we had to skip.
Just what you should have done,
Tommy said.
What a picking. Well, we outfought 'em this time, even if I had to climb one more chimney than I wanted.
And he described his adventure.
What a pal you are, Tom,
came Shin's tired voice. Tommy knelt at his bedside.
I'm not sure I'd make it without this medicine.
Shins raised himself on an elbow and in a louder voice said,
Tell you what, I'm almost up for a game of Skittles. I expected you'd say that,
Tommy said with a smile, knowing how accomplished Shins was at his favourite game.
Are you going to play lying down?
And they all grinned.
You know, Tom,
Shins continued, talking quietly and directly to Tommy.
They say angels come in all shapes and colours. Well, I sure have a sooty one tonight.
Tommy's eyes shone. With Shins apparently on the mend and Tommy safe, the boys separated. After another round of handshaking and backslapping, the tumblers and the sparrows left for their lodgings. Tommy offered to come by Sunday to see how Shins was. But Shins said he'd be able to come by himself in 2 days, so Tommy and Peter took their leave as well. When they reached the street, they leaned against a wall.
Too late now to hear what Mr. Keeley and Ned found,
Tommy said regretfully. That would have put a capper on the evening. He had already begun to paint a picture of his future. Instead, he could feel tears welling in his eyes.
But you did right by Shins,
Peter said.
No one could have done better. And
Say, where were you two half an hour ago?
A bullseye flashed into their faces as a constable's blue form suddenly emerged from the darkness.
Visiting friends nearby, officer,
Tommy replied meekly. Both boys kept their faces down to avoid identification.
Know anything about a break-in and robbery at a chemist shop on Eagle Street, not too far from here?
Us, Your Honour,
Peter said meekly.
I don't believe 'em.
Another voice said sharply from behind the light.
Let's take 'em down and let Oliver have a look at 'em.
Right.
Said the first.
On your way, you scruffy chimney climbers.
Tommy and Peter marched ahead of the two officers, who were congratulating themselves on their capture of the possible culprits. As they conversed, Peter said softly,
Follow me when I break off.
As the boys reached the end of the street a few feet ahead of the constables, Peter dashed to his right and was gone around the corner. Tommy raced after him. Down alleyways they flashed, taking a zigzag course, with the thuds of the constable's heavier feet not far behind. Suddenly Peter veered off a street and they dove into a low lodging house. An odd assortment of people was sprawled about the main room, urchins and street sellers and pickpockets and dock labourers and old servants, a collection that shifted like the tides, squeezed here hugger-mugger between jobs. For threepence a night they had access to the central hall for a sleeping floor and a fireplace for a kitchen. It was a shrewd place for a thief to go to ground and hide from the law. It was also safe from bad weather, but not from each other. A lodger had to be constantly on his guard. He slept in or on everything he owned, otherwise it walked off during the night. Fortunately, many lodgers, some in flannel sailor shirts, were kneeling around the fire, warming themselves or drying cigar butts or toasting herring for dinner, and seemed to miss the boys' entrance, lucky for them. Informing was cheap and worth something here. Tommy and Peter slid into a dark corner behind a pillar, away from the fireplace that spread its warmth and light into the unkept room.
Mate, why here?
Called one of the constables a little breathlessly, though still formidable with his blue uniform and piercing eye, as he barged through the front door.
Has anyone entered here recently?
The proprietor, a stout fellow in a colourful jacket, strode forward, an oily smile creasing his large face. He had a nicely profitable business, especially with a percentage for handling stolen goods, so he didn't need problems with the law.
Here, your honours. Oh, no, your honours.
The rogue replied, as if his pride were injured.
You know, I'd tell you if someone had.
And he smiled again.
Of course you would.
The officer replied and spat on the ground. He swung his bull's eye in a deliberate circle and used the shaft of light to penetrate all areas of the main room.
We're looking for 2 climbing boys. Wouldn't they be up a chimney?
Came the voice of a lounger near the fire, to the loud delight of his fellows. There was little admiration for constables here.
Well, it don't make much difference.
The second bluecoat said.
If we don't catch 'em, the chimneys will.
He glared at the proprietor before disappearing with an oath into the outer darkness. The other constable followed. Tommy and Peter held still, because the proprietor now began to look around too. He would want a fee for protecting them, and they didn't have enough to make him forget they were there. Peter was still breathing hard behind Tommy, but sheltered the sound in his back. The proprietor scanned the room quickly, looking and listening for unusual faces and sounds. The boys sat rigid, breathing as silently as they could. Life was cheap here, or could be expensive to keep. They again felt lucky the firelight did not reach their corner. Finally, the proprietor shrugged his shoulders and returned to the bar and his customers around the corner. The boys emerged from the dark corner, crossed the room, silently lifted the latch and slipped out. Chapter 17. Jenny. With their narrow escape, Tommy and Peter buried themselves in the stream of workers going home from their dock and factory jobs, and quickly moved out of the area. When they had gone a safe distance, they stopped to catch their breath.
You can't see the cobblers now, but why not see Jenny and tell her all your news?
Peter suggested.
Good idea. It's quite a story, especially about shins.
Tommy said, brightening.
See you later at the Cap and Bells.
Tommy walked back to the crossroads where he had seen Mr. Meacham that morning. He should still be there on a Saturday night, selling, with Jenny helping. Tommy's mind had already lined up so much he wanted to tell her, if only to see her eyes smile and hear her voice be proud of him. Twice in one day would make him lucky indeed. Again he plunged into the network of streets and alleyways, moving briskly toward the Leather Lane market. As he approached it, however, he saw Mr. Meacham's stall was empty. Although the other costers energetically offered their usual array of vegetables and fish and fruit, Mr. Meacham's barrow was not there.
Where'd he go?
Tommy asked the woman in the next stall. Who? You mean Bert Meacham?
Yeah.
Oh, nowhere in particular. You know him, always changing about. I expect they're off to Brill or St. George's.
And Jenny?
Tommy muttered, still stunned by the emptiness of the stall. She's with him, of course. Where else would she be? She's his daughter, and he needs her help. The woman turned back to her wares and left Tommy to consider the news. He had known Mr. Meacham would move sometime. It was his nature. But tonight? Why this evening? Couldn't he have stayed one more night? Now Tommy wouldn't be able to tell Jenny about his name and getting the medicine for shins. Now he had to wait for her return. The last time he had waited weeks, and this time he didn't even know where she was. "Oh," the woman said suddenly, "is your name Tommy?"
Yes, Mum.
She reached under her cart. "The girl left this for ye. Sorry, I forgot." She handed Tommy a small bag. "She said ye'd understand." He opened it and found a currant bun and a scrap of wrapping paper. Tommy peered at it and saw a coal smudge with an X next to it. He knew it was a message of some sort for him, but he couldn't read it. He struggled to understand. Smudge of charcoal, X, cross, charcoal cross. With a whoop and a broad smile he closed the bag, thanked the woman and was off to the market near Charing Cross. In the twilight, the Meacham stall seemed smaller, squeezed in a long row of similar stalls. Below the smoky red flame of their grease lamps, Jenny was freshening the apples and pears, while Mr. Meacham tried to engage passers-by with his constant chatter and ready smile. Nearby costers were selling cherries piled high and lemons in their white paper jackets. Others offered barrels of silvery herring or codfish and transparent smelts presented on thin marble slabs. From down the row came the smell of roasting chestnuts. Tommy caught his breath and slowed his gait to a saunter.
Need any help, Mr. Meacham?
Tommy offered.
"Hello, Tommy, my boy,"
responded Mr. Meacham.
"Good to see you on this cool evening. I'm glad to hear your offer, but my fruit's fine as it is."
His voice was gentle but firm.
I can carry the boxes without touching the fruit.
You always say, idle hands are wasted hands, Father.
Jenny added in support.
"So I do, Jenny, so I do. Well, Tommy, seeing as you're so plumb willing to work, I'll take you up on it, and there'll be a bun at the end for your labours. Don't I always say, what's fair is fair? Jenny?"
Yes, Father.
She led Tommy to the dray where the donkey was nuzzling his oats and several boxes of pears and apples remained full.
How's business?
He asked quickly.
Too slow. These'll ripen before we can sell all of them.
Why not create a show? Something to draw in the customers.
Like what?
She asked. Tommy took several of the empty crates and began to build a tower. He knocked a hole in the base of one crate and turned it over on top of the stack, about the height of his head, off the street.
Now,
he said,
here's a chance. A customer buys a russet or a pear or a bun. That gives him a chance to toss this apple through that hole in the top. If he does, he gets the second one free.
Free?
cried Jenny.
We can't afford that.
But most people will miss. It's late, it's dark, they're tired, and their aim will be off. Trust me. Just go to the corner and call for 'em. I'll handle the rest.
But we have to tell Father,
Jenny said.
He's a sporting man. He'll go for it.
Tommy moved the assembled crates to the street, then approached Mr. Meacham, who was involved with the customer.
"Give you tuppence for that bunch of apples there,"
the man offered.
"Tuppence is my price, as I said,"
Mr. Meacham replied firmly.
"Say tuppence halfpenny, my good man, and it's done."
"I said my price, and it's a fair one. Fine apples they are too."
The customer moved on empty-handed. Tommy explained the game of chance to Mr. Meacham, who was leaning against his wagon and mopping his brow. He seemed sceptical, but the slow business drove his grudging acceptance. A young man looking for a snack was stopped by Jenny's smile and invitation. He bought a bun and pocketed it. After listening to Tommy's rules and taking the apple, He stepped back 10 paces and tossed it. It struck the lip of the crate and fell to the ground. He smiled with chagrin and said,
Just takes getting used to. I'll take another chance.
Only costs you another bun or apple,
said Mr. Meacham cheerily. The man bought the second bun as Tommy picked up the apple, wiped it off and handed it back to the man. He measured the 10 paces again, steadied himself and threw. This time it landed on top of the crate, but did not go through the hole.
Getting better, but I've got to go. Clever game,
he said, wagging his forefinger at Tommy before departing. Mr. Meacham smiled at Tommy in his broad, paternal way.
You've the makings of a gamester.
A small crowd had gathered to watch the game, and for a while it continued. Mr. Meacham selling his fruit and buns, Tommy explaining the game, Jenny keeping the displays stocked. The occasional success prompted greater eagerness among some of the watchers to play. Finally, the crowd thinned and moved on. Mr. Meacham reviewed the takings. He had sold 20 items and had given away only 3 buns, 2 apples and a pear.
Tommy, you have my hand and my appreciation. You're a good lad. I knew it from the start. And so clever of you to devise this game.
People like games, Mr. Meacham. I've seen them all over the city, trying to win this and that. Always fancying they're better than the game. Just give them an easy challenge with nice winnings, and you can rope them in.
A clever lad. I wouldn't have thought of that. Summer's so easy, just sell bottles of strawberries to the folks going on the river. But I'd make £1 then for every 10 shillings now. It's getting tougher, with the bad weather and winter soon. Going round is a challenging business.
And the bobbies keep pushing us along,
Jenny added with a sigh.
They should leave us be,
Mr. Meacham said with sudden indignation.
Ain't it our birthright to be free and easy in the streets?
I know you'll manage, sir,
Tommy said soothingly. Mr. Meacham rested against the cart, his face less cheery than normal, more reflective of the challenge he faced every day.
I wasn't brought up in this trade, but 'twas a choice between selling and starving. So we came to London to try our luck. Some days are good, some not. Few days of rain and you're almost ruined. A precarious trade, to be sure, 'cause these goods are delicate and spoil if they don't go off. It's not really fair for you, Jenny. You deserve better.
She believes in the current, Mr. Meacham. She'll get where she's going.
I'm glad she likes currants. Frankly, I believe in cherries. Most folks think you get more of them for the price.
They laughed.
Well, you and Jenny take what you want from the wagon. You've earned it.
They took some pears and buns and slipped off behind the wagon to eat. He still had the bag and showed it to her.
You're a clever one with your clues.
No, you're the clever one, Tommy,
she said.
And now Father's proud of you. Maybe you should be in a carnival show.
He smiled.
That'd be a sight better than climbing chimneys. Allow me imagination more space. But I prefer the river. Piloting boats is all I want to do.
Me, I want to work in a dress shop, making lovely clothes. The ones ladies wear in the parks and the balls.
You'd be quite the picture in one of them, I'm sure,
Tommy offered. Jenny blushed.
It'd take a while to learn the business. I know that. But then I'd open my own shop. Women would come from all around to see my dresses and gowns and wear 'em. Imagine spending all day just making lovely clothes.
Tommy sat still, watching her eyes, picturing that lovely future.
Oh, what a dream that was,
she said at last and paused.
But then Mum died. Cholera, Father said.
Her eyes began to water. Tommy wanted to put his sooty arm around her.
Cholera,
he repeated, remembering the sight 2 years earlier before of dead bodies lined up on some streets. First came violent stomach pains and throwing up, then collapse. Death followed painfully.
Nothing we could do.
she continued slowly.
There's no one now to help Father but me and Bun Bun.
She stroked the attentive donkey.
Lucky he's not hot and cross.
Tommy said. Jenny laughed.
No, he's gentle to me. Of course, in a dress shop I wouldn't have to tend to animals, even one as nice as Bun Bun. I'd do sketches of fabrics and colours and shapes and trimmings.
Her voice died away, lost in the possibilities of such a shop where her creative spirit could fashion anything. Tommy looked at her large blue eyes and gentle, caring face. She was the one person other than Peter and Shins with whom he shared his thoughts and dreams. He felt happy she did the same with him.
You'd be proud of me, Jenny,
he said.
Shins, he's one of my best friends. He sliced his leg open on a chimney this afternoon. I got some medicine to make him well.
Is he better?
She asked.
Seems to be mending,
he said.
That's fine. He's lucky to have a friend like you.
But think how much you help your father, Jenny.
Who does he have if I don't?
She asked.
We have to take care of each other.
Tommy looked at her.
He's mighty lucky.
She smiled back.
Oh, Jenny, so much has happened today. Paul had a fight with Kelly and had to leave our group. So now I'm the one who has to lead it. What I really mean to say is,
he continued,
I'm trying harder to take care of others, just like you. Not just sitting back or depending on luck.
Like that game you figured out for us,
Jenny added.
Yes, like that too.
You mean you're making your own current?
Jenny said.
I knew you would.
And she bent forward and kissed him on the end of his nose.
It's the only clean spot on you.
And they laughed and leaned back against the wagon.
You know what else? I found out who I am. My last name, I mean.
She turned toward him, her eyes wide.
Who are you then?
I'm Tommy Simpson.
Tommy Simpson. That's a smashing name. Suits you.
And I'm going to find my parents soon. The cobblers are helping me. They're putting the word out on the street.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Her voice was soft and encouraging.
Then I won't be a sweep, and I can get a real job. And your father may think more of me.
He thinks more of you already.
But I can't stink up his fruit if I'm to keep helping him and seeing you.
He paused.
Will you be here tomorrow?
Hope so. But I can't tell. He's always shifting stools, you know that.
I'd like to know where you'll be.
Likewise,
Jenny said.
Maybe we can meet sometime by the river. You can tell me again about the current, and I can tell you about being a river pilot.
maybe I'll ride on your boat someday.
Jenny, where are you, girl?
Came the friendly roar of Mr. Meacham's voice from the front of the stall.
We're running up short here.
Come in, Father.
She called back.
Tommy, anything happens, I'll leave you another message somehow.
She looked him in the eye and smiled.
You've done famous today. I'm proud of you.
And she was off with another armful of apples. Tommy watched her go until she passed from sight. Then he picked up the bag with its bun and slipped off to the Cap and Bells. Chapter 18. The Black Night. The alehouse was especially busy Saturday nights. Labourers had their weekly wages in their pockets. With Sundays off, they were enjoying their customary weekly pleasures of drinking, gaming, and talking till the early hours. Musical entertainment and liquid refreshments overflowed into the streets, where weary wives and other women waited and waited. Peter was already sitting in a small room on the side for younger patrons. Tommy slid onto the bench, and they asked for a small pot of beer. Drink was cheaper than food, and they couldn't afford food here with the 1 copper they had. The beer came in a mug they rested on the table while they sat and devoured it first with their eyes. It would be easy going, drinking, swapping turns, and they had the bun to munch as well. Tommy took it out and split it. Peter tapped his part against Tommy's, to Jenny, and they began to eat. They saw Tim and some buddies playing 3-up. Each of the 3 players put in a halfpenny. Taking turns, they tossed the halfpennies. If the player got 3 heads or 3 tails, he got a mark. The first to reach 5 marks won the halfpennies. Tommy waved. Tim waved back. A hubbub came from the bar, and they took little notice. It was usually better not to. And they had the beer and bun to concentrate on.
But here's the lad.
A voice called out, and soon men were clustering toward their table. In front was a man Tommy recognised but couldn't place.
I say, here's the very lad who climbed that chimney this morning and almost died doing it. Heroic chap, if ever I saw one.
The man raised his glass to Tommy. Of course, it was Mr. Smart, the man with the funny sweeping machine.
In their innocence, we trample on the very humanity of these lads.
Mr. Smart continued.
We should free them from their degrading and depraved job and let them be children again.
He paused and then announced to the other patrons.
I'd like to stand this lad a drink.
Many cries of "Bravo!" rang through the air. He bought Tommy a half-pint of beer and bid him tip it down. Tommy rose and downed it in long gulps before he came up for air. Applause filled the air. Mr. Smart smiled, held up a copper and tossed it into the mug. It gave a nice clink.
Will anyone else join me in helping out this lad?
He asked. Others pressed forward to drop in pennies or halfpennies or farthings. Soon the mug was half full. A little dizzy and astonished, Tommy slumped down and glanced over at Peter. He was smiling in the same dumbfounded way. Tommy's head buzzed, but he felt he had to say something to acknowledge this extraordinary generosity. Rising a little unsteadily to his feet and raising the glass, he said,
I'm much obliged to you all for showing such kindness to a poor climbing boy like me. It's good to know there are folks like you. I won't forget how wonderful I feel in this moment.
We can see that.
A voice called out.
You deserve it.
Another yelled.
Take the mug with you.
Called the bartender.
Toast your luck in the morning and feel wonderful again.
Laughter and applause rolled quickly around the room. Twice that day Mr. Smart had entered Tommy's life. The first time it almost killed him. This time made him rich. Tommy smiled. You never could tell. The patrons filtered back to the bar and left Tommy staring at his new treasure. Protecting the coins could be a challenge. He could trust Peter and maybe Harry, but not Tim or Kelly. Tim had stolen before. The coins would have to go behind the rotten beam, where he had once hidden the sovereign he found in Russell Square. He had gone breathless that morning. He bit it to check it was real, and just stood speechless, watching it glint in the sun. Every day after lunch he had lingered till the others had gone to hold it again, and know how rich he was. Finally, it went towards new shoes for Peter and himself, but those were last fall. They hadn't lasted through the wet winter. Holding one hand over the top of the mug and waving to his benefactors with the other, Tommy began to follow Peter to the door. Almost too late, they saw and heard Kelly and 2 other master sweeps sitting at a corner table and bemoaning their recent exertions.
Nearly exhausted me scrubbing old Malone's place,
exclaimed Kelly.
Who's cleaning that chimney anyhow? He needs a scrubbing himself. Gah, what a time,
said another slightly shorter with a wide, flat face and checkered vest.
Never seen so much soot in a chimney. Almost as though it was waiting for us. Kinda spooky. Oh, shut your gob. Nothing spooky about it,
said the third sweep.
Just have to work the lads harder. I feel like another drink. Hey, Bartender!
yelled the second before spotting Tommy and Peter.
Hey, you! Come here!
Tommy and Peter walked dutifully over to the sweep's table but stayed beyond arm's reach.
Them's my boys,
said Kelly.
Look what this one's got in his hand. A mug, and half filled with coins. Now, ain't that ourn? Rightly said, Kelly. What's theirs is ours. Now, lads, do you want to share that with us, or do we have to take it from you?
The voice was loud and sharp. There was a rustle from the small room as several boys disappeared out the back door.
I didn't hear ye,
continued the master sweep.
What's your pleasure?
The gentleman at the bar gived me the money for my unusual climb this morning. It weren't for the regular job,
Tommy said.
All chimneys is the same to me,
said the short sweep in his checkered vest, looking toward his colleagues for support.
Ain't that so? Absolutely,
the taller one agreed.
All money's the same too,
the short sweep continued.
Here you go.
And he leaned forward somewhat drunkenly to grab the mug. Tommy stepped back, and the man sprawled on the table.
That's not gentlemanlike,
said the sweep with the checkered vest as he arose.
Put that mug on the table. Now.
Shan't,
Tommy said sharply and passed it to Peter.
It's enough we climb them chimneys all week so you can live off our sweat and all,
he said, suddenly finding his voice. He stepped forward and the sweep, momentarily amazed, fell back in his seat.
This money's different, and you know it.
A murmur spread through the room. The patrons seemed impressed at Tommy's pluck in facing the sweeps. The sound was cut short by the short sweep rising to his feet.
Gah, this calls for an education, it does. No climbing boy talks back to me, spooky day or not.
He pulled off his belt, doubled it over, and snapped it loudly to show its strength. As Tommy braced for a blow, he stepped farther out of reach. He didn't deserve this punishment and wouldn't accept it. Someone like Paul had to stand up to the sweeps. He hoped he was resourceful enough. He continued to back up, trying to put the chairs and tables between them. The sweep wouldn't hit Tommy's hands because he needed them to climb. Instead, Checkervest would aim to slap him sharply across the back if he could maintain a distance. The sweep snapped the folded belt again and began to advance. He raised it for a punishing stroke.
Don't do it,
came a steady voice from the small room. All eyes swung in that direction. 3 muffled boys with caps drawn over their faces were standing there. The boy in front advanced with a long, thin knife in his hand.
We stand together.
Well, looky here,
said the sweep sarcastically, addressing the whole room.
It's the Black Knight to the rescue.
As he was talking, he suddenly unleashed the belt like a whip, aiming it at the hand holding the knife. But the boy was quicker. He sprang to one side and then forward, nicking the sweep's hand as he swept by and drawing blood.
So, it's blood you want, is it?
Said the sweep in a loud, savage voice.
All right, it's blood you'll have. I'll accommodate you.
He switched the belt to his left hand and swung it furiously, slashing the table so all could hear the belt's weight.
Come on, Jack. Give the boy a lesson.
The tall colleague yelled drunkenly.
He's got it coming, Jack,
Kelly called.
Put him in his place.
A hush came over the room. Those at the bar turned to watch the battle. Stern business was clearly at hand. Tommy thought the boy looked so small in comparison. The master sweep moved forward, whirling the belt like a sling, and the boy gave way. Halfway around the room the pair went, chairs scattering as the sweep looked for an advantageous moment while the masked boy seemed to weigh possible responses. Having almost pinned the boy between a table and a wall, the sweep suddenly brought the belt down sharply toward the boy's shoulder. The boy dodged away and the belt slammed into the sweep's leg. With a bellow, he raged forward and brought the belt down again. This time the boy slipped sideways, catching the belt somewhat on his thigh, but flashing upward with his thin blade. It nicked the sweep's second hand, and he dropped the belt with a cry. A second hooded boy came forward, stopping briefly to check on his injured comrade. He turned to face the fallen sweep and let the light glint off his knife. When he spoke, the muffled voice was low and menacing.
If I hear you're taking any boy's money or wages, I'll come for you in your dreams. Nick here, Nick there.
He spoke slowly, so every word rang.
At every turning of the road, the knife. Clear?
Right,
Said the slumped sweep in a cowering voice, still cradling his cut hands.
God, what a day!
He moaned.
All of you!
The dark figure commanded, stepping toward the other sweeps as if to dole out further punishment.
Right!
Kelly and the tall sweep agreed readily. The second boy lifted his friend to his feet. The boys touched their caps to Tommy, and the dark shapes departed. A rustle from the bar showed other patrons, too drunk or self-protective to intervene, had witnessed the fight.
Your public oath is your word,
Observed Mr. Smart loudly, and the bartender, the usual arbiter of such issues, nodded. The three master sweeps sullenly dropped their heads and busied themselves with their drinks.
Let's go.
Peter said, pulling Tommy's arm. Tommy was still marvelling at the turn of events. What a brave boy that was, to be willing to suffer injury to protect Tommy. And the other boy, to close the matter like that. So the sweep's new plan was over. Paul's act had been rewarded. The soot at Malone's had played its role, and now this remarkably courageous act had brought them victory. No real progress or change, but at least they were back where they had been, and perhaps with more respect. And yet it seemed more than merely getting their halfpennies and pennies back. They were all in this together. Getting the medicine for shins had united them in some way, as this moment had too. Friends taking care of friends. They really were a band of brothers. He would have to make sure the bond continued.
Tommy!
Came Peter's voice again. Protecting the mug, Tommy followed Peter out of the alehouse. Chapter 19. Again around the fire.
Have you bought anything?
Harry asked as Peter, with Tommy behind him, trooped in. Fortunately, Tommy had slowed to a walk, so the coins wouldn't chink.
Nothing now. But tomorrow we got a surprise for you, Harry.
Something besides the jacket.
He said, leaning forward.
What?
Wait till tea time tomorrow, and you'll see. Something special.
Thanks. But I wish we had a loaf right now, 'cause we got a new mouth to feed.
He said with a jerk of his head.
Who's he?
Peter asked, pointing at a small, slim boy tucked near the fire. Tommy slipped into a dark corner and hid the mug.
This here's Kevin.
Harry answered as the boy stood up.
How'd you get here?
Peter asked again.
I saw you smoking. Just came in off the street.
Kevin offered quietly.
There ain't enough wood for us all. Sides, it's too crowded by the fire already.
Tim said testily from a stall.
I'll stay in the back if you want. I won't take any heat. Well, you can sleep here tonight.
Tommy broke in, coming forward and trying to ease the boy's situation.
But don't stay past tomorrow. If you do, Kelly'll make you work. Who's he? The master sweep,
said Tommy. Tim's bitter voice came again.
Can't you see asking? No, it's dark in here, and my eyes ain't so good now.
The boy said quietly.
But I'd rather do what you're doing for 2 hours than what I was doing for 1. Try it then, and welcome,
Harry said.
You're leaving tomorrow, Kevin, and not looking back.
Tommy said firmly.
There's plenty of jobs for a good worker. Help the costers till you can become an apprentice or run errands for a shopkeeper. Don't even start in this business. But tonight, you're welcome.
Kevin's face flushed and his small body seemed to swell.
Thanks. You're mighty kind to take me in. It's a tough street out there alone.
You think the streets is tough? You ain't seen tough.
Tim's voice cut like a cold knife.
Ever work in the mills? You can't hear anything after a while 'cause of the machines. No seats, little food. 15 hot hours of the same job every day. Some nights you're so tired you can't reach your bed before you fall asleep. And if you slack off or make a mistake, the boss slams you with a billy roller.
He extended his left hand, and for the first time, Tommy was aware of the broken middle knuckle.
Lucky I don't have to bend much, huh?
He spat the words out. There was silence. Kevin broke in.
I've never been in the mills, but I've been in the mines. I can't go down there again. The mines.
The word echoed in Tommy's mind. That was the worst job of all. Paul had been there several months before he ran away. Though he never spoke of what he had done and seen there, Tommy knew already from other climbing boys. Boys and girls younger than he was, the cheapest labour for the owners, opened and closed air doors all day long. Others struggled with huge coal baskets up long, steep ladders. And then there were the boys in the coal carts. Probably Kevin's job. Harnessed by chains between their legs, they hauled loaded carts on all fours through dank, slanted passageways, sometimes 3 feet high. For 14 to 16 hours a day, they worked underground, never seeing the sun except on Sundays. Suddenly, Kevin looked so much smaller, more like a child.
Come by the fire,
Tommy said.
It's good to feel the light.
Kevin smiled and sat on the floor near the stump where the supper tray rested.
Kelly was by a while back.
Harry broke in.
We told him Paul had gone, and he swore a streak. Said he'd track him down if it took years.
Paul get away. He's too smart for Kelly,
Peter said.
Hey, let's eat.
It was Saturday supper, usually a main meal of the week. Bread, butter, tea, chunks of meat and a veggie. Tonight, it was just warm taters and the usual bread, butter and tea. Kelly had been too busy with other events, Tommy realised, to focus on them. Tommy divided the food into 5 portions, offering the first to Harry, and sent the tea around. They all set to.
I've been figuring.
Harry broke in between mouthfuls.
It's time we took life easy.
And he dropped a piece of bread into his mouth from an arm's length.
No more brash and shovel. We should have maids and butlers and cooks taking care of us. Breakfast late in bed on a tray, anything we want. And by the by, we'd spend summer days in the hills, strolling through the bushes and picking berries and filling our mouths with them. No cares in the world. Oh, sounds wonderful to me.
Kevin sighed.
You know a place like that?
Only in his head.
Tim said.
That's the only place that really matters for me.
Harry continued.
That's the only place that could, 'cause it never rains there. People are always smiling, and the food keeps coming.
A coughing fit brought him up short. When he stopped, he quickly swallowed the rest of his tea, but Tommy knew even hot tea wouldn't still a cough like that. Harry doubled over again, racked with coughs. His spittle was dark.
You still don't get it, Harry.
Tim murmured again.
You got to make your future happen. Dreaming won't do it.
You got to fight for what you want.
He turned toward the sacks, then added quietly, almost as an afterthought.
You're not needin' sit. You won't last long enough. I know it, damn ya.
Harry said under his breath.
Oh, but you will.
Peter quickly said to Harry.
Tommy and I are going to get you well again one of these days and send you packing off to a good job. I don't mind this,
Harry said.
but you're kind. If you feel like doing some magic now, I could use that jacket you promised me. This shirt's mighty cold. You want to try mine?
Kevin offered.
No.
Harry said quickly, then softened.
I appreciate your offer, Kevin, but I'm sure you'll need it. Besides, I've got that jacket coming, and it's just my style. You've got a lot to learn, boyo.
Tim broke in, looking sharply at Kevin.
Keep what you've got. It's the only way you'll make it. Thanks for the advice.
Kevin said.
And remember to pay your debts.
Tim concluded and limped slowly to his sack.
Tim, what's wrong with your leg?
Peter asked. Tim smiled wanly.
No matter. I gave better than I got,
he said, and continued to his sack. Suddenly, Tommy remembered the apples and motioned to Peter. As if going to the privy, they took the candle outside and rescued the fruit, wiping off the last traces of its hiding place on their shirts. Back by the fire, they used the clean end of the poker to split 2 of the apples and set them over the flames. Harry was overjoyed. Even Tim was drawn back by the pleasant smell. Kevin, grateful for the kindness, moved into the semicircle by the fire. When the apples were almost bubbling, Tommy took them off and divided them, offering the first section to Tim, who used a suddenly familiar knife to cut his piece into smaller chunks. He saw Tommy glancing at the knife and quickly put it away. How typical of Tim to keep private his role in the bar fight, and how grateful Tommy was. It had taken someone of Tim's grit to face down Checkervest, especially armed with that belt. But Tommy also knew how gratified Tim must have been to give back to the Master Sweeps some of the pain they inflicted on him. Though Tommy knew he'd never be close to Tim, he could admire him for his help to them all. He had said,
I owe you one,
for the walnuts that afternoon. He had paid that debt many times over now. Tommy waited until he caught Tim's eye again and touched his cap in salute. The room was quiet but for the crackling of the flames and the sound of their chewing the luscious chunks of heated apple, and the next round was already steaming on the spit. Tommy ate his portion of the last apple slowly, savouring the warm, sweet slivers. He had rarely eaten as well as he had that day. But tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, how would he eat then?
Best we all slip off like Tim,
Peter said. Already Tommy could hear Tim's sleepy breathing.
It's our one night of rest,
he said to Kevin.
Give me one last swig of tea,
Harry asked. He gulped it down, then moved to the sack with Tim.
Kevin, you're over there with Peter and me,
Tommy said, pointing to the other sack. Kevin smiled and climbed under the wraps.
Mind if I sing a little before I sleep? It allus seems to settle me down,
came Kevin's voice from under the sack.
That would be grand,
Tommy responded, relaxing against the chair. In the quiet cellar, Kevin began a gentle ballad. The tune rich in melody, his voice young but fine. It told of a lonely journey, struggling forward, but with good times coming, days of hope when events would turn out well. Tommy was touched by Kevin's clear, plaintive voice and felt the song echoing his own life, with so many steps still ahead of him. The final notes held for a moment in the dark room, carrying most of the boys into dreamy sleep. Tommy remained by the low flames of the fire. Peter and he needed to find more wood or coal. They were almost out. But now they had a pool of wealth. It was surely almost a shilling. Tommy could feel the blood pulsing through his body. A full shilling! And yesterday morning he had been thinking of a 1 copper treat. What dreams they could have with this treasure! The fire winked at him, and he was back home again. There was the fireplace and the firebox next to it. He fed the paper while Father arranged the wood. Father let him scrunch the paper into tight balls and jam them under the grating before he lit the pile into a blaze. Then they sat warm by the fire, and Father talked of his work at the shop and of the many customers who bought their shoes. And Mother sat there laughing at his stories and mending his clothes. Tommy never thought of a chimney as anything but a way to share their warmth and happiness. An ember snapped, and he was startled to see the cellar again, dark with soot, but soft with sleepy breathing. Tomorrow Tommy would talk with Mr. Keeley and Ned and learn something of his parents' whereabouts. Every day he would learn more until he found them. Then he could leave this life behind and be back in his family. Across the room the windows barely let in the sky, but among the heavenly sparkles he could see one star that seemed to be looking down on them through the window's sooty streaks, glowing firmly as it travelled along the current of the sky. He thought of Jenny. Maybe it was her light. He hoped it would be there the next morning and would stay with him during the days ahead. Peter's body was warm as Tommy snuggled next to him and tried to fall asleep. But endless chimneys kept filling his mind, and coins clinking into mugs. Somehow they merged, and now the coins were falling down the chimneys on top of him and not stopping, hitting his head, hitting his hands, knocking them loose. He was losing his grip and falling with them into the distance. He awoke in a sweat. He had to take several deep breaths to calm himself. He was still in the cellar unharmed. No one else was stirring. Even the embers were dark. Nothing was different. They were all still there, and yet not the same. Paul was gone, and now Kevin had come. It was an odd world, but the group would hold together somehow. He would have to see to that until he found his father and mother. Cheered by these thoughts and tired by his long day, Tommy fell asleep. Chapter 20. The Cobbler's Story. Dawn came cold on Sunday, but with no wind. Grey light seemed to push through the broken windows and fill the room. This was their day off, but for the odd chimney that needed attention. A quiet, still day with no factory smoke, so the air was cleaner and the sky again blue. Tommy liked to lie on his sack, warmed by Peter's nearness, and think over the week gone by. It was a rare, unhurried chance to reflect on recent events. So he lay on his back, hands behind his head, thinking about Paul and Jenny and his name and his parents and the medicine for shins and the battle in the bar, and finally his wealth hidden in the bar glass behind the board. It had been a busy 2 days. Today would be special because he would visit the cobblers and learn of his father, see Philip and learn of the new jackets, and finally visit Shins again. What a full day for a Sunday. Generally he took the day slowly, walking and enjoying the time with Peter. And what a feast they would have today. He turned and looked at Peter in the grey light. A flutter of eyelids showed Peter was actively involved in his dream, no doubt full of adventurous exploits and far from this sooty room and the chimneys. Tommy shifted on the sack and caught the heavy sound of someone coming toward them. Kelly? At this hour? On a Sunday? Kelly came into view at the top of the short set of stairs and stopped there.
Tommy!
He called gruffly. Tommy sat up.
There's a chimney on Great Windmill needs cleaning. I knew you'd be first up.
At this hour?
Tommy asked.
Tried to push it off, but we're at our client's beck and call.
he said with an attempt at a smile.
Can I go after breakfast?
Have to wait for your return. They need you. Now.
Kelly emphasised the last word so heavily that the noise roused Peter, who slowly opened his eyes and took in the situation.
A chimney? On a Sunday morning?
Right, get moving.
Kelly said.
Address is 72 Great Windmill. It's just above Haymarket, where I saw you last week. Be there soon.
Kelly turned and left.
That's odd.
Peter said, now fully awake.
Kelly didn't get a call this early. It's not possible. Who's going to stop by at this hour on a Sunday? He didn't mention it yesterday. And I'm sure he wasn't looking for business after the event last night. And I was just picturing the day.
Tommy said.
The cobblers, me father, Jenny, and Harry's jacket. Tell you what, Tommy, it's a special day for you. So you go see your cobblers. I'll handle the chimney and meet you at Tyrrell's pastry shop at 9 bells. You're buying? My pleasure,
Tommy said. Both boys were already moving, Peter dressing and gathering his tools and bag while Tommy slipped over to the hiding place and extracted a few coins. He gave Peter a halfpenny.
Have a warm bun early.
Peter smiled back.
I can handle that.
They walked out together and split when they reached the street, Peter going toward Windmill while Tommy walked toward Trinity Lane. In the early Sunday morning, London still lay asleep. The streets, so often thronged by people, vehicles and horses, lay almost quiet. But for a few enterprising street sellers, the city dwellers rested after the long week, awaiting the sermons and hymns in their churches and the delicious Sunday dinners afterwards. Tommy moved easily on the slick cobbles, with little to see this morning but the content of the store windows. He couldn't afford any of the fancy clothes or nice food in the specialty stores. He had learned it was easier to keep moving and not frustrate himself by wishing for what he couldn't have. There would be a time for that, just not now. He pictured Peter reaching Windmill. It had the same first letter as Whitecross Market, so Peter would circle the nearby streets until he found one with the same letter. He could always ask a passer-by to be sure. At least Peter knew numbers. Tommy's feet knew the path to Trinity Lane by themselves, though he had gone there only once. As he might miss breakfast by the time he returned, he stopped at a barrow and bought 3 large buns. Such a pleasure to have a large bun rather than a small one. He paused to survey their rich brown colour and dense shape, to savour their smell, fresh as the morning, before he sank his teeth into one of them and ate it in large gulps. At that rate, sadly, the large bun went almost as quickly as a small one. 10 more minutes and he was turning into Trinity, then the side street. There was the cobbler's sign, and soon the shop. It was closed, but he had expected that. Looking up, he saw a raised shade on a second-floor flat above the shop, so he rang the bell. A second pull, and Mr. Keeley put his head out.
Morning, Mr. Keeley. I was sorry to miss you yesterday. May I give you 2 some breakfast?
And he waved the buns.
Why'll you tell me about me father?
Tommy thought he saw a change in Mr. Keeley's expression before he said,
Be down in a few minutes.
And withdrew his head into the flat. What did the pause mean? Was he simply sore after a full week of work? Was he irritated at being awakened so early, especially on a Sunday? Did he know something he'd prefer not to share? Tommy rested against the wall and looked at the cobbler's shop. It still smelled of leather and hard work. The short hammers, mallets and awls had been put away, though a lasting jack stood to one side near the low benches and stools. Hobbled cobblers like Ned could still do a good day's work here. Tommy had watched his father so often and even helped him a few times make shoes, so he knew the process. Measuring the client's foot with a size stick and tracing it on paper to get the shape his father would carve from a wooden block. using stretching pliers to pull the soft leather uppers around the last or wooden form and tacking it down, soaking the thick leather sole in a bucket of water before pounding it tough on a lapstone and cutting the appropriate shape with a half-moon knife, punching holes in its edge with an awl so he could glue, then stitch the uppers to the sole with the two threads going around in opposite directions, and finally nailing on the heel, trimming the excess leather off the sole and polishing the finished shoe. It was a hard and slow process, one that had calloused his father's hands and caused him to straighten his back so often to relieve the tightness. But his father loved being a craftsman, making something of quality, something he was proud of out of materials and his talent. He had even made Tommy a special pair of shoes that... The sound of padding slippers broke into his thoughts, and then a bolt was pulled back. The door opened and Mr. Keeley waved him in.
Sorry to come Sunday morning,
Tommy said,
but I think you know how much I want to know your news. Thought it was only fair to bring each of you a bun, since I was getting you up early.
You're a kind lad, Tommy. We appreciate it. Ned'll be down later. Let me put the kettle on, and then we'll talk.
The preparations were handled routinely, as if his hands were moving on their own. With the stove lit, the pot set, and the cups and sugar out, Mr. Keeley turned back to Tommy.
Set you down. That's fine. No, you want to know about your father, Roger Simpson. Well...
And he paused and looked around, as if expecting Ned, who had not yet appeared.
Yes?
Prompted Tommy.
I have good news, Tommy. But there's also bad. Somehow, they always seem to arrive at the same time. Don't you find that's true?
Yes, but tell me.
Mr. Keeley looked directly at Tommy.
We've found your father.
Tommy didn't move. He hardly dared to breathe. They had found his father. He knew they would succeed, this brotherhood of cobblers. So he had been in London. So they could be together again. His father. Tommy felt those strong hands again. Everything would be right.
And?
Tommy asked. What could the bad news be if his father was there? Mr. Keeley paused and ran a hand through his greying hair.
Tommy, we found out why your father's shop was closed. There was a fire there, almost a year ago now. Your father was in the shop at the time. He was hit by a beam as it fell. Must have hit him on the head. He's still alive, but he's not recovered his memory. He's not settled in the mind. He doesn't remember everything. I'm sorry.
So he could see his father, but it wouldn't be the same man. He was hurt in some way. Maybe his father wouldn't even remember him. After all the nights Tommy had thought about his family and what it would mean to be together again, this was a blow he wasn't ready for.
And there's another piece of bad news,
continued Mr. Keeley. His voice grew quieter, and he looked out the window for a long time.
It's about me mother, isn't it?
Tommy asked at last. Mr. Keeley turned to his kettle that had begun to whistle, took it off the stove and poured 2 cups through the tea strainer. He spooned in some sugar, stirred the tea and gave 1 cup to Tommy. At least the warmth felt good in his hands.
Yes, it is, Tommy.
He paused again.
She must have been visiting your father when the fire started. She didn't get out.
Tommy almost dropped the cup. He set it down and turned away from Mr. Keeley. His eyes burned with tears. It seemed he couldn't stop them. His wonderful mother and his injured father. Why had this happened? Why them? He was sure his father had tried to protect or save his mother. That's why he was hurt. All the eagerness of hearing about his father seeped out of him. He had been happier when he didn't know. He still couldn't turn back and face Mr. Keeley.
How'd you find out?
Frayne saw the fire and tried to help, but it was too late. They barely got your father out. Then, yelling her name, he rushed back in to get her, and the beam caught him. They got him out again just afore a wall collapsed.
Was he burned?
Not much at all. That's the amazing part. More inside, if you know what I mean.
Tommy sat still. His mother was gone, and his father deeply injured. Tommy numbly turned back to his tea and drank its warming liquid. There was nothing else to do.
So where is he?
He asked when he found his voice.
In the sanatorium, over the hill there.
Said Mr. Keeley, pointing through the window to a farther part of London.
I'm sure we can see him if we went to the authorities.
And my mother?
Tommy's voice was flat.
In the cemetery yonder.
Mr. Keeley said, pointing out another window.
Friends pitched in for the coffin and gravestone. I'm not sure your father knows.
So there it was, his dream shattered in little pieces, some burned, some buried. No wonder his parents had never found him. They had not been looking. How long he sat there staring into the steaming tea, he didn't know. It seemed ages. For a parade of pictures had appeared and vanished in the steam. Images of his parents, their small place, his father's hands, his mother's smile, the warm clothes she made him, his little corner of the family room. Family. That was gone, most of all. Mr. Keeley's hand on his shoulder brought Tommy back.
Whenever you want to see your father, I can help.
Can we get him out?
Get him out? Of the sanatorium? Oh, I doubt that. That's tough to do. You gotta persuade the court he's alright, and he'd be better off outside. From what people tell me, he's mighty distracted. But my only sister, you see, is in the same place. A little daffy she is now. Age'll do that to some folks, so I visit her every Sunday. Nice way to keep the family connected. Tell you what, I'll look for your father today and find out his room. Even draw you a map so you can find him.
That's mighty generous, Mr. Keeley.
Tommy said, weariness and pain weighting his voice.
If visiting days are Sundays, I'd like to go with you next week. I just need a little time to be alone now.
Mr. Keeley looked down at the boy, wrestling so gallantly with his losses.
I understand, lad. It's a shock. Really a double shock. Roger's a fine man, and we don't like to lose one of our own. I'm sure he'll come round, and we're so sorry about your mother. I'm sure she was a fine person.
He gathered the tea things into the sink and saw Tommy to the door.
I'd like to get that map, Mr. Keeley. Can I come by this afternoon?
I'll be waiting, lad,
he said with a cheerier expression. Here was a boy worth helping. Tommy felt the door close behind him and his legs begin to walk automatically away from the cobbler's shop. He went about 10 feet before they gave out, and he slumped to the ground, his face buried in his working shirt. His mother gone, and his father gone in mind. Could he have been a climbing boy for so long? Could all this have happened, and so quickly? In the pain that was strangling his heart, he found only one opening to the light. He would have to see his father. Rescue his father. How, he didn't know, but without his father there was little point in going on, and he knew with a deep sense of certainty that his presence, his father's knowledge, that Tommy was alive, could help his father overcome his present situation more than anything else. That had to be the way home. Yet he couldn't accomplish the rescue alone. He'd need help. Peter, Shins, Philip, the Meachams. He'd also need a plan. It was time he was moving. Chapter 21. A Heated Chimney. Tommy arrived at the rendezvous point. Tyrrell's was one of the cornerstones of their lives, a quaint, small wooden shop that exhaled the warm, fresh smells of buns and pastries. He couldn't afford the sweets, but the rolls made in the back twice a day were marvellous. Peter wasn't there. Maybe the chimney had required more work. He'd be along soon. Tommy went inside the shop and bought a honey bun for Peter with the rest of his coins. Then he sat against the store and waited. Much as the smell from the bag enticed him, he reminded himself the bun was for Peter. He was on the point of peeking at it again when a patron of the shop walked past him and threw out the last of her tea. She must be well off, he thought. He couldn't afford to do that. Intrigued, he watched the tea seep into the ground, leaving a few leaves behind. What future did they tell, he wondered. He thought of what Peter had taught him. The angular shapes suggested difficulty, if not danger, in her future. Tommy thought again of Shins and his tea leaves. Suddenly, Tommy felt as though a cold knife had slipped into his heart. These weren't Peter's leaves, but he felt something was wrong. He knew almost before he heard Harry running toward him. Harry came to an abrupt halt, breathing heavily.
Peter slipped at Houghton's. Come on.
Following Harry, Tommy raced the many blocks, thinking only of Peter somehow in pain. As they neared the house, they slowed to a walk, catching their breaths. Inside the 3-story brick building, commotion was evident, as servants moved back and forth behind the windows. A doctor suddenly alighted from a trap and entered with his black bag. The man's brow was furrowed and his manner brisk. A small crowd had gathered and was leaning against the black metal fence to learn what had happened. Whispers swept back and forth.
I'm going in.
Tommy said to Harry.
Hold this.
And he gave Harry the bag with Peter's bun. He slipped through the crowd to the door, squared his shoulders and walked inside. More commotion. He followed the voices into the sitting room where he saw the doctor leaning over someone on the floor. Tommy quietly edged forward and around the doctor. Before he was noticed, he saw what he was looking for. Peter, his head cushioned on a pillow, was on the floor, his right leg scraped and bloody. He was wincing, especially when the doctor touched the leg in several places. A servant, noticing him, was about to usher him out when the doctor swept his arm for silence.
You fell down the chimney on this leg?
The doctor asked Peter calmly.
Tell me how it happened.
Between grimaces, Peter began his story of climbing the flue.
When was this chimney last used?
The doctor interrupted to ask the sobbing maid.
Yesterday, but I don't know how that pot of water got on the grate. I was sure I left the pot there, but not filled with water. I wouldn't neither, 'cause I knew the boy was up.
Then, who filled the pot?
The doctor asked. I don't know. The boy came in and started up the chimney. Then a master sweep came to check the boy was here, but he left. I'm so sorry this happened.
And she broke into fresh sobs.
Well, lad,
the doctor said, adjusting his glasses and turning back to Peter.
What happened? The steam coated the walls and you lost your grip?
I got to the top. Did a good job of cleaning, as you can see by the sap. It was on the way down. Seemed warmer and wetter than before. I made the turn and I realised I couldn't hold the walls. But I couldn't climb up neither at that point. Tried to inch my way down, but 'twas too slippery. Must have fallen a full story.
Did you fall straight down, or did you bounce off the sides of the flue?
Bounced, clawing at the walls the best I could.
And he showed the doctor his bloody nails.
Saw the grate, but I couldn't stop.
I thought as much,
the doctor said, his face greying with concern.
You're a brave lad in a bad situation. The leg's broken, that's for sure. How badly I need to see. Lucky you knocked the pot away so you weren't scalded as well.
Tommy could wait no longer and burst forward.
Peter, I should have done it.
He was quickly at Peter's side. For the first time, the rest of the group seemed to notice him.
Who are you?
The doctor asked.
He's Tommy, my chum.
Peter said with a weak smile.
What he means is that he should have cleaned that chimney, not me.
He's in a bad way.
The doctor said, speaking directly to Tommy.
The scrapes I can wash and bandage, but he's come down hard on that leg and broken it. I'll splint it for now. Seems like a clean break, but we'll have to see. Where do you live?
You better take him to number 17 Oldbourne Lane,
Tommy said. Peter looked quizzically, then understood.
I'll be down here in a short time. Then you can take him back.
The doctor was as good as his word. The maid had been sent to secure a carriage while the doctor washed, bandaged and splinted the leg. He also washed and bandaged Peter's hands and feet. Tommy gathered the soot and Peter's tools into his soot bag.
You said number 17, Holborn Lane?
Yes, sir.
The doctor carried Peter into a carriage, called the address up to the driver and handed him the fare in advance before turning to Tommy.
Take him there. I'll be round later to see how he is.
You're right generous to us climbing boys, sir. Can I clean your chimney for free?
The doctor smiled, and before he responded he had to dab at his eyes with his handkerchief.
No, but that was a gentlemanly offer. Spend your time taking care of your friend.
With that, he doffed his hat and went back inside the house. Tommy climbed into the carriage, his first time inside one, and sat back with Peter in cushioned splendour as it bore them to Shin's lodgings. A tap on the back window showed that Harry was also riding the carriage, but in their usual way.
It was Kelly, wasn't it?
Tommy said, having used his shoulder as a crutch to get Peter up the stairs into Shin's room and onto the mattress. Harry closed the door behind them and settled into the chair. Some light through the darkened window made the room a little more hospitable. Fortunately, Shins and Will were probably taking a slow stroll in the park to exercise Shin's leg.
Must have been. Who else would try to cripple me? But Peter, he wasn't trying to do that. What do you mean? Of course he was. He was... No!
Tommy interrupted, his voice harsh.
He was trying to cripple me.
Peter stared at him.
Don't you see? I was the one who embarrassed the sweeps last night when I wouldn't give 'em my mug with the coins. I'm sure they decided to make a lesson of me because they couldn't get the boys in the masks. This morning, Kelly asked me to do the chimney, not you. And it's such an odd time. He didn't see you leave and he arrived after you started up, so he didn't realise it wasn't me. Now he's botched the job. Lest he thinks I'll take the warning. Like he knew where Harry was and got the word to him to get me. So what are we going to do? We can't go back there now.
Peter said.
And Shins can't keep you here for long.
Harry added, coming forward with the bag. Peter opened it and took out the honey bun.
Well, this pat's a different complexion on the morning,
he said as he began to eat the bun after giving a part to Harry. Small bites, they made a treat last longer. A bright smile crossed Tommy's pensive face.
Peter, what do you say we do our own sweeping? We can get Shins and Will, so we'll have 4 to start. Not you, Harry, if that's all right. You need to get out the chimneys. Course, it'll only be 3 boys till you're well, Peter. You mean, work for ourselves? Why not? Why give Kelly most of our wages to guzzle down beers? He doesn't get us customers anyhow. Let's do it ourselves. We'd have to find lodgings and make meals and do all that. Couldn't be as hard as climbing chimneys.
I could throw in my tips from sweeping the streets or running errands.
Harry offered, keen to be involved in the adventure.
And I could carve toys or something. Now I'm laid up.
Peter added. Tommy smiled back. Peter was always looking for a sunny day, and he wasn't a dreamer like Harry. Peter could change the weather because he had ideas that worked.
Should we start now?
Peter asked.
Well, we need more money to start with. I'll slip back to Kelly's and get what's left there.
Tommy said with a wink to Peter.
I'm sure Shins will help us for a while. And what happens when the master sweeps find out? That's a problem. We'll have to travel in pairs till then, 'cause...
Tommy put his hand to Peter's mouth as a shadow which had been still against the outside wall moved away.
How long was it there?
Peter asked. Tommy had already moved to the broken and brown papered windows, but could see no one now.
Don't know for certain. Seemed odd it wasn't moving, and then it did. Someone listening. Sure of it. Probably followed us from the house you fell in.
The three boys looked at each other. If it hadn't been a sweep, it was someone who was curious about their plans, someone who would pass the information along to the master sweeps for a price.
Harry, watch Peter till I get back. I want to see what the sweeps will do.
And he was off after the shadow. Tommy had no experience following people, but he did know an important fact. The master sweeps would already be at Malone's, so that was where the shadow would go. Moving briskly through the late morning streets, Tommy reached the bar as someone bent over and moving quickly slipped out the front door. Tommy thought he heard coins tinkle. Sure that the sweeps were inside, he slipped past the front door for a quick view, gambling he wouldn't be seen. Scanning the spacious room, he saw several tables of lonely men drinking their drams of gin. It became a serious business. The slow draining of the glass, the smack of the lips, and the drawing of the hand across the mouth. Then came the fateful pause, when some rose to leave and others called for another round. Tommy looked at the other tables and soon saw the familiar four in a booth near the mahogany bar. He continued around the side of the building and crept to a window that fortunately had been opened to let out smoke.
Did you hear what them boys are planning? Gonna do their own sweeping. Well, we'll have to stomp that out. Bad for business.
Checker Vest said.
What do we do?
Asked the taller one with the squeaky voice.
Won't be too difficult,
said a voice Tommy recognised as Kelly's.
We'll just have to.
Here you are.
Came the pleasant voice of the barmaid.
4 beers. Oh, thank you, gents. Right nice tip as you are.
She left. Tommy took the moment when he expected the sweeps to be taking their first cool draughts to glance into the bar. Just below the window he saw Kelly and Squeak on one side of the table, Checkervest and Bob on the other. All were enjoying their brews, most with their eyes closed. Tommy's mouth went dry.
You were saying?
Checkervest said after the long pause.
Oh, yes.
And Kelly lowered his voice. The men must have leaned forward, for Tommy couldn't hear them. There was no point for the boys to stay with Kelly now. Their safety was in peril, but they didn't have enough money to break away easily. They needed another week or 2 at least. And it was even more than the money. They didn't have a place to stay. Shins and Will would put them up for a night or 2, so could Philip, but they had to buy and store food, find a place for the soot and someone to buy it, and solve all the other details to make the plan work. He must have been thinking too deeply about these points, because before he could move, the bar door opened and the master sweeps came out. They seemed on the point of parting when Checkervest glanced Tommy's way. Though he was somewhat in shadow and flat against the wall, Checkervest yelled,
There's one of 'em!
And pointed at Tommy. In a moment, all 4 sweeps were in pursuit. Tommy dodged down the alley, up a thinner byway, and plunged down another alley. The footing was sloppy, but he had no time to slow down. On he ran, moving steadily toward the river, one of the areas he knew best. He paused. There was no sound of footsteps behind him now, but that almost gave him greater concern. The sweeps might have split into two groups. Perhaps one had bolted toward the river to cut him off, and he would be blundering into a trap. Longer he paused, listening for unusual sounds, heard none. So he began a wide circle back. 2 streets later he stopped suddenly. Framed for a moment in the circle of gaslight, checker vest, head down, breathing hard, had entered the other end of the street and was moving steadily in Tommy's direction. He slid into a recess, shadowed by the tall buildings, and watched the man move by, menace on his face for having been so exercised in his pursuit. Tommy could imagine the consequences if he were caught. Like Charlie, he couldn't swim. When Checkervest had turned the corner, Tommy slipped out of his hiding place and raced up the street in the other direction. He had to warn Peter and Harry. He stopped. No, it was a better time to recover his money before Kelly returned to the lodgings. He could alert Tim if he were there at the same time. Chapter 22. Starting the Plan. Peter was sitting up and whittling a chunk of wood when Tommy returned from their lodgings.
Harry went out to help Philip sweep the crossings,
Peter said.
I think he'll do right well as a sparrow. And Patrick needs someone to take Charlie's place. He'll do even better inside,
Tommy said, looking for a place to hide the bar mug of coins. He finally decided the best place was under a loose board in the corner.
I sent Kevin to see Philip too,
Tommy said as he worked.
Lucky Kelly never saw him.
He turned back to Peter.
How's the leg? Hurts, but my hands are better. Lucky my left one took most of the fall. I won't be able to help in the chimneys for a while, so I thought I'd better do this.
As they were talking, Peter's hands were still moving, fashioning something out of the wood. Slowly, as Tommy watched, it took on the shape of a small boat. For someone who didn't like the water, Peter had a remarkable eye for detail. The keel line, the shape of the small cabin, even a proper bow design.
See what I'm wasting in them chimneys?
Peter said as he bent back from his work. Tommy saw the pride in Peter's lively eyes.
You're marvellous,
Tommy said in frank admiration.
Lucky Shins and Will had this nice piece of wood. I could go into business if I had a few barrels of it. But why a boat when you can't stand the river? The wood's light and it'll float. Makes a great toy for a kid. Know anyone who'd like one?
He said with a gentle laugh. Tommy was again in his tub, playing with his boat, sheltering it from great waves, steering it to harbour despite the choppy water.
Got the idea from all your tub stories. Think anyone'll buy it? I would, if I had a boy. Wouldn't need sails in a tub. But how are you going to paint it? Ain't there yet, but that's easy. I can clean Bletchford's chimney on Saturday for the use of his paints. Good deal both ways.
That was Peter, Tommy thought, always looking for the solution instead of at the problem, even with a busted leg. No wonder he always came out on top. Why wasn't he more like Peter? He had stalled on his dream of getting his father back. He looked over at Peter, who was smoothing some of the boat's lines, then reaching for a new chunk of wood. It was time for him to reach too. He was stopped by the sounds of steps in the corridor and then a knock on the door. Tommy looked at Peter, who shrugged. Tommy went to the door and opened it. The doctor from that morning peered at him over his spectacles. He bade Tommy good morning, walked in, crossed to the mattress and knelt to inspect Peter's leg. When his skilled fingers had done their work, he stood up.
It's still difficult to say, but I think you'll be fine. Stay off the leg for several weeks.
From his black bag he extracted some cloths.
Here are some extra bandages. Keep it clean and straight. No weight on it.
Thank you, sir. We know you didn't have to come here, so thank you as much as we know how.
Tommy said. The doctor paused.
I have a son, Simon. He's about your age. When I look at you, I see him. How could I care any less?
Peter raised his carved boat.
I'd be honoured, Doctor, if you'd take my first boat and give it to Simon. I think you'll enjoy it. And if he wants it painted, just tell me the colours.
The boat hung in the early afternoon light. Then the doctor reached and took it gently.
I'll tell Simon that Peter made it for him.
Peter smiled.
Doctor,
Tommy broke in.
do you ever visit the sanatorium on the hill?
You mean the Shaftesbury Sanatorium? Yes, son. Every other week. I have some patients there.
Have you seen a man named Roger Simpson?
Simpson?
Yes, Roger Simpson.
I believe I have. The name sounds familiar, but let me check my book. Would you be related to him?
He's my father. He was hit by a beam in the head and is slow in his memory.
The doctor had been paging through his diary while Tommy was speaking. He stopped and looked up.
Yes, I began to see him a few weeks ago. He's a gentleman with a strong grip. Sorry about his memory.
How can we get that back?
It'll take time.
I mean, how can I get him back?
Well, he's not a difficult man, so there's no issue of his safety. Unfortunately, I doubt he can support himself with his mind in its current condition. What was his profession before the accident?
He was a cobbler.
If you can find him work, I may be able to do something.
Where is he in the hospital?
The doctor consulted his book.
2nd floor, room 218. I believe his name is on the door.
2nd floor, room 218. And how often do the doctors do rounds?
Rounds are made on the hour.
Much obliged, sir.
As I am for this.
The doctor said, tipping the boat and his hat to Peter.
Let me check back in a few days. Good day to you both.
He put his book and the boat in his black bag and passed out the door. Peter lay back against the wall. Tommy sat on a corner of the mattress.
Peter, I didn't have time before the doctor came in to tell you about my visit with the cobblers. So they found your parents?
Peter asked eagerly. His knife had stopped in mid-stroke, his eyes intent on Tommy.
They were caught in a fire in my father's shop. It killed my mother. And a falling beam dazed my father so badly he's in that sanatorium. He can't remember much. Maybe not even me.
Peter made as if to rise to comfort Tommy, but a spasm of pain jumped across his face. He lay back.
I'm so sorry, Tommy. You deserve better. I'm too sad to be angry.
Tommy confided.
I've got only one thought now. I've got to get him out. I have to go back to the cobblers this afternoon and get a map of the hospital. Then talk with Shins about getting in. Talk with Philip and the Meachams about getting him out. Tommy, you're not thinking. Peter, I have to do it tonight. Tomorrow morning, Kelly and the other sweeps will come looking for me, 'cause it's the work week. I got a plan that may change things. But I need to get my father out first. But where will he stay? What'll he do? I can't see that far. I'm sure the pieces will fit together somehow. Let me go out and get you something to eat. Then I'll be gone a little while to fix the rescue. All right? I'll have a whole fleet of boats ready when you get back. Depend on it.
Peter said. Chapter 23. Partners. True to his word, Mr. Keeley had produced a map of the 2nd floor of the hospital, with the wing where Roger Simpson's room was circled in red. He even wrote his name and room 218 on the map when Tommy asked him to. Tommy wanted that information in the right spot when he needed it. Philip was busy with Patrick on the King Street crossing. Harry and Kevin were just visible, working on another crossing farther down. Tommy watched the first pair sweeping eagerly in front of a small group of gents who ignored their efforts and walked by. When he saw Tommy, Philip paused to catch his breath and called Patrick over. They rested on their brooms.
I heard about Peter. Bad luck,
Philip said.
His leg's busted, but he's better now. He's resting at shins.
Tommy responded, deciding not to explain the true cause of Peter's injury.
What are you doing tonight?
Actually, I was looking forward to putting my feet up, like Peter. After Vespers, it's a quiet night for the likes of us.
I need your help tonight. Can you be at the 5 Talons just before 7 bells?
Patrick's eyes began to shine. He remembered the recent trip to the Queen's Pipe. Here was another opportunity.
What's the deal?
Philip asked.
I'll tell you then.
Tommy said, already beginning to move down the street.
I'm depending on you, Philip.
We'll be there,
Philip said, saluting in assurance. The Meachams were harder to find, but Tommy needed to use their wagon. Eventually, as afternoon wore on, he found them at Upper Tottenham Court. He'd have to take a slower approach here. He couldn't simply request help. He'd have to gain Mr. Meacham's support and trust. But it would be another chance to see Jenny and to tell her his news. After watching Mr. Meacham trying to attract customers and Jenny bringing fresh fruit forward to fill the open spaces, Tommy sauntered forward.
Afternoon, Governor.
Tommy, my lad, it's certainly a ripe time to see you.
Bert Meacham exclaimed, wiping his sweaty brow and soiled hands on his apron.
Time, in fact, for another of your games.
Jenny's sad eyes signalled another slow day. As potential customers jostled him in the narrow way, Tommy thought quickly. Something challenging, easy to understand yet hard to win. Why not a game like the one Tim played so often and usually lost? Why wouldn't Mr. Meacham's customers do the same?
Do you mind a bar game, Mr. Meacham?
Long as it's civil.
The coster replied.
Remember my reputation in these parts, but let's have it if you think it'll work.
It's a betting game. A customer adds a halfpenny to 2 you provide, and he tosses them. If they come up all the same, all heads or all tails, the customer gets 2 buns and a pick of your fruit. If the 3 coins come up different, he loses the halfpenny.
That's a lot to win.
The red-faced man blustered.
You'll have me in the poorhouse in no time.
It's a game of odds.
Tommy explained, just as Paul had told him when he had first seen the game played in the Long Nail and warned him not to play it for money, only for fun.
Line up 3 halfpennies and look at all the possible tosses. There are 8 of them, but only 2, all heads and all tails, lose the bet for you. So, 6 of 8 tosses win the bet for you. That's why you can offer such a nice reward, and it gives customers a great reason to roll. But if 8 people play, you should keep 6 halfpennies at the cost of 4 buns and 2 apples. You'll end up ahead.
Tommy could see Mr. Meacham's brain trying to take it all in. Rolls, chances, buns, apples, winning, losing. The wheels were still turning when Jenny said,
Father, why not try it? Tommy's idea worked yesterday, didn't it?
So it did, child. So it did. But I understood that game. It was a simple pitch and toss. This one has so many moving parts. Still, you're a bright one, Tommy. So we'll see. Here are 2 halfpennies. Now, work your magic.
And he clapped Tommy on the back. Tommy began to roll the halfpennies on the top of the crate with loud cries of,
Who wants buns and apples?
In a few minutes, he had his first customer.
Feel like a sporting chance?
Don't mind if I do,
The workman said.
You put down your halfpenny. Here are 2 other halfpennies. Now roll 'em on this crate. If they come up all the same, all heads or all tails, you get your halfpenny back. And you can have your pick of Mr. Meacham's tasty items. Any 2 buns and a piece of fruit from that barrow. If you lose your halfpenny.
What's the trick?
The man said. His low cap, creased hands and strong shoes suggested he spent his day on the docks.
No trick, no special coins, and as you can see, you're the one who gets to roll. Besides, you know at least 2 of them will be the same every time.
Tommy answered confidently.
And I get 3 of them items if I get 3 heads or 3 tails.
That's right, 3 for free.
Tommy agreed.
Pick 'em yourself, my good man. No seconds here.
Called Mr. Meacham with clear pride and a flourish of his arms at his wares. A small crowd jostling forward had begun to listen to the conversation. The man pulled out some coins from his pants pocket, selected a halfpenny and slapped it on the crate. Tommy put his other 2 next to it.
There you are. Roll 'em and good luck.
The man looked appreciatively at the swelling crowd for its support. How often was he such a centre of attention? Then he looked again at his prize. Deliberately he picked up the coins, waved his hand high and low and high again for good luck, blew on the coins and tossed them out. 2 heads and the 3rd coin spinning, landing heads. The man gave a joyous shout. He picked up his halfpenny, strode over to the cart, and with many whoops and flourishes picked out 2 buns and a juicy apple. Waving them aloft, he smiled broadly at the crowd.
Nothing to it,
he said casually and sauntered off. Tommy smiled. This would get a following. Others pressed forward to play the game. Another workman slapped a halfpenny on the crate.
I'll take a chance. I fancy one of them buns right now.
And the crowd cheered. He tossed his cap to a friend, raised the 3 halfpennies above his head and dropped them on the crate. They fell, head, tail. He surveyed the results for a long moment, then turned to his mate and said,
Archie, you have a go, and we'll split the winnings.
Split 'em.
said the colleague with a slightly crushed hat and a weak moustache.
But you've already lost.
Yeah, but we'll just split with you.
Archie dutifully fished a halfpenny from his pocket, put it gingerly on the crate, gathered the 3 coins and threw. They fell, tail, head. Licking his lips, the workman with his arm around Archie's slumped shoulders slipped away down the street. The next person, a woman with sharp eyes and a bright red shawl, threw 3 tails and let out a giggle of triumph. Tommy kept up his chatter while the crowd's interest and the chance for free food summoned a stream of players. Some won, most lost. At last, enthusiasm for the game waned, and the remaining crowd moved on, shifting its way down the street in search of its next activity. Tommy looked at Mr. Meacham, who was beaming as he counted the new stack of halfpennies. 22, almost a shilling, and he had given away only 10 buns and 5 apples.
Tommy, you may be the finest lad I know. Why, I'm almost at the point of making you a partner. These 2 schemes of yourn have really helped Jenny and me, and I don't mind saying we needed 'em these 2 days. Didn't we, my dear? Do you mind if I stake you to one of my special buns? Filled, they are. I've been hiding 'em during your game.
Tommy glanced at Jenny, who was blushing in an attempt to conceal her pride in him. Her blue eyes flashed with admiration. He hardly noticed the bun Mr. Meacham put into his hand in the warmth of her attention. They went behind the barrow and Tommy shared the delicious bun, really more a meat pie, with her.
Tommy, where'd you think up them games?
Oh, picked 'em up here and there.
Thank goodness for that. Father's not so able to catch customers. Once he has 'em, he can get 'em to buy, but we need more.
I'd think the sight of you would get all the customers he needs.
He enjoyed seeing the corners of her mouth curl upwards.
Tommy, why don't you just stay with us and organise all the games? See what you can make here instead of them chimneys. Besides, we could take you to Covent Gardens on Saturdays so you could see the Costa Market. What a sight that is!
I was thinking the same thing, Jenny. What's more, we could work together.
You're a rare one, Tommy Simpson.
Came the rich baritone of Mr. Meacham's voice.
Tommy, I have a proposition for you, if you'd be so kind as to step this way.
Tommy acted on the summons and stepped to the other side of the barrow.
Fortune knocks on every man's door, my lad. The trick is to know to let her in. You've been a great help these last 2 days. I won't say I like your trade, nor the way it leaves you smelling, but I like you. More important, I respect you. You're a fine lad, responsible and creative, and you get a job done. Now, this job is not for everyone, especially these days.
He paused, as if to add weight to his words.
I wasn't born soon enough to see the good times, but I've lived long enough to see the bad ones. Too many costers today. You have to know your markets and the seasons, and there's no fund for sickness or old age. But you're outside and dealing with good folk. Now, here's my proposition, Tommy, my lad. Would you like to help us mind this business? I'll get the product, and you get the customers. We'll split the profits. 1 part for ye, and 2 parts for me, as I have Jenny and the animal to think of. Now, that seems a fair offer as I see it. What do you say?
Tommy looked quickly at Jenny and then back at Mr. Meacham. He saw a man whose extended hand signalled a great opportunity, and not only to leave the chimneys. Here was a wonderful chance to earn money to support himself and his father. He knew his father would not be able to work right away, so Tommy would have to pay the early costs for both of them. Lodging, food, everything. It was a daunting task, but he had come so far in just a few days, leading the climbing boys and now setting the plan to rescue his father. Paul's challenge had started the change, but now he felt more confident he could handle what life threw at him. Not all by himself, to be sure. The other boys had helped him in the alehouse, and he needed Shins to rescue his father. Still, he was the one who had gained the medicine for Shins, and now his father's future happiness lay on his shoulders. Tommy shook Mr. Meacham's hand.
It'll be a pleasure, Governor. I don't know when I can start. I'll have to stop climbing first. And you know I'm trying to find me father.
Well said, my lad. I like a boy who looks after his responsibilities, especially his family. You tell me when you're ready, and we'll start then. All right with you?
All right with me, Mr. Meacham.
Tommy looked at Jenny, who had turned away to cover her smile.
Oh,
Tommy said, as if an afterthought.
May I ask you a favour?
Name it, lad.
It's not a small favour.
Tommy held his breath. So much depended on Mr. Meacham's agreement.
You wouldn't ask me if it weren't fair and right.
Mr. Meacham said calmly.
I need you to bring your bearer to a certain building tonight at 8 bells.
8 bells? That's mighty late on a Sunday night, isn't it?
I know, Mr. Meacham, but it's a family matter, and I'll never ask again.
Bert Meacham glanced at Jenny, who also seemed puzzled. This would delay their getting home until well after 9 bells.
Only this once, Mr. Meacham. I beg you.
Tommy said, his voice earnest. Mr. Meacham's puzzled eyes cleared.
As you wish, lad. I believe you've earned it.
Chapter 24. Finding Father. Evening was blanketing the city when the boys met outside the 5 Talons. Tommy explained his purpose, to get his father out of the sanatorium, and shared his plan. Shins would help him get inside. Tim would help get them out. The sparrows would keep watch outside and whistle if problems developed. The Meachams, who would be there later, would provide escape with their wagon. Tommy went over the plan in detail, but cautioned them that it could change once Shins and he were inside. After all, everything was based on the cobbler's drawing and the doctor's brief comments.
The church bells will give us our timing. It's near 7 bells now. Shins and I hope to be in my father's room by 7:30 and down at the front door at 8 bells. Tim, be at the door then in case we need to pick the lock. Philip, have the sparrows in position by then too.
Light raindrops began to spot the grimy panes of glass.
Those pipes will be hard enough to climb without this,
said Tim.
I know,
Tommy said.
But how else can I get me father? If you don't see us about 8 bells, expect we've had to leave him and climb back out. Then we'll find our own way back.
They all shook hands as several church clocks began to chime 7 bells. Tommy looked hopefully at the group. What a marvellous band they were. And he had become their leader, organising all of them in this plan to rescue his father. He realised even more now how much he depended on these friends, a second family in another way.
Thanks so much for helping me,
he said, looking at them all.
I know he's not your father, but this will let him be again what he was before. And I can't tell you what that'll do for me. Good luck to you then,
the sparrows said as they and Tim dispersed in different directions to their assigned positions. As they left, they all looked across the way at the imposing fortress of the sanatorium. The Shaftesbury Sanatorium loomed above them in the darkening gloom of the evening. A massive quadrangle of grey stone, its inside lawn barely visible through the black iron bars of the front gate. The building was 3 stories tall and extended the full length of both streets. Was his father really in there? How would they find him in a place that large? Would his father know Tommy if they found him?
How quick do you think we'll find him?
Shins asked.
It better be soon, because we have to get him out before the doctors come at 8 bells. But have you looked at those walls? Chunk of coal,
Shins said with a smile. Tommy smiled back. They needed that kind of optimism.
Let's get moving before the rain gets worse.
With the cobbler's map securely in his pocket, Tommy and Shins walked down the street and around the back of the building as quickly as Shins' recovering leg would allow, vaulted the small iron fence and slipped into the stony shadows of the tall walls. The street was deserted as rain began to pummel the pavement. Even the bobby seemed to have stepped inside for a spell. They could see the chimney silhouetted against the blackening sky, with 3 stories and a roof between them and the chimney pots. The boys felt small against the immensity of the building. Time to climb. Shins unwrapped the rope from around his chest, leaving one end tied around his waist. Tommy tied the other end around his waist. With a smile, Shins went first. It made the most sense. He was the better climber, even with his injured leg. Tommy would have an easier time following, and with the rope. Fortunately, the pipe was somewhat protected in the angle of 2 back walls until the 3rd floor. Shins scouted a path with his eyes, bid Tommy,
"Good climbing,"
and started up. The first story was easy, and Shins waited for Tommy in a nook. The second story had a few challenging, slippery spots, but nothing the boys couldn't handle. They came together and braced in the angle to discuss the final ascent. This pitch would be far more difficult. It was unsheltered, exposed to the driving rain, and now a wind was rising. They would have to move smartly to reach the chimney. Shins moved up into the rain. Tommy watched him until he was out of sight. Sounds of Shins' sharp breathing were soon drowned out by the rain and wind. Tommy knew he had the last story, then the tricky overhang, and finally the sloping roof to the chimney. When he was set, he would tug the rope. Night was coming on as houses in the distance melted into the darkness. Already the shops across the street were losing their distinct shapes. Rain continued to pelt down. Tommy's thoughts went back to Shins, whose climbing expertise was being tested tonight. Everyone admired what Shins could do in the dark chimneys, almost as much as the boy who astonishingly had climbed out of Newgate Prison. But this climb was far more challenging than a chimney, for the wind and rain multiplied the danger, and his leg was not yet sound. And Tommy could hardly see the ground now from where he was perched. Shins would be using all the skill that 2 years in the chimneys had given him. He felt a tug around his waist and looked up to see the rope taut. He tugged once and received the double tug back. The rope wasn't caught. Shins was up. Tommy began his climb, the wind pulling him away from the shelter of the building. He flattened himself as best he could and moved again upward. His shirt quickly became soaked, his footing became more slippery, but he pressed on. Lift with the legs, reach with the arms, lock hands on the pipe, lift and set the feet. Again and again, as in the chimney, he repeated the process. All the time the wind tore at him and the rain ran down the outside of the pipe and made it slick. Here at last was the roof. He granted himself a momentary pause to gather his breath and his balance, then raised himself as high as he could on his left leg, hooked his right leg over the gutter and hoisted himself flat against the roofline and onto the roof. The rain and wind bore down on him. He couldn't move. Indeed, he could barely see a few feet ahead as he blinked furiously to clear his eyes of water. For several moments he lay still, getting his bearings, struggling not to slide or be blown off. Twisting his body, he braced his feet in the gutter as best he could, and then, following the line of rope, he pushed and pulled himself foot by foot up the sloping roof. A patch of water caused a hand to slip, but his other hand and his feet held. Up and up he went, nerving his shaking limbs to move. He paused again. The roof seemed longer than it had looked from below. How many more times did he have to slither up? How much longer was the rope? He couldn't lift his head to look as the rain drummed steadily on his soaked back and bounced off the roof into his eyes. He began again, pushing and pulling himself up. Finally he felt Shin's hand and soon reached the protection of the chimney. Released from the challenge and his fear, he slumped against the chimney and gasped for air. Shins was beside him and rubbed his chilled arms and legs.
This roof's a nice piece of work. I didn't think the rope was that long. The climb seemed longer.
Tommy managed to gasp, still shaking. The light in Shin's eyes was hooded.
The rope wasn't long enough. I found that out too. I gave the double tug when I was only halfway up the roof. That too. No other way. You mean?
And Tommy's eyes widened.
Yeah.
Shins said quietly.
If you'd slipped, I couldn't have held you. We both would have fallen.
In the long pause that followed, Tommy continued to recover his breath and composure.
You're a gatsy one,
he said admiringly. The clanging of the church bells told them 15 minutes had passed. Rather brisk work, though it certainly had seemed longer, much longer. Now it was time for the chimney. Shins felt it.
Cold,
he announced. That was why they had picked this one farther from the rooms, with the hope it would not have been used that day. Tommy started to wrap the extra rope around his chest as Shins disappeared into the chimney. They needed to go down only the roof and one floor. He left that much rope free. How long Tommy waited he didn't know, because he was listening to the gusty wind at the same time he was picturing everything Shins was seeing with his feet. The grimy walls, the unseen jags, the unknown step down. It was harder going down if you hadn't gone up first. Almost mechanically he paid out the rope, bracing some tension on it. Again a tug told him to follow. He returned the signal, wrapped the remaining rope around his chest, and proceeded into the chimney. It was almost easy now, not a wide flue, but cleaner since Shin's passage. His knees and elbows moved smoothly as he eased himself down foot by foot. He counted 15, then another 10. A quick shh below him locked him in place.
I think it's just a few more feet,
Came Shin's quiet voice.
but I don't know what's there.
Shins moved noiselessly. Tommy followed a few feet later. In a moment, both were on the hearth of a dark, unused room. They embraced and slapped each other quietly on the back. The first part of the rescue was over. They were in the building. Tommy untied the rope and Shins wrapped it around his chest. They might need it later, especially if they had to climb back the way they had come, but they didn't want to leave any clue of their presence or their way in. Through the window they could see the storm was beginning to stop, and a lightening sky heralded a moon behind the clouds. Tommy and Shins walked quickly to the window where Tommy pulled out the cobbler's map. They could see where they were, in the back of the second floor, just where they had wanted to be. Roger Simpson should be to the right, somewhere down the next hall.
How will we know the room?
Shins asked, resting on one leg against the wall.
Like for R and S. Like these, on the nameplate.
And he pointed to the letters the cobblers had drawn on the map.
Let's hope there aren't too many of them.
Right. We don't want to rescue the whole hospital.
Shins added. Tommy had to chuckle.
Check if we're leaving tracks.
Said Shins. They looked on the floor, but their feet were leaving only light smudges that would dry soon.
I'm set with the map,
Tommy said.
Let's go.
Opening the door, Tommy slipped into the hallway, beckoned Shins to follow, and closed the door behind them. The doctor had said rounds were made on the hour, so they had to find Roger Simpson and get him out before 8 bells. Ahead of them in both directions lay long hallways. A brown carpet and closed doors ran the length of each hallway. The inner rooms must have overlooked the courtyard, while the outer ones had views of the street. Medical pictures and mirrors hung on the walls, but the boys gave them little notice as they moved quietly along. The doctor had said Roger Simpson was in room 218. They knew what that looked like because Mr. Keeley had kindly drawn the number on the top of the map.
Do you think the 2's for this second floor?
Shins asked.
Sounds right.
Tommy answered.
Probably room 18 on this floor.
Course it depends where you start counting and which direction you go.
Shins added. The boys pictured the number and tried to match it with the numbers on the doors. It was a long process. The first number was right, but the second one was round, not straight. On they walked until, as they turned the corner, the second number became straight.
Tommy, we're getting closer.
Shins said.
We just have one more number to match.
With the map number in front, they checked the next few doors. A faint padding sound began to reach Tommy, as though someone was walking behind them from the corridor they had just left.
Quick, Shins! Someone's behind us!
Tommy urged.
We have to find the room!
Down the hall they went, left, right, holding the paper next to the numbers. The steps behind them paused and began again. It sounded as though someone was checking all the doors. Perhaps the rounds had started early. A noise from Shins froze Tommy. He was holding the paper next to a number, and all 3 numbers matched. They looked at the name on the card on the door. The large letters were R and S, as on the cobbler's map. Tommy tried to turn the handle. It was locked. Locked? Why hadn't he thought of that? Of course the doors would be locked to prevent the patients from wandering. He looked again at the handle. Each door also had a safety latch to prevent it from being opened from the inside. Tommy flipped the latch off, but they were still outside the locked door. Like a cat, Shins moved, onto the door handle, up and through the open transom and down inside the dark room. A moment later the door was open and Tommy was inside. They locked it from the inside and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily as the shoes came down the hall, pausing before each door and checking it was locked before moving on. The shoes paused outside room 218, rattled the handle, clicked on the latch and moved on. Even in the darkness, Tommy could see Shin's eyes smiling while he massaged his leg. They had entered the hospital, found the room, and even evaded detection right on schedule. Only now did they concentrate on the simple contents of the room: dresser, closet, desk, chair and bed, and in the bed someone was sleeping. The moon glimmered through the window, but the drawn-up covers and the turned-away face made the person's identity difficult to read. Could this be his father, Tommy wondered? Tommy walked around the bed and tried to see the face more clearly. He hadn't seen his father in more than a year. Could this really be him? He knelt and peered at the shadowed face. But that might be changed because of the fire, he reasoned. So Tommy tried to see his hands. Were these the hands he knew so well, tossing him, fixing shoes in the shop, tucking him into bed at night? One hand was flung across the covers. Tommy looked closely at it, the size, the strength, the knuckles, the way the skin was. And suddenly he found himself crying. He couldn't hold back the tears. He sat on the floor, held his father's hand in his smaller ones, and wept. Chapter 25. The Rescue.
Who is it?
A sleepy voice came from the groggy head rising from the bed.
Who's there?
The figure, a man, now in the moonlight, had lifted himself onto an elbow and was peering into the darkness of the room.
It's all right.
Tommy said soothingly.
We're here to help you.
But who are you?
The man inquired, drawing back in the bed.
Why are you here?
Don't you recognise me?
Tommy asked. The man looked at him.
Should I? I can hardly see you. You look so dark.
He said at last.
My mind's hazy. Had an accident. Hit in the head. No, I don't recognise you.
Then the voice increased in spirit.
You haven't heard about my son, have you? He's been missing for a while.
How would you recognise him?
Tommy asked, aching simply to say who he was, but realising that the awkward, puzzled man might not believe him.
Oh, a nice boy. About your height. But you smell like you're covered with soot. You must be a climbing boy. He's not a climbing boy.
Maybe he became one, till he found you again.
That he has.
Broke in Shins, moving forward from the door where he had witnessed the meeting.
And Tommy's splendid in the chimneys.
Your name's Tommy.
The man said haltingly.
That's my son's name.
Yes, and this is Shins.
Tommy said.
He's one of my pals. He helped me get in here.
The man now had two boys to comprehend, and the effort was proving a challenge in his sleepy state. He swung his feet onto the floor and sat up. His dark hair was already streaked with grey, a savage crease along one temple, eyes that seemed a little clouded, but strong hands that now rose in the air.
You can't be our Tommy. We lost him that day in the park, stolen from us. I looked for him for such a time.
You wouldn't find me with sat all over me.
Tommy replied, almost with a chuckle.
Broke his mother's heart.
The man continued distractedly.
She never really recovered.
Tommy's chuckle faded.
Then the fire in the shop. A large beam cracked me on the head,
Haven't been able to work since.
His voice was shaky.
What work did you do before the fire?
Tommy asked softly.
Can't remember.
Look at your hands.
The man stared at his hands as if seeking to wrest his past from them, but he shook his head instead.
Can't remember. Tommy's gone. Mother's gone.
Tommy,
Shins interrupted.
we have to be going. It's getting late.
He was right, Tommy realised. Perhaps comprehending his appearance would be too much, and it was more important to get him out.
We're going to take a walk now.
Tommy said gently to the man.
A walk now?
He asked.
I'm tired.
We're going to the front door.
But it's night time. Why are we going now?
We have a special trip to take. Let's put on these slippers and you can lead the way. Do you know how to get to the courtyard?
Like a dutiful patient, the man swung his legs out again and stood up. Tommy helped him into his bathrobe and slippers. Yet the man seemed pleased.
I take a constitutional in the courtyard every afternoon.
He was proud of the word and the walk. Shins unlocked the door and once again went through the transom to lift the outside latch, remembering to replace it once they were outside the room. The threesome walked down the corridor.
We have to keep quiet, 'cause of the air. Let's pretend we're going for a private walk,
Tommy said. The man's sleepy face broke into a smile and he put his finger to his lips. Tommy did the same in agreement. The man led them down the hallway to the wide stairwell, which they descended slowly and quietly, Shins in the lead to ensure no one was approaching. In the distance they heard the church's 3/4 hour bells echoing through the night. They had little time left. Their way now went down a new corridor, like the previous one in size, but with blue carpets. When they reached the end, they came upon another staircase that wound to the ground floor. The man suddenly stopped,
I've forgotten my scarf.
his hands searching around his throat for the garment.
I always wear that for my constitutional.
We'll get you a new one if you like,
said Tommy, pressing forward.
But it's my favourite one, my...
It'll be waiting for you later.
Tommy said firmly.
Where do you go now?
There's the door to the courtyard.
The man said, pointing.
And there's the door to the street. Of course, there's a man there to make sure you don't wander off.
As he spoke, the door of an office opened and a man dressed in a white uniform stepped out. He would have seen them had he looked in their direction, but when he did turn, their corridor seemed empty. He went back into the office. Tommy, Shins and Roger Simpson stepped out from behind the column where they had hidden. Tommy was breathing quickly now, though he tried to calm himself.
Is the front door open?
He asked. It was an effort to keep his voice even and cheerful.
Once you use the key.
The man said.
And where's that?
In the office.
Shins motioned to Tommy and whispered in his ear.
I'll create a diversion. When the man follows me, grab the key and get your father out. Return the key and leave the door closed, but unlocked so I can follow. Right.
Tommy said. Although he had figured out the main plan, Shins was marvellous in solving the problems that kept arising. Shins slipped over to the office and looked in, signalled a key was there, and moved to the door of the courtyard. He disappeared briefly, then returned, and signalled Tommy with a thumbs-up sign. In his other hand he showed some small pebbles, which he mimed throwing against the window of the office. Tommy and his father moved up to the windowless side of the office and waited. Shins tossed a pebble against the window, and then another. There was a rustle inside. The door opened and a head peered out. Shins made a whooshing sound and fled into the courtyard. A baffled expression came over the man's face. He seemed torn between staying or pursuing, then decided the latter would be more appropriate. He dashed through the courtyard door. As soon as he was gone, Tommy nipped inside the office, grabbed the large keyring and raced to the front door. The third key opened it. He ran back, returned to the ring, picked up the 2 pebbles Shins had thrown, caught his father's hand and led him to the door. As they were about to open it, they could hear the man returning from the courtyard, so they again flattened themselves against the wall. The man was empty-handed and shaking his head as if convincing himself he had seen something. He looked for what had hit the window, searched the ground, found nothing, shook his head again and returned inside the office. Tommy opened the front door and led his father through and left it slightly ajar. A few moments later, Shins was by his side and they both pulled the door shut. They had not expected the door to slam so loudly, with the echoes reverberating in the still night. No doubt it was a safety precaution for the hospital. Surely the guards would immediately be on their way. Moving as quickly as his father could, Tommy and Shins hustled Roger Simpson down the driveway to the street. Lights were flaring up behind them in the windows of the first floor, and then came the sound of the door trying to be opened. Tim had moved into position and was holding it closed for precious moments before letting go and sliding back into the sheltering darkness of the building. The trio had just reached the road when the door opened and officially dressed people poured out. Philip, Patrick and Harry had begun sweeping the crossing in front of the hospital, blocking vision and movement. Here was the Meacham's wagon. Mr. Meacham helped Roger Simpson inside. Tommy and Shins jumped in after him. Jenny spread fruit over them and the wagon proceeded calmly on its way. Tommy peeked through the fruit and saw 2 white-coated men come running out of the darkness from the hospital, lanterns held high.
Did anyone pass this way?
One of them demanded of the Sparrows.
Only a gentleman. He went yonder,
answered Philip casually, waving in the wrong direction before resuming sweeping. The men raced off at his signal. That was the last Tommy saw, for the wagon turned the corner. At last the wagon arrived at Shin's lodgings. Tommy bade goodbye to the Meachams. He could scarcely stop wringing Mr. Meacham's hand and even gave Jenny a quick hug. After handshakes all around, the Sparrows also left. They had to be up early for the morning crossings. Tim said his goodbye too. He had chimneys to climb Monday morning. Roger Simpson, Tommy and Shins climbed the stairs and entered Shin's room. Peter was asleep on the mattress, but he roused at their entrance and would have risen but for his leg. Tommy bounded over and gave him a hug before introducing Roger Simpson.
Does he know?
Peter whispered.
We're getting there. It was more important to get him out.
Tommy whispered back.
These are my digs,
Shins said, playing the host.
Normally I share 'em with Will, but he's visiting friends and is staying with them. Peter's here 'cause of his bum leg. But we're honoured you and Tommy will be spending the night with us.
Why am I here?
said the man, sinking into the chair, his eyes deeply puzzled. The boy's eyes turned toward Tommy. He turned toward Roger Simpson.
Because you're my father.
The man in the chair looked directly at Tommy.
Your father?
Father, ask me any question about mother, or our house, or what you and I did together before I was stolen away and you had your injury. I can answer everything.
I'm sorry, lad. I can't remember back then. It's all hazy.
Ask me anything. Or shall I start telling you, father? How else can I prove I'm your son?
The man's right hand had absent-mindedly picked up a halfpenny on the table and begun rolling it back and forth across his knuckles. Tommy's eyes fixed on the coin.
Father, did you ever teach anyone how to do that?
Yes, I taught my son. He was fairly good at it.
You mean like this?
And Tommy took the coin and copied what his father had done on the knuckles of his right hand. Roger Simpson's eyes seemed to clear. He was suddenly alert to Tommy, attentive to every movement of his hand.
And then you toss the coin in the air.
Tommy added,
And catch it so quick, I didn't know which hand had it.
As if to prove this, Tommy tossed the coin in front of the man. Though Roger Simpson's motions were a little clumsy, there was no question that his muscle memory was intact. The coin disappeared into one of his hands. The man stared at Tommy a long while, and then he reached out and drew Tommy to him.
It's been so long since I've held you,
he said softly as the other boys looked away. Tommy's heart was racing. To be with his father again, to be this close. He knew he would never hold his mother again, never again, so this meant almost more than his heart could bear. He buried his face in his father's chest. After several moments, Roger Simpson released him and said to the other boys,
I hope you don't think me rude, but I'm tired. Not used to such an adventure, especially at this hour.
The boys laughed.
And finding Tommy again, well...
His voice trailed off.
Will you excuse Tommy and me till morning?
Please, sleep over there.
Shins said.
Peter and I will be over here.
Much obliged.
Tommy followed his father to the mattress and lay down next to him.
So, Tommy, my wonderful boy.
And he gave Tommy another hug.
Tell me what you've done since last I saw you.
And as the night darkened and until the first rays of dawn, Tommy told him of his life as a climbing boy. Chapter 26. In Court.
Get up.
The voice, kind but firm, came to Tommy through sleepy ears as he struggled to comprehend who was talking. He rolled over and snuggled into the warm body next to him. He felt a prod in his ribs with a stick, and a gruff voice came again.
Get up.
Tommy's eyes opened and slowly focused. It wasn't Kelly. Leaning over him stood a bobby, in impeccable blue uniform, tucking his truncheon back into his belt.
Yes, officer? What's the matter?
Tommy asked in a sleepy voice.
Is this Roger Simpson?
The bobby asked, gesturing to the man still asleep next to Tommy. Tommy looked around, saw his father and Shins and Peter, and remembered where he was.
Why are you asking?
Tommy asked, now awake and sitting up.
Someone took Roger Simpson out of the sanatorium last night. I was told he was here, and he's the only gentleman I see. I'm asking you, is this man Roger Simpson? I won't ask again.
As Tommy was mulling a response, Roger Simpson and the other boys began to wake. Peter rolled onto one elbow. Shins sprang to his feet at the sight of the uniform.
Don't fret yourself, climbing boy,
the bobby said.
I'm not here for you.
Who told you Roger Simpson was here?
Tommy asked, stalling for time.
Never ye mind,
said the bobby.
If it's him, I have to take him back to the hospital. And you, my lad, if you're the one who sprung him, you'll have to come with me too.
The room fell silent as the blue-coated policeman waited for Roger Simpson to rise. Of all the people there, he seemed least able to appreciate the gravity of his position.
I am Roger Simpson, officer.
He regarded the constable politely and waited for the man's suggestion.
Thank you, sir. And who might this boy be?
the bobby said, pointing to Tommy.
He's my son, Tommy.
Roger Simpson said.
He brought me here last night so we could be together.
Thank you for that information. The three of us best be on our way then. I'm to hold you at the local jail until the hearing.
The word jail left the room in momentary silence. Images of Newgate Prison, its ironed barred windows and the enormous stones in its foreboding grey-black walls weighed down on Tommy.
What's a hearing?
Shins asked.
When both sides get to tell their stories to the judge.
The bobby turned back to Roger Simpson and Tommy.
Are we ready?
And when's the hearing?
Persisted Shins, apparently mapping out a response to this predicament.
At 10 bells this morning, but I have to take you to the waiting cell first. You're just one of the cases on the docket. We want to do this quick so we can get you back to hospital, Mr. Simpson.
Not to worry, Tommy. We'll see you.
Shins said. The bobby marched off with his two prisoners, leaving Peter and Shins, who had moved to the window to watch them, walk away down Holborn in stunned silence. The jail cell had a cot, so Roger Simpson and Tommy sat quietly together, holding hands but saying little. Tommy sensed their time together would be short, and then they would be separated again. After so long apart, they would be separated again. It wasn't fair. It simply wasn't fair. A year apart, and now this. He had tried to help the situation, not harm it. Wouldn't the court see that?
They were mighty quick finding us,
Tommy said finally.
That's so.
Roger Simpson responded.
But it's all right. The hospital's not so bad, except I won't see you every day there.
Tommy knew he was saying that for his sake.
Father, we'll find a way to keep you out. We'll be together, and you'll find work out here. Are you learning anything in the sanatorium?
Not yet. I just got there a short time ago. I was in the hospital quite a while getting over my injury.
His right hand went involuntarily to his head.
But can you remember anything of the old days? I need you to work too. I need your help to earn enough for the both of us.
Tommy tried to keep his growing concern from creeping into his voice.
I get glimpses of the old days, but no more than that. Then the shade shuts down. Keep thinking I can remember, but my memory's mostly gone. Amazing last night how you showed me the coin trick.
You showed me first,
Tommy said.
Maybe it'll take something like that to bring back more of your memories.
I'll try, son. I'll certainly try.
The man sat staring at his hands as if to wrest his past from them, patiently trying to order images into thoughts. Tommy was already thinking ahead to the trial. How could he keep his father out of the sanatorium? Who would speak on his father's behalf, and how could he get word to them to get to the trial? He had to think fast because there was a knock on the cell door, and another bluecoat opened it.
Time for the hearing,
he said simply.
Follow me.
The father and son rose and followed him down several halls, up a staircase, down another long hall, and through a doorway. Tall windows bathed the large courtroom with light. Most of the wooden seats behind a railing were filled to overflowing, and from them buzzed numerous conversations. In front of the railings were two tables with chairs. On a lofty seat in front sat a magistrate in black robe and white wig. Tommy thought his face kindly but stern. The bobby moved them forward past the railings to seats at the table to the left of the aisle. They sat. After they were in place, the bustle in the courtroom slowly stopped. At the same time, a gentleman in court dress slipped into the seat next to them. His bright eyes showed warmth, and his handshake was firm.
I'm Oliver Fairchild. My job is to defend you in this case. As this hearing has just been scheduled before the magistrate, I've had little time to prepare a true defence. But
He was interrupted by an officially dressed man in black garment and white wig, who had risen from a seat at a table in front of the magistrate.
May it please the court, the next hearing this morning is the case of the Crown versus Roger and Thomas Simpson.
Proceed, Mr. Ashcott.
Came the grave voice from the magistrate's chair. Really more of a throne, Tommy thought. He knew this man would make the decision in the case, and he had such a sombre face. A gentleman, also in black garments and white wig, seated at the other table, now rose and faced the magistrate.
Your Honour, the defendants in this case are Roger Simpson, a patient until last night at the Shaftesbury Sanatorium, and a boy whom we gather to be his son, Thomas.
Tommy!
Tommy corrected in a clear voice. The magistrate opened his mouth as if to comment on this improper interruption, but put his right forefinger to his lips instead. Tommy fell silent.
Let it be noted that the defendants are Roger and Tommy Simpson.
The barrister said.
Last night, this Tommy Simpson, possibly with one or more confederates, broke into the sanatorium and released Roger Simpson from that institution in an inappropriate way. We ask for Mr. Simpson's proper and immediate return and a suitable jail sentence for this boy.
That was what Tommy had expected the man to say, a jail sentence. So now he wouldn't even be able to visit his father. The gentleman with Tommy and his father rose to reply. His pleasant voice was full of conviction and his manner unhurried.
Your Honour, though I have had little time to discuss this case with my clients, we must point out that the court would be separating a father from his son, a most unusual procedure, and the sole purpose for which this boy sought to release and recover his father. Moreover, we hope to prove that Roger Simpson, while appreciative of the care and attention he received at the sanatorium, no longer requires this assistance.
The magistrate acknowledged the points, and Mr. Fairchild returned to his seat. Tommy was glad this man would be the speaker for their side of the case, though there wasn't much to say on their behalf. He had high hopes, too, for his father's ability to work, but they were just hopes. Mr. Ashcott now rose and resumed speaking.
If it please the court, I will move briskly through the facts of this rather straightforward case.
Tommy watched and listened as the black-robed speaker introduced and questioned 3 witnesses from the sanatorium. They maintained that Roger Simpson was the man seated in the courtroom, that he was a patient in the sanatorium, that the sanatorium was a peaceful place where a patient could successfully recover from injuries and illnesses, and that Roger Simpson needed such a place due to his grave injury. They also said they had no idea how Roger Simpson had been spirited out of the hospital, but they would be grateful to be able to resume the work needed to ensure his recovery to full health. The black-robed speaker had one other witness. He looked again toward the audience and seemed to spot the person in question.
I call Mr. Roderick Kelly.
From the back of the room came the heavy tread of boots, and Tommy knew, without turning, the man advancing to the witness box. Kelly was dressed in his Sunday best dark suit and had made an effort to comb his hair. Striding forward, he seemed to bask in the attention that everyone now gave him. He reached the witness box and paused dramatically before entering it.
You are Roderick Kelly?
That I am.
And what do you do, Mr. Kelly?
I'm a master sweep. I ensure chimneys in this city are cleaned.
Mr. Kelly, do you recognize the boy at that table?
I surely do. That's my boy, Tommy.
And why do you know him?
'Cause he works for me cleaning chimneys. I was worried about him yesterday, so I made inquiries and found where he was.
So this Tommy is a climbing boy in your care,
Yes, Your Honour.
and you provide for his room and board in exchange for his work.
That's right. And I give him spending money, Your Honour. As today's a work day, I need him back. I've already lost much of the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Ashcott broke in. Kelly rose and sauntered to his seat, giving Tommy a superior look as he strode by.
Your Honour,
Mr. Ashcott said, addressing the magistrate.
from the evidence of these witnesses, it is clear that Roger Simpson should be returned to the sanatorium for his own good. He is a man who has had a grievous head injury that requires specialized medical assistance as well as time for recovery. That is why he was in the sanatorium until last night and why he should be returned there. It is also clear that this boy, Tommy Simpson, a climbing boy, who recklessly entered the sanatorium in a manner yet unknown and proceeded to bring Mr. Simpson out of the sanatorium also in a manner yet unknown, should be punished for doing so. We cannot excuse such unacceptable and illegal behavior merely on the grounds of a father-son relationship, as Mr. Fairchild may suggest. To do so would be to invite a collapse of the properties by which our civil life exists. While we are all aware that the sanatorium is a charitable institution, it yet merits our fullest support and legal protection. After suitable punishment, the boy should be returned to his employer.
Kelly was on his feet.
Your Honour, I can't wait that long. You must understand.
Mr. Kelly,
Boomed the magistrate's voice.
sit or retire.
Kelly sat. For a few moments further, the magistrate pondered the lawyer's comments before replying.
Thank you, Mr. Ashcott.
He turned to the man next to Tommy and said,
Your case, Mr. Fairchild.
Chapter 27. The Defence. As Mr. Fairchild rose, Tommy glanced around the front of the room. His father seemed to be following the proceedings, but unaware of their full meaning. Mr. Ashcott sat waiting for the case to move to its logical conclusion. The magistrate remained impassive. There was little cause for optimism.
May it please the court, as I said before, I will show that this lad, Tommy Simpson, meant no harm in bringing his father, Roger Simpson, from the sanatorium, but in fact risked his life to do so. Moreover, I will show that his father will prosper more outside the hospital than in it. Consequently, I will ask that Roger Simpson be released in his own custody and that no charges be made against Tommy Simpson in light of this special case.
The courtroom buzzed, for, despite the strong case against the Simpsons, the audience's sympathies clearly lay with the father and son.
I would first like to call Roger Simpson,
said Mr. Fairchild, turning gently in his client's direction. He prompted Simpson to rise and dutifully take his place in the witness box.
Mr. Simpson, until last night, did you reside in room 218 at the Shaftesbury Sanatorium?
Yes, I did.
And why are you there?
I'm recovering from my accident.
What accident was that?
I was
caught in a fire in a shop, and a beam struck me in the head. I woke up in a hospital. I recovered there for a while before I was moved to the sanatorium.
What were you doing in the shop?
I can't remember.
Did you, in fact, try to save your wife from that fire? And was it not in trying to save her that you sustained the blow from the beam?
I can't remember.
Turning to the magistrate, Mr. Fairchild said,
Your Honour, these events are in the patient's file, and we can show them to be true.
Returning to his witness, he continued,
Let us turn to the events of last night, Mr. Simpson. Were you asleep in your room, that is room 218, when you awakened to see this boy?
and he pointed at Tommy.
Yes, I heard a noise in the room and awoke late in the evening to find him near my bed.
Who did he say he was?
He claimed he was my son, Tommy. I didn't believe him.
Why was that?
My son, Tommy, was taken one day almost a year ago. My wife and I.
And he paused briefly to recover his voice.
We were in the park with Tommy, playing games, and he didn't come back. We looked for him the rest of the day, and since that day I've never seen him. Till last night.
But how could you think this boy was your son? He's marked and dressed like a climbing boy, and you awoke when it was dark, so you could hardly see him.
As I said, I didn't think he was my son.
Roger Simpson said, and then paused. This testimony was clearly difficult for him, for he repeatedly raked his right hand through his tousled hair. At last he spoke.
When you're a father, you do things with your son. Teach him what he should know. Talk to him about this and that. Share experiences only the two of you know. Well, this boy, despite his changed appearance, was able to tell me so much we had done together, was able to describe our home and family so well, in fact, brought back memories I had but couldn't reach, that I have no doubt he is my Tommy.
There was an audible gasp of emotion from the audience, and a "Well done, lad," from an appreciative member of it.
Objection, Your Honour!
Interrupted Mr. Ashcott, rising to his feet.
This is touching, but not relevant to a case of unlawful breaking and entering, as well as unlawful release.
His voice was formally polite, but his tone clearly considered the testimony wholly unnecessary. Tommy's defender replied,
Your Honour, I am merely showing that it was the boy's love for his father, nay, his desire to be with and to regain his father, whose whereabouts he had just learned of that morning, that prompted his actions. Moreover, nothing has been broken, as we shall see. Objection overruled,
declared the magistrate, agreeing with Mr. Fairchild. His eyes seemed to watch Roger Simpson closely and to read there a father's devotion to his son.
So, Mr. Simpson, you followed your son out of the hospital and were transported to the lodgings of his friend last night. Is that true?
Yes.
And it was there that the constable found you this morning?
Yes.
One more item, Mr. Simpson. You spoke earlier of your wife. Can she come to these proceedings?
No, she died in the fire that caused my accident.
So you are your son's only parent?
Yes, that's true.
And how many other children do you have?
None.
So Tommy is your only child?
Yes.
And again, you are his only parent.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson.
Roger Simpson left the stand and returned to his chair. Mr. Fairchild faced the magistrate again.
I would now like to call Tommy Simpson.
Amazed at being called, Tommy rose, crossed the floor and entered the witness box. Everyone but the magistrate sat before him, with all their eyes trained on him. The position was unnerving.
Is your name Tommy Simpson? Yes, sir. How do you know that, since you cannot read or write? I know my first name's Tommy, 'cause everyone calls me that. And my father's name is Roger Simpson. So I must be called Tommy Simpson, mustn't I?
A wave of laughter ran through the audience.
Tommy, why do you look as you do? I'm a climbing boy. I clean chimneys. And why did you choose to do that? I didn't choose it. Somehow it chose me. Do you work for Mr. Kelly? Yes, sir. Do you remember how you came to work for Mr. Kelly? I was snatched out of the park. By whom, I don't know. I woke up in Mr. Kelly's rooms. So you did not apprentice to work for Mr. Kelly? No, sir. And does Mr. Kelly take good care of you?
Tommy paused.
No worse than you'd expect in the trade. Well, we can ask Mr. Kelly about both of these matters later, if that becomes necessary.
And the lawyer looked hard at Kelly, whose attention was suddenly taken up by his boots.
Now, Tommy, can you tell me about the events of last night?
Tommy told the story of the rescue and the escape, the planning, the rainy and windy clamber up the sanatorium's wall and roof, the climb down the chimney, the stealthy walk down the hall as Shins and he looked for Roger Simpson's room, and the clever entering of the room. Then the walk to the front door, the bold exit, the hiding in the wagon, and the trip to Shin's lodgings. When he had finished, there was not a murmur in the courtroom. Many in the audience, without knowing it, had moved forward on their chairs to listen to the events of Tommy's story as he unfolded them. Even the other lawyer had sat spellbound by the journey just described.
Your Honour, I think we may believe that the events which this boy has just narrated took place as he says. He is a truthful boy and has no reason to lie. Moreover, I will save your time and the court's by not calling Derek, known as Shins, the boy's friend, who was his companion on this journey, to corroborate what happened. Will your Honour and my learned colleague accept the boy's version of the events of last night?
The other lawyer signalled his agreement to the magistrate, who nodded to Mr. Fairchild.
Thank you, Tommy,
Mr. Fairchild said. Tommy returned to his seat.
Your Honour, while it is marvellous to mark the determination of this boy to find his father, we cannot forget that the act of releasing his father was inappropriate in one way. Society had determined that his father should be in the sanatorium. And why? Because it would provide his best chance to recover. But I wonder, Your Honour, if that is truly so.
Mr. Fairchild turned again toward the audience.
I call Dr. Reginald Merriweather to the stand.
Tommy turned to see the doctor who attended Peter rise, pass him with a gentle smile and assume his place in the box.
Dr. Merriweather, does your practice extend to the Shaftesbury Sanatorium?
It does. I have several patients who are recovering there.
And what is your professional opinion of this sanatorium?
It is a fine, well-run institution.
Did you come into contact with Roger Simpson there?
Yes, I have been seeing him for several weeks.
From what is he suffering?
I would say he has two injuries, in a sense. The most evident is the one you see upon his forehead. He sustained that in the fire when he was hit by a beam, as he testified and as his record shows. it caused loss of memory for events close to the event, though it does not appear to have incapacitated him physically in any way. The other injury is the loss of his son and wife, both taken from him, one by unknown hands and the other by the fire. His grief for these losses, coupled with his injuries from the fire, has left him as you see him.
Will he recover from these injuries?
The doctor considered the question.
That remains to be seen. Certainly, the first injury has healed externally, though his memory remains weak. The other will heal far more quickly now that he knows his son is alive and is here. And, if I may add a word, I have seen this boy take care of a friend who was injured in a fall from a chimney, and now have heard of his daring adventure on his father's behalf. He is a worthy lad, and I believe he can take care of his father.
Objection, Your Honour!
Again, Mr. Ashcott's voice, sharper now, interrupted the proceedings.
This is idle and unrequested speculation.
Objection sustained. What makes you think his father will recover more quickly with his son?
Because he now has a reason to do so. Becoming better when there is little incentive to do so is far less motivating than when a person has a true incentive. The state provides a fair life in the sanatorium. Nice room, good food, quiet walks. Roger Simpson will surely improve there, I have no doubt. It is a fine place. But will he reach the point where he can re-enter society? I doubt it.
And what could motivate Mr. Simpson to do that, Dr. Merriweather?
The doctor paused, as if considering the proper phrasing of his response.
A reason larger than himself to leave the sanatorium and maintain life outside, working for a living, scrambling for food and shelter, surviving the hustle and bustle of life. That would be quite a challenging situation. But now he has a reason to extend himself.
A final question. In your professional opinion, do you believe Roger Simpson can succeed in society?
Possibly. He needed a why. He has that now with his son. What he needs is a how. That remains to be seen.
Thank you, Dr. Merriweather.
He retired to his seat in the audience. Tommy was amazed that so many of the people he knew were in the room that morning. Either Shins had moved very quickly, or his lawyer had.
I call Mr. Bertram Meacham,
declared Mr. Fairchild. Wearing a matching green outfit with brass buttons, a new Kingsman with its yellow pattern on a green background tied smartly at his throat, and a bright smile to match, Bert Meacham strode forward and took his place.
Mr. Meacham, what is your profession?
I'm a costermonger, sir.
So, you sell fruit and fish in the marketplace?
Fruit and bakery items, Your Honour. Buns as fresh and hot as I can get 'em.
Thank you, Mr. Meacham. Do you recognize this boy, Tommy Simpson?
That I do, sir.
Mr. Meacham waved to Tommy.
And what is your impression of the lad?
Oh, a fine lad. Despite his colouring of a climbing boy, that suit threatens my pears and apples and cherries. Can't have that.
Your opinion of Tommy Simpson, Mr. Meacham?
Came Mr. Fairchild's polite manoeuvre to regain control of the testimony.
I'll come to the point straight, sir. Yesterday I offered him the position of becoming my partner. He's a splendid lad in drumming up business, which is mighty important in my trade. 'Cause I've watched him careful over the past months. Never steals, always honest and hard-working, does what he's told, creates real opportunities. A lad like that should be rewarded.
Do you think he could support himself and his father on his wages from your job?
That would be a challenge, sir. Being a coster is not a rich business, mark my word. It may be tight for him, but it's possible because he's a lad with a shrewd mind.
And he is your partner?
That he is. I offered him the opportunity and he accepted it.
Thank you, Mr. Meacham.
Mr. Meacham retired to his seat, and Tommy could see in the seat next to him Jenny. She was leaning forward wearing her most colourful shawl and a gaily ribboned bonnet and smiling at him hopefully.
I have one final witness, Your Honour. I would like to call Mr. Arthur Keeley.
Mr. Keeley advanced to the witness box.
Mr. Keeley, are you a cobbler by trade?
That I am.
Are you a good cobbler?
I've been at it 31 years. I should hope I am by now.
The audience, eager for a laugh, had one at this comment.
And would you know another good cobbler if you saw his work?
That I would.
I ask you to look around this room. Apart from your business partner, Mr. Ned Dawkins, who is in the audience, will you please tell me if you see another such cobbler?
I don't have to look far and long to see an excellent cobbler. He sits before me.
To whom are you referring?
Roger Simpson.
The hushed audience leaned forward.
This Roger Simpson?
Before his accident, Roger Simpson was known throughout the Brotherhood of Cobblers as one of the best in the business. What's more, I think he can be so again.
And what would it take for him to recover his skill?
Confidence. He has the skill. His muscle memory from years in the trade. It may be buried deep now, but it's there. I'm sure it'll return.
Mr. Keeley looked respectfully at Roger Simpson.
What gives you such a strong conviction?
The quality of the man, sir.
Mr. Keeley answered. He looked searchingly at Roger Simpson before turning back to Mr. Fairchild.
May I try something, sir?
Mr. Fairchild looked toward the magistrate for approval. Mr. Ashcott was on his feet.
Your Honour, we seem to be straying far afield here. I stand behind no one in my appreciation of cobblers and the splendid work they do for their clients.
Mr. Ashcott said in a wearied voice.
But I ask my learned colleague to stay on the case at hand.
I am, Your Honour, as we shall see shortly.
He received the magistrate's necessary nod.
Please proceed, Mr. Keeley.
Mr. Fairchild said. Mr. Keeley left the witness box and approached Roger Simpson, who had been listening intently to Mr. Keeley's comments.
Roger, do you remember me? It's Arthur Keeley.
I remember your face, but I can't place you.
Maybe you'll remember this.
Mr. Keeley took off his right shoe and handed it to Roger Simpson. Instinctively, his hands began to move around the shoe, expertly testing the quality of its leather and its construction. Tommy remembered those hands moving that way so often.
Roger, how would you judge the quality of that shoe?
Solid. Well tuned.
Do you know who made it?
Came Mr. Keeley's soft voice. The brisk inspection continued another few moments.
Yes, I do.
Came the equally soft but surprisingly happy response.
I did. That's my mark in the knot at the base of the wrap.
Mr. Keeley put the shoe back on his foot and turned to face Roger Simpson.
You fashioned this pair for me a year ago, on the occasion of my being 30 years in the trade. Thank God for your skill then, and thank God for it now.
He embraced Simpson, saying,
It's good to have you back, Roger.
And with Mr. Fairchild's
Thank you, Mr. Keeley,
echoing in the courtroom, he returned to his seat in the audience. But the audience and the magistrate and the lawyers were not looking at Mr. Keeley, for Roger Simpson had sat back in his chair, relief and amazement etched in his face, staring at his hands that were upraised in happiness and gratitude. He sat marvelling at them, realising again what they could do, and he turned and hugged Tommy. Tommy was overwhelmed. His father knew now what he was, not only a cobbler but one of quality. He knew as he raised and stared at his hands that they would be his way out of the sanatorium, his way of working again, his way of helping to support the two of them. No longer was he an aimless inmate hoping for recovery. Now he had himself back. Already Mr. Fairchild was addressing the magistrate.
Your Honour, we have listened to and seen unusual events in your courtroom this morning. The story of a boy who braved challenging elements and dangerous heights, as well as capture to find and to be with his father, his only parent. We have also seen an able cobbler, once again knowing the marvellous skill of his hands. While I do not condone what this boy did last night, I do ask you to honour the bond of family, and to enable this boy and his father, both of whom, as we have heard, can function in society, to live their lives together rather than apart. Doing so will save the city the cost of Mr. Simpson being in the sanatorium. More fundamentally, it will be humane, and most importantly, it will be just.
The lawyer bowed slightly to the magistrate and sat down. The magistrate had listened closely to the case of the defence and now seemed to weigh its merits, his eyes flashing over the witnesses to remind himself of the major points of their testimonies. At last he was done and turned to Mr. Ashcott.
Mr. Ashcott, your summation.
The gentleman rose for his final comments, but the certitude of quick and easy victory was gone from his face. His voice, so confident earlier, moved quickly through his closing statement. The case had raised unusual considerations, especially those beyond the law. He had not been prepared for these, and his summation failed to carry conviction. Yet when he sat down, he did not seem entirely perturbed at his loss. The magistrate, having heard the case and the closing statements, did not take long to arrive at his verdict. The audience, which had been arguing the points of the case among themselves, fell silent and seemed to lean forward as the magistrate lifted his head.
Gentlemen, this has been a most instructive morning. In fact, this has been a case without parallel in my memory. While it appears to concern events, it more truly concerns the spirit behind them. I find that Tommy Simpson did act rashly and unwisely in releasing his injured father from a valuable social institution, one created expressly for the recovery of such patients. I understand the boy's motives, but deplore his actions. Moreover, I find Roger Simpson's conduct in walking out of that institution, even in his unfortunate condition, inappropriate for an adult of his years. At the same time, the history of this family and the devotion behind the boy's remarkable actions against that justice be tempered with leniency. It is therefore my decision that Tommy and Roger Simpson will be required to provide 50 hours of free labor for the sanatorium in compensation for the inconvenience they have caused it, and that otherwise the Simpson family, which henceforth I expect to provide for itself, is free to go.
Shrieks of applause rent the air, Many in the audience, delighted with the judgment, bounded forward to shake the hands of Tommy, Roger Simpson and Mr. Fairchild. Others simply stayed in their chairs and applauded the decision. When he finally could turn to look back over the courtroom, Tommy was overjoyed to see Shins, whose brains and effort were surely behind the appearances of all their witnesses, leaning against a pillar, smiling broadly. Only one person seemed unpleased, and he left to the tread of heavy boots. Chapter 28. Together. After thanking Mr. Fairchild for his superb handling of their case, Roger Simpson offered to make him a free pair of boots. Father and son left the courtroom hand in hand. They passed the officials of the sanatorium, and Tommy made a point of offering to appear the next day to learn how he could contribute his 50 hours. At the doorway stood the rest of Tommy's friends, Mr. Keeley and Mr. Dawkins, Mr. Merriweather and Mr. Meacham and Jenny. Tommy and Roger Simpson shook hands with each of the adults. When he saw Jenny, Tommy raced over and hugged her delightedly. What a good luck charm she was for him.
If it'll please my new partner,
Mr. Meacham interrupted, affecting a host's tone and eminence.
I've got some items round the corner that'll furnish an early luncheon.
With that invitation, they all went to the Barrow, where Mr. Meacham, true to his word, had provisioned a remarkable meal. The fresh fruit and buns he normally carried, as well as cold meat pies, sausage links and a fine selection of candied sweets. A bar down the street sent across some pints of beer in celebration. They ate wonderfully, warmed by the noon sun and their friendship.
Tommy, I must get back to Peter and tell him your good news. Shins, I don't think I've ever been as grateful to you as I am now. Only you could afford a group we had today, and then gone all over town to get 'em. Without your help this morning, I'd be sitting in a cell and missing my father already. Tommy, without your medicine, I wouldn't be here either. Here then, take these to Peter.
And Tommy thrust a meat pie and a beer into Shin's hands. Shins laughed and was off. The two cobblers had been discussing something between themselves. Now Mr. Keeley stepped forward.
Roger, Ned and I have a proposition for you,
said Mr. Keeley, with Ned nodding his agreement.
As we're getting on a bit, we'd like you to join us. We have more work than we can handle. Now the season's coming on. We know it'll take a while for you to hit your stride, but that's fine. If the arrangement goes well, we can make it permanent.
Arthur, Ned,
Roger Simpson said, looking at each of them.
I'm pleased and proud you take me in my present condition, but I'll honour your faith by good work. I promise you that.
He looked at them with heartfelt gratitude.
Then, that's done.
And the three shook hands on it.
If Tommy wants to help out, there's work for a lad like him too,
Mr. Keeley added, seeing Tommy as he turned to go.
You're generous. Again, I'll let Tommy decide for himself,
Roger Simpson said.
He's already a partner of Mr. Meacham.
And he smiled at his son.
Fair enough. We'll see you at the shop tomorrow.
I'll be there,
he said, and Mr. Keeley and Ned departed. The Meachams had been packing their barrow and now were ready to take their leave.
And Tommy, my lad, I trust we'll see you tomorrow as well.
Once I get me father set at the cobblers and stop by the hospital to find my work there, I'll be wherever you wish.
At the Oxford Street Market then, after lunch.
Done.
And Tommy could see Jenny trying to suppress her happiness.
May I bring some flowers for our favourite girl?
He asked, and she blushed furiously as they left. Father and son stood alone, looking at each other in wonderment. What a night and morning they had passed through, from the night's rescue to this celebratory meal. They were together, and it looked as if they could stay that way. A shadow fell across Tommy, and he looked up to see Kelly glowering down at him.
You may have found your father, but you still work for me.
Before Tommy could respond, his father had stepped between them.
How did Tommy come to work for you, Mr. Kelly?
He asked sharply.
I don't think you said in court. Wasn't asked in court,
Came the fierce reply as Kelly's green eyes glared at Roger Simpson.
Then, I'm asking you now.
Roger Simpson said, moving forward to face Kelly more directly.
Can't remember exactly.
Came Kelly's suddenly thinner reply.
This is what I remember.
Roger Simpson said plainly.
We were playing in the park that day. My wife, Tommy, and I. And Tommy didn't return during a game of hide and seek. We looked for him, but couldn't find him. As he said in court, someone snatched him. I believe you took him. I believe you took him so you could get a climbing boy for free. And unless you tell me differently, right now, I'll have you arrested the next time I see you.
That's all smoke and no blaze, Mr. Simpson. You can't prove nothing.
Tommy stepped forward and slipped his hand into his father's.
No, but you still won't have a good answer when the magistrate asks you the same question in court.
Roger Simpson countered. Kelly stepped backwards in amazement. He spluttered, tried again to say something, and fell silent. After several moments, he said,
We're not through, both of you. Mark my word.
And he strode off, his boots striking the street savagely.
Tommy,
His father said, greatly relieved.
we need to get you a wash and some new clothes. Then we need to find a place to stay.
Let's go back to Shin's place for now and see Peter.
Tommy said.
We can stay there tonight. Tomorrow, we can ask Mr. Keeley and Ned if they know a place near the shop.
Until tomorrow, then. But let's have that wash today.
Roger said, and put his arm around his son's shoulder as they began their walk home.